Good morning. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee into the 2025-26 Supplementary Budget Estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. And I also extend that respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are here today. The committee has set Thursday the 16th of October 2025 as the date for which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and Friday the 28th of November as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the National Indigenous Australians Agency and followed by the Prime Minister and Cabinet portfolio, as is listed on your program. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of the evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearing. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds and estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give an opinion on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of that officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded that the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I also remind all senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. Your questioning can be robust, but your approach is asked to be civil. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they are appearing. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference who are not speaking to make sure they have muted their microphones. So I would first like to welcome Senator the Honourable Melindyri McCarthy, Minister for Indigenous Australians, and Ms Julianne Guevara, Acting Chief Executive Officer, and other officers of NIAA. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. I too would just like to acknowledge the traditional owners for this country and just pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and very pleased to see First Nations issues are first up.
Thank you. Ms Guevara, would you care to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
If you could start with your name and your capacity, that would be great.
Yes, Julianne Guevara, Acting CEO of the National Indigenous Australians Agency. So, good morning, Chair and Senators. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians and Ngunnawal people and other families with connection to this land. I pay respect for their continued care and custodianship of country and culture. I also extend my respects to traditional owners and custodians of country throughout Australia and First Nations senators and witnesses appearing today. I'm proud to be here as the Acting CEO of the National Indigenous Australians Agency. Before I begin the update of the work of the agency, I would like to acknowledge the leadership and commitment of Jodie Bruin, who stepped down as the CEO at the end of August. I'm pleased to share with the committee some of our key progresses and achievements since budget estimates earlier this year. The NIAA has continued to play a critical role in the development of policies and programs focused on improving outcomes for First Nations peoples across Australia, including through the Closing the Gap framework. The latest updates indicate that we are making some progress on key socioeconomic targets, including in relation to preschool enrolments, employment, life expectancy and healthy birth weights. However, there is more to be done to close the gap in life outcomes between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and non-Indigenous Australians, with some of our targets off track or regressing. The National Indigenous Australians Agency will continue to work across the Commonwealth, all jurisdictions and with our First Nations partners to support critical initiatives and investments to drive meaningful change. The NIAA is championing economic empowerment in remote communities through the Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program, enacting the government's commitment to create 3,000 jobs over 3 years. Across the first 2 grant rounds, around 650 applications were received, resulting in funding for 1,450 jobs with over 250 employers in remote communities. On the 1st of November this year, we will formally launch the Remote Australia Employment Service, and this program is designed to support job seekers in remote communities by building their skills, confidence and readiness for local employment, and it will service around 40,000 people across remote Australia. More recently, we've participated in negotiations for the establishment of a new First Nations economic partnership as a mechanism for shared decision-making about reforms for First Nations economic policy, leveraging the resources of government. On the 29th of September, the Treasurer, the Minister for Indigenous Australians, the First Nations Economic Alliance and the Coalition of the Peaks signed the agreement as a commitment to work together even more closely to deliver better economic outcomes for First Nations people.
Chair, are we able to have this table? It's actually quite a long document and limited time. It's 4 pages of an opening statement.
We're going to let the opening statement continue. It's not going to impinge on your time to ask questions, Senator.
Can I just confirm how much time do we have for this session?
It is on the agenda for an hour and 20 minutes.
Okay. So we haven't started yet, and it's almost 9:10. Just noting that.
Please continue, Ms. Kuvara.
Thank you, Chair. The NIAA continues to lead the implementation of the Commonwealth's multi-year Central Australia Plan focused on youth safety and community-led development. A key milestone has been the delivery of the Strengthening Community Leadership Program, with the latest workshops held in Alice Springs on the 17th and 18th of September. The program supports leaders to strengthen decision-making and manage risk while offering opportunities for peer learning, networking and upskilling. Another important step forward has been the completion of the expansion of Aboriginal Hostels Visitor Park in Alice Springs, providing 20 additional emergency beds for women and children escaping family violence. In the past 12 months, the NIAA has participated in finalising key agreements between the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory Government, including the $4 billion NT remote housing package from 24-25 financial year to build 2,700 homes over the next decade. In the first year of this investment, 222 homes were built across 30 communities and 3 town camps. The NIAA is also working in partnership with the Northern Territory Government and the Aboriginal Peak organisations of the Northern Territory to progress funding schedules under the $842.6 million Northern Territory Remote Aboriginal Investment Agreement signed by the Prime Minister on the 7th of February this year. It represents a new way of the Commonwealth investing, one designed to bring priority reforms to life and drive progress against the outcomes set in the National Agreement. We've finalised the National Food Security and the strategy and will continue to work with jurisdictions and the Aboriginal-led community-controlled health sector to develop governance arrangements and a strategy action plan to coordinate investments and initiatives. Funding has been committed to 23 remote community stores under the Stores Efficiency and Resilience Package to improve store infrastructure and support more reliable access to food, helping ensure communities have greater, more consistent access to supplies. The NIAA has developed a remote stores code of practice and the low-cost essentials subsidy scheme to support better access to affordable, healthy food in remote communities. Since the applications opened on the 1st of July, over 100 remote community stores have been approved to participate. Through this combined approach, the scheme reduces the cost of 30 essential items, bringing prices closer to suburban supermarkets. Building on these efforts to improve food security, access and affordability, the Arnhem Land Progress Aboriginal Corporation has signed an agreement with the National Indigenous Australians Agency to lead a $21.4 million First Nations food nutrition workforce initiative. This initiative will support the establishment of nutrition workforce of over 100 local First Nations staff in remote community stores. We've expanded the Indigenous Rangers program, implementing the government's $1.3 billion investment to 2028, creating up to 1,000 new jobs with 111 new Rangers programs across all parts of Australia. Early next year, the second and the final round of the Indigenous Rangers program expansion will see a surge in new Rangers projects around Australia, with another 800 jobs in support of the government's commitment of employing 3,800 Indigenous Rangers by 2030. The National Indigenous Australians Agency has delivered programs that support reparations and healing, including the Stolen Generations Redress Scheme, which provided $120 million worth of payments to 1,470 applicants and delivered 100 personal acknowledgements. As at the 16th of September 2025. Further, as part of the UPLA support program, the NIAA has provided over $46 million to 9,923 people who were victims of the UPLA funeral insurance collapse, as at the 30th of June. At the National Indigenous Australians Agency, we continue to look for ways to improve our operations and capacity building to deliver on the government's agenda and ensure impact on the ground in partnership with our stakeholders and with the communities that we serve. We thank you and we welcome questions.
Thank you, Ms Guevara. We have one question from Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Guevara, for that opening statement. I really appreciated it. My question is for Minister McCarthy. Minister, on the 1st of July, the government launched a new subsidy scheme for remote communities to reduce the cost of living. Can you outline what that low-cost essentials subsidy scheme is and what kinds of items will be covered?
Sure. Senator, as you would have heard there in Ms Guevara's address, that we did begin the scheme on the 1st of July. 30 product lines known as essential items. These include tin food, nappies, essentials in terms of toiletries. We have reduced those prices by nearly 50% with those stores that have signed up across remote Australia. We've planned for around 152 stores. 100 have so far signed up to the National Code. This is part of the plan to try and reduce cost of living issues, but also try and improve nutrition and food in our communities. And I'm happy to go into further details later on.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
We'll go to Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people and all other Aboriginal people from across Australia are interested to hear questions about why we no longer have a standalone day. But thank you, Ms Guevara, for that quite lengthy report. I note it is 9:15, and that was very top-heavy with Northern Territory, despite the issues that are right across Australia. So hopefully we can get to some more of those communities in this process. I want to ask about the scrapping of the 17 years of convention around having a standalone Indigenous Affairs and Indigenous Australians Day so that we can understand the Commonwealth's delivery in these areas. When were you first made aware that the standalone day for cross-portfolio was being scrapped?
I'd need to check with Mr Walker. I will take that on notice, Senator.
You'll be able to get that in a minute?
Shortly.
Yep. Right, thank you. Okay. Was there any consultation with the lead agency for Indigenous Australians in the Albanese government about the scrapping of a standalone day?
No, Senator.
Did you give any advice to the government regarding the scrapping of what was a 17-year convention so that we could prosecute these issues mostly on the single day?
No, Senator.
And how many representatives have you brought from your organisation for the estimates hearing today?
They're on the witness list, Senator. I haven't got it in front of me, but I can provide that to you.
I'm interested to understand how that compares to other budget estimates hearing, particularly of February this year.
So, Senator, I can say the numbers would be comparable to what we had here for February as well.
Okay. I want to move to a question about the Better, Safer Future grants. Can you please provide a breakdown of all new funding in the 25-26 budget that was not a re-announcement of funding from 24-25?
So, Senator, you're referring to the Central Australia Better Fairer Australia program? Yes, I'll get the relevant officials to the table.
Thank you.
Selena Patrick, Group Manager, Central Australia Plan Implementation. Sorry, Senator, could I just get you to repeat that question?
Yes, I'm after a breakdown of all the new funding in the 25-26 budget, because when you actually look at the budget, there's a lot of numbers, but there's not a lot of detail, as in previous years, about what you're actually doing with the money that's been allocated.
So, Senator, you're referring to the announcement in the May budget, which goes to the extension of the Aboriginal Leadership Group, the Youth Roundtable, and also the Central Australia Task Force, which is part of the National Indigenous Australians Agency.
So they're the new initiatives?
Yes.
You've got 3 initiatives. So,
it's an extension of those.
Right, okay. So there's no new initiatives, there's just an extension of existing initiatives that are in these budget papers?
Yes, Senator, but I can talk you through the funding that has been allocated to the Central Australia Plan.
We'll get to that a bit later. So, given the amount of funding that is allocated to the Indigenous Australians portfolio in NIAA, how many programs have you got that are either currently not delivering as intended, and I include in that those organisations that have received funding but haven't been able to deliver the programs that they were funded for?
Senator, we'll get the relevant officials to the table, but we do run very rigorous assessments of all of our activities. There are performance reports conducted on all of our organisations. I'll have Mr McNichol go through the data in terms of the way that we look at performance across all of our programs.
Senator Jeremy Mickle here, Acting Group Manager, Grants and Finance Group. In terms of the way that we approach managing and managing delivery in our grants processes, there is a standard controls framework that we have in place that really looks at the way every grant and the risk around every grant and delivery of every grant. We ensure that every grant has an assessment of their potential and the risks around that delivery, and this is called our standard controls framework. And as part of that process, we have an assessment that we do before entering into any contracts, where we look at the risk around governance, risk around financial risk, risk around delivery, and then we apply controls on those providers through our funding agreement. It's our main method of ensuring compliance, and that can include, as CEO has outlined, adding in additional, where we have higher risk levels, adding in additional site visits, additional financial reporting, additional performance reporting to ensure that we get delivery on the ground. Every grant that we have will go through an assessment process, and that even begins as part of the prior to assessment. So every time someone's applying for a round, we'll do an organisational risk profile assessment and determine the level of risk for those providers.
So, Mr Mickle, my question went to how many are not delivering. What's your process for understanding that?
So, in terms of the way that we manage non-delivery, I'd have to take the question on the numbers on notice. And there's levels of support and non-compliance that we have.
Okay,
so.
If you provide me, are you able to do that today with the levels of non-compliance?
Yep.
Okay.
Senator, it's kind of a question. There are levels where we may have a provider who is late on providing a performance report.
Yeah, I want to know that too, because that's actually non-compliance.
And so then there's levels where we'd get to serious non-compliance where we'd start to involve our integrity team. So we can look at pulling together the data on that.
Thank you. I'd be keen to see that. My question now goes to the Better Safer Central Australia. How much of the $342 million is yet to be spent.
Yes, Senator. I'll just get my colleague to go through that, Mr Bowman.
Thank you.
Brendan Bowman, Branch Manager, Central Australia Plan Implementation. Approximately $171.7 million is yet to be paid.
Yet to be paid, or it's allocated, or it's yet to be paid?
Yet to be paid, all funding has been allocated.
So what's unallocated?
All funding has been allocated to measures.
All funding's been allocated?
That's correct.
Right. Okay. How much of that funding has actually been acquitted, that you're satisfied that those programs have been delivered as intended?
Senator, we'd have to take that on notice. We don't have at the table the acquitted funds.
Okay. You'll be able to get that today?
I can try.
All right, thank you. See, this is one of the problems with just having an hour and a bit, because you'd be here for the whole day to provide that. Who's the decision maker in that better, safer future for Central Australia?
Delegation sits within the agency, Senator.
And who informs the agency?
So the agency does work with the Aboriginal Leadership Group and receives advice from that group in regards to the allocation of funds, although, as we said, that has all been completed now, and then a decision is put through its normal process of decision-making within the agency.
So what role does Tungunjira Council, the Central Australian Aboriginal Congress and the Central Land Council have in decisions about merit in the distribution of those funds? Or any representatives from those organisations?
They wouldn't make a decision that would sit within the agency. All delegation does sit within.
But do they make up the Aboriginal Leadership Group?
So members of the Central Land Council are part of the Aboriginal Leadership Group. Tungunjira does have a place, but has chosen not to send a member to the Aboriginal Leadership Group, so no.
Chosen not to? It was invited but just doesn't show up like it often does?
They have decided not to send a representative, yes.
Senator Little, I'm going to rotate the call. We're going 10-minute blocks.
Thank you.
You can have a quick follow-up
I've got
if you
other
need.
questions.
Okay, cool. We'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Senator Thorpe.
And yes, I too echo the disappointment of not having black estimates on Black Friday, which our community want to hear about the accountability and transparency of the so-called government departments that are meant to provide so-called services to our people. So it's very disappointing that this decision from the Labor government was made to disenfranchise information to our people. My first question is around, I have reviewed the 2024-2025 NIA grants funding, and there are a lot of questions, a lot of money going to white organisations as per usual. But I want to focus on what you are doing to support our young people, because you say that you care about our young people. But there's been $2.38 million for Queensland Coppers and their Police Citizens Youth Welfare Association, or PCYC, a close partner of the Queensland Police Service, and $1.16 million for New South Wales Police, PCYC, that was a closed, non-competitive process. Is that real? Is that correct?
Senator, in terms of your first comments just around funding going to non-Indigenous organisations, I think we now have, and I'll check with Mr McMichael, but I think it's around 80% of all of our funding in value terms actually goes to Aboriginal organisations, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations.
I'm talking about COPs here, giving money to coppers.
In relation to PCYC, the agency does fund organisations to support youth diversionary activities in a number of states across the country.
So you're giving money to the police to run programs for our kids, is that correct?
Senator, I don't have details of that particular activity.
I just read them out.
So we'll let my Deputy,
Thank you.
Mr Brahm, respond.
Thanks, Senator. Kevin Brahm, Deputy CEO of the agency. My role is operations and delivery. I believe this is also asked a few estimates ago as well. We're not funding police, we're funding the PCYC to actually conduct youth activities. Those youth activities are done in cooperation with the community and all of the services. We regularly meet with the community and the provider to make sure that the services are performing as expected and also as valued by the communities.
Thank you. So can you categorically say that you do not fund the Queensland Police out of NIA money?
Not that I'm aware of, but we can certainly check. I do not have any visibility on police funding, but we fund PCYCs and they are using police facilities. They're owned by the police, some of their youth centres, but they're separate from the police.
Thank you. There is $400,000 for the South Australia Police for cross-border intelligence sharing. When I call on the federal government to intervene to stop these police forces from locking our kids up, because that's what they love to do, right? The stats are there. And also killing our people. The stats are there. Ministers repeatedly tell me that police services and state...
I object to that.
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
So, Senator Thorpe...
I'm sorry.
Senator Thorpe, if you could just hold on.
Thank you.
Do you have a point of order, Senator Hanson,
Yes,
or
I
just
do.
an opinion on a question which is really the content of the question?
Killing our people. I have a problem with that.
Senator Thorpe, Senator Hanson, you don't have a point of order here. Senator Thorpe, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. So, getting back to my point about police locking our kids up and killing our people, ministers repeatedly tell me that police services are state and territory responsibility. So never mind the harm these police forces do to our people, but why is the federal government using black money to fund police services that are supposed to be core state responsibilities? That's the excuse I always hear.
I'm sorry, Senator. I was just grabbing a paper. I've missed the question. Can you repeat your question, please?
Look, I'm really invested in keeping my people alive, and I hope everyone in the back there is as well. We have over 600 deaths in custody, and we have the highest incarceration rates in this country, and we have a Labor government, that is paying the police when our people are dying. So my question is, why is NIA money, black money, given to the South Australian cops for cross-border intelligence sharing when the excuse I get for the intervention on deaths in custody, hanging points, it's a state and territory responsibility. But you're giving state cops money. Why?
Yep. I'll defer to our Deputy. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Kevin Brahm again. So we can get details about the actual grant if you're referring to an actual grant. I don't have that in front of me, but I can talk about the types of services that are provided cross-border. And in fact, only last week I was in Port Augusta meeting with the Port Augusta community and the Devonport community around some programs that we're supporting there, which is very much community-driven. And part of the governance arrangements in that includes the actual police.
Yep.
as well. And
So I just want to be relevant to this particular question. I don't mean to be rude, but this is 400 grand that's gone to South Australian cops for cross-border intelligence sharing, which is not to do with the community. This is a state responsibility that the state should be paying for, regardless of black community being in the same vicinity. So, if you want to take that on notice, because you don't have the detail, then I'm happy for that to happen.
I do have details of the types of activities. So they were very clear on how they would work with other jurisdictions, whether it's the WA government or Northern Territory government, around supporting families that move across borders, sharing intelligence, which is really important if you want to also share services to make sure service continuity is maintained and families are supported when they're going across the border. And that was very actively discussed in the community meeting.
So does sharing intelligence mean helping lock up our people?
No, it was very clear in the meeting that I was in that with all the service providers, we're also in that meeting to make sure that the services that were available for the people that came into the communities and the families were activated very quickly.
Thank you. One of the assessment criteria in the grant guidelines is around cultural competency, where applicants must demonstrate how your organisation is accepted by the target communities or groups and capacity to deliver culturally competent services. Can someone please tell me, how did you decide that the Queensland and New South Wales cops, two of the most racist police forces in the country, responsible for some of the highest rates of black deaths in custody, met these criteria of acceptance by the community and cultural competency before giving them $4 million in IAS funding? You know how poor our people are out there?
Senator, I apologise for the interruptions and the lack of flow in some of these responses, but we've been trying to get the information as you've been asking the questions. In regard to the South Australian police issue, it's actually 395,581 actually refers to low aromatic fuels. As you'd be aware, the NIAA runs a low aromatic fuels program across a number of jurisdictions, including the Northern Territory, South Australia, WA. And so in terms of that intelligence gathering, I would suggest that it's probably around whether, in fact, other fuels other than low aromatic fuels are being distributed into communities where the LAF, the low aromatic fuels, are meant to be distributed. But just to be sure, we'll take on notice sort of further advice, but I think that one that you're referring to actually is for LAF.
So it's for our own good, giving money to the coppers.
So the low aromatic fuel scheme has actually helped address a number of sort of volatile substance abuse issues, both in the Northern Territory, South Australia, Western Australia and Queensland. So we take that responsibility in terms of, administering the LAF Act very seriously, and this is one of the things that we do fund under the NIAA's program 1.3.
My question didn't get answered on the assessment criteria, with all due respect.
Sure. Sorry,
and then happy to.
Sorry, Chair. I do have a response to another question that Senator Little had asked earlier.
Sorry. My question was around the assessment criteria. Do I need to ask that again, or did someone catch it?
No, we can have Mr McMichael can respond to that question.
Thank you, Senator. So in terms of the assessment criteria that apply for applicants who are applying for grants, they're captured in the grant guidelines. So every grant process has a grant guideline that goes out, which outlines the selection criteria and the terms in which we want to engage a provider to provide funding. And as part of that, there is an application process that a provider will need to go through. They'll apply, and one of the criteria that they'll outline is how they are connected to and supportive of community, how they demonstrate cultural competency. It will be in the way that they have previously operated in terms of their service delivery, demonstrating examples of how they are working with community and how they intend to work with community in the delivery of that project. That is then assessed through the relevant assessment process within the agency, where there's a a delegate is making a decision around the level of competency that may be in place for a provider, and that's part of the decision-making process. And then we would then ensure that we keep that monitored through the life of the grant under the controls we have in place for the grant.
So with your delegate, does a delegate speak to the community and look at the so we're talking about cops, right? Giving money to cops, black money to cops. We know that our people are incarcerated at the rate that they are, and we know that deaths in custody is on the rise. So I'm really keen, you know, because from the communities that I've spoken to in those areas, they don't believe that the cops meet the community and cultural competency. They're not friends with the police that kill them and lock them up. So
Senator,
how do you...
I'll ask you to temper your comments again.
It's in the stats. It's statistically correct. I'm like, please. So does your delegate who looks at this and say, oh yeah, we'll give the cops this much money and don't worry about the deaths in custody, incarceration rates, does your person speak to the local community about that money? Number one. And number two, how do they actually, can you please put on notice, I'd like to see how those cops demonstrate how culturally appropriate they are to receive that money and work with our people, given the stats.
I'll take on notice that second element about that particular case, but we do, as part of the assessment process, we do have a regional presence across the country, and so our team is connected with community, and they're part of that process of developing the assessment around each of the grants that are put up to a delegate. So there is a process where we're gathering local intelligence that would then be considered. There's a probity question for us around when an applicant has applied, how much we do then engage around that process. But the team is connected with community and understanding where community is at as part of the process of assessing and putting forward a proposal, a briefing to a delegate for decision.
Maybe they need to get deeper into the community, because what you've just said and what the community have said to me are completely opposite ends of the spectrum. So, yeah, it's disappointing to see that so many millions of dollars are going to coppers when we have a problem with racist cops in this country. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Pocock. Oh, you'll go first? Yeah. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Thanks, everybody. Firstly, just some questions on the Duke and Gorge inquiry. It's been nearly 4 years since that inquiry into the destruction of Duke and Gorge issued its final report. Firstly, to the Minister, is it the government's intention to adopt that report's recommendations?
Thank you, Senator Waters, for your question. We're certainly working very closely in regards to not only the Duke and Gorge, but also looking at issues across the country, in particular even with the Northern Territory with recent events. So we will be responding to that quite soon.
Okay, but is it your intention to adopt those recommendations?
I would like to be able to give you further information on that, Senator Waters, but it's certainly my intention to ensure we follow through with the recommendations.
Okay. And when will we expect that formal response?
Very soon.
Okay, because it has been quite a while now. Do you have the resources required to deliver the report? 4 years is quite a long time to wait.
Yes, and I know that Senator Pat Dodson was very instrumental in that role, and we are very much going to make sure when we come through with the recommendations that it is fully resourced.
Okay. To the head of NIAA, the inquiry recommended that new cultural heritage legislation that's consistent with UNDRIP and co-designed with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples be developed. What is NIAA doing to progress that recommendation?
Thank you, Senator. As you'd be aware, the Minister for Environment, Water, Senator Murray Watt, has committed to progressing cultural heritage protection reforms in this term of government. The core principles of the reform obviously are ensuring that traditional owners are engaged in early development activities and, of course, that may respect cultural heritage, and that's consistent, obviously, with UNDRIP. NIAA in particular is responsible for implementing the government's response to Juukan Gorge Inquiry, Recommendation 6 regarding truth-telling, and also Recommendation 7 and 8, which relates to prescribed bodies corporate. You'll be aware that the Prime Minister recently made announcements up at Garma in relation to additional funding of $75 million, bringing total funding, I think, in the order of $200 million to prescribed bodies corporates.
Yeah, thank you. But are you doing anything to progress the recommendation for cultural heritage legislation? What's your involvement in that process that Minister Watt's running?
Yes, I'll defer to my deputy here, Ms Fulton, but the Minister for Environment and Water obviously has an alliance that he has been working with, a First Nations alliance on cultural heritage reform. There is a steering committee for that. NIAA sits on that, but I'll defer to Ms Fulton on the details.
Good morning, Senator. Deborah Fulton, Acting Deputy CEO for Policy and Programs, as Ms Guevara mentioned. So there is a working group that comprises Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, the First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance and NIAA that meets to progress that work, and a large part of our involvement in that is connected to the work with prescribed body corporates, as Ms Guevara just referred to the funding for that. So it's led by DQ and Minister Watt. They work closely with the First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance, and we engage with them through that process.
Okay. Perhaps on notice, could you provide me with a bit more detail of the nature of your engagement? Are they seeking advice on particular topics? Like how close to that process are you, or are they just occasionally phoning and ticking a box that NIAA is actually involved? I'm just keen to know the closeness of your involvement with that process.
Senator, I could give you a little bit of detail on that if that was helpful. Rachel Kerrigan, Branch Manager, Land and Native Title. So in addition to then the more formal governance arrangement and the work that we do with DQ at that level, the relevant teams within the agencies work together on a regular basis. There are, at least monthly meetings between the teams, but also regular contact, in particular in leading up to workshops with the First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance. We do, on occasion, particularly where there's relevance then to PBCs, as Ms Fulton referred to, we'll then attend those workshops at times and be able to then engage with the Alliance on matters that then go to PBC funding and relevant items to the work that NIAA progresses.
Okay. Are you aware whether there's a time frame on when we will see a draft of that legislation? Has NIA had any input into the setting of that time frame?
The timing of legislation is a matter for government.
Yes, but do you have a timetable for the work that you're doing through that process you've outlined?
In terms of then the times that Minister Watt has talked to in the public is the timeframes that we're aware of, Senator. And we just continue to work with DQ to then, be ready as the government continues to progress its consideration.
Okay, thank you. Can I move now to truth-telling and treaties? Following the release of the Yurok Justice Commission report, the Victorian Government has introduced legislation for a treaty with its First Peoples, which I was really pleased to see. Has NIAA been briefed by the Victorian Government on its path to treaty?
Senator, we do have a team in NIAA that's responsible for keeping track of what's happening with various jurisdictions. Also through we have a regional office based in Melbourne, and they would have regular contact with the Victorian Government on developments in Victoria.
Okay, so you have had a briefing as such?
I need to just check the details of whether it was a specific briefing, but as I said, we regularly meet both through our regional office with the Victorian Government, and I do have a meeting coming up, I think in a few weeks' time, with the head of Aboriginal Affairs in Victoria as well.
Great. Now, funding was previously allocated to establishing a Makarrata Commission, but it was redirected away from NIAA and into a contingency reserve last year. and it hadn't been spent, as far as I understand. And since then, the only activity on truth-telling has been an inquiry into a Greens bill to establish a Truth and Justice Commission that would look at the issue. So in light of the progress that Victoria is making, has NIAA made a budget submission for renewed funding for a Makarrata Commission or any other truth-telling mechanisms?
So, Senator, yes, originally there was funding allocated by the government to the establishment of a Makarrata Commission that did go to the contingency reserve. As you say, that was drawn down to the order of, I think it was about 5.8 million. Much of that was returned. I think there was only a little over $1 million, I think, that was actually spent, and that was early. Since that time, the agency has funded, I think it's a 0.5 of an FTE, mainly just to keep a track of what's happening in jurisdictions. We know that there are a range of jurisdictions that have had activities either related to truth-telling and or treaty making, and that 0.5 of an FTE, which sits in our Culture and Empowerment branch, is responsible for monitoring developments in those states and territories.
Okay, so you've gone from 5.8 million for Makarrata truth-telling to now half a person looking at what other jurisdictions are doing. Did NIAA make a submission for renewed funding for a Makarrata Commission or any other formal truth-telling mechanism?
No, Senator.
Okay, what actions is your organisation taking to progress truth-telling and treaties?
So, Senator, primarily at the moment, the work that the branch is doing is looking at what's going on around the other jurisdictions. We do
With
also
that half a person?
Essentially, yes. Yeah. So it's absorbed into the work of one of the branches. So we are looking at what's going on around the nation. We do also administer programs that are relevant to truth-telling and that do provide a partial evidence base. One of those is the Territory Stolen Generation Redress Scheme. We also work with AATSIS, who implement the Return of Cultural Heritage program. So there are relevant activities going on around government, but we not working on a specific proposal around a Makarrata Commission.
All right, that's disappointing.
I'm going to rotate Paul if you had a follow-up or...
No, but I will need to come back.
Yep,
Chair.
absolutely. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask, how many Aboriginal or Indigenous corporations are there?
Do you mean in total across the country, Senator?
Sorry?
Do you mean in total across the country?
Yes.
I'm not sure we would actually have full visibility of every Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisation across the country. Obviously, there are a range of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations that are registered under the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Corporations Act. But there are a number of Aboriginal organisations that are either registered under ASIC or a range of different organisations that may never have contact with
government. So it'd be in excess of, it's been reported, it'd be in excess of 3,000, wouldn't it?
Yes, Senator. So in terms of numbers of Aboriginal organisations, there are different reports. So Dylan Dilwa, which is a Melbourne Uni Institute, actually says that I think there's in the order of I think it's 16 or 17,000 Aboriginal organisations involved in Indigenous businesses. We have a range of organisations that are registered under the CATSI Act, and so I might just refer to Mr McMichael just in relation to the CATSI Act organisations. So there is a multitude.
You've asked a question.
I have
Can you please
asked a
allow the
question,
witness
but
to finish
I do not
it?
need added to it, which is not important to what I'm saying. I'm on limited time here. I've asked for that. She's acknowledged. The CEO has acknowledged that it is in excess of 3,000. Thank you.
But I think it's important to understand the breakdown.
I understand that there's
I was
other
quite interested in
organisations,
anyway.
not-for-profit organisations.
So we'll just let the witness finish. If you can be as brief as possible and finish the answer, that would be great.
Thank you, Senator. As I said, I think there are some organisations that are registered under the CATSI Act. There are some that are ASIC registered. There are some that are registered as not-for-profit organisations as well.
Yes, Senator.
Under CATSI?
Under CATSI, we have 3,314 corporations registered as at the 3rd of October.
And Aboriginal organisations involved in business under the Dill and Dilwa report, Shane?
Yeah, Shane Dexter, Branch Manager, Business and Economic Policy with the National Indigenous Australians Agency. So in 2024, the University of Melbourne did a Indigenous business snapshot that estimated that First Nations businesses contributed about $16 billion in revenue to the economy, Senator, paid about $4.2 billion in wages, employed about 117,000 people, and there were almost 14,000 active businesses. That's one of the data points. There are other reports that are out there, but that's one of the more recent ones, Senator.
And some of those corporations, Senator, would be actually registered under ASIC, so not under CATSI.
What I'd like, you made a comment that reports are handed in from these corporations. Why is it that there was 1,258 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations failed to lodge mandatory reports for the 2023 and 2024 year? How many of these failed corporations is your agency still dealing with?
Senator, in regards to the reporting around mandatory reporting under CATSI Act, that is the responsibility of the registrar for corporations under the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Act, so ORIC. She's actually appearing, the CEO of ORIC is appearing tomorrow, so those questions are best directed to her.
Right. What I'd like to, okay, then I won't pursue with that one. How much funding goes into the Aboriginal organisation, into the department, a year? What's the budget for it?
Senator, just to be clear, through the Indigenous Advancement Strategy, is that what you're looking for?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
So just to be clear, just a bit of clarity about the question.
Are you referring to departmental or administered funding, Senator?
All funding that goes to the Aboriginal department total, the NIDA, which I presume is about around about 5 million, 4.5 to 5 million for that. Then the Aboriginal department, how much money, taxpayers' money, is allocated on a yearly basis in the budget?
So I'll Aboriginal department. Ms. Babler.
Maria Babler, Branch Manager, Finance Branch. Senator, the agency receives in total over 4 years of departmental and administered funding, $9,394 million. That's operating and capital funding.
That's for the department?
That's over 4 years. So of our operating funds in 25-26 are $318 million. That's the funding to run the organisation.
Right. The money that was given, are you aware of the Mornington Island? What's happened up there? Who and what constitutes the SBSM Limited? Are you aware of that organisation? SBSM Limited. It's been brought to my attention, it's a private company run for profit that is often used to organise procurement for contractors and contracts for the acquiring of materials for roadworks and similar projects in the Indigenous sector. So they're a Queensland Reconstruction Authority for disaster relief projects on the Mornington Island. Now, how much of federal money has been paid to the SBSM Limited over the last 10 years?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't have those details with me. I'll have to take that on notice.
Do you know who I'm talking about? SBSM Limited?
I have not, I don't have awareness of it, but I'd have to take it on notice.
Right. Well, another question on notice then is knowing how much money is from the Commonwealth for Mornington Island projects over the last 10 years been allocated to them, and what projects have been earmarked for the Mornington Island over the last 10 years, and I want to know what audits have been carried out, because what I'm understanding is that the specifically, there was a market garden grant announced by Mr Bob Catter. The market garden's up there, money was put into it, and it's absolutely nothing there. Is anyone aware of that?
Yes, I think we have had questions in relation to the market gardens issue before. I might just let Ms Ballinger provide some insights into that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Bridget Ballinger, Group Manager Central. So in regards to the market gardens on Mornington Island, we were aware of the process, so the project. I would have to take on notice a more detailed answer. We understand...
Are you aware they've failed? There is absolutely nothing there. So what I'm asking is, what process is put in place for accountability for monies that is put into for these grants, you know, what process is followed up to ensure that the money is not wasted and that it is used in accordance for what was laid out these projects are supposed to deliver?
Senator, I think we have indicated in relation to the response to Senator Little, there are a range of different accountability mechanisms that we have for all of our grants. The assessment process that grants go through are quite rigorous. We run performance reports during the course of the life of a grant. If there are issues that are identified in terms of risk during the life of a grant, there are compliance and fraud mechanisms that we do run within the agency as well.
And Senator, just on the Mornington Island, so the feasibility study that was done, that was actually funded, did determine that it was very unviable due to access to water particularly. So there was an assessment done of the project and it was agreed that that project wouldn't proceed at this particular point in time.
So what money was put into it?
We funded the feasibility study, so I'd have to get back to you on notice with the exact dollar amount, which I can do hopefully soon.
So if you see that's failing, do you actually go and chase after the money?
So the money was for the feasibility report that was actually undertaken and completed. I think the feasibility report showed that it wouldn't be feasible to continue that project, so no further funding was requested.
All right, thank you. I just want to move to another thing, and we talk about the what's happening with the education of the Indigenous children. They're not turning up to schools. In Rockhampton, there has been a school that's set up called Rocky Flexi. Now, of that, out of 88 students, attendance is a pitiful average of 44%, that despite the school running 3 buses that pick the kids up from home each day. The percentage of students awarded senior certificate was 0. Students awarded VET qualifications, 0. Sadly, the best Rocky Flexi could achieve was Cert 1, 2, 3 and 4 for just 8% of those enrolled. That's 7 students out of 88. And then you've got the approved curriculum, weekly excursions, camps, expos, industry visits, sports, carnivals and events and wellbeing programs. And yet these same organisations planning to open another 2 of these schools in the Capricornia coast under the guise of NBNA. I just want to ask you, what are you doing about to ensure that the children are actually going to school to learn, the truancy rate, and also the fact is they are not even passing? How can you say they're going on excursion? It's basically a babysitting service rather than an educational service for these kids. So how can you actually justify the money's put into that and looking at another 2 schools in that area when the pass rate, there is no pass rate?
Senator, under the Better Fairer Schools Agreement, education is the responsibility of the Department of Education. The National Indigenous Australians Agency runs a number of programs that support issues like enhanced participation and attendance at schools. I'm not familiar with the organisation, the program that you've just referred to, but education through the Better Fairer Schools Agreement actually is a state responsibility.
This gets federal government funding.
Yeah, Senator Hanson, I wonder
Agreement,
if you're best placed to take this to education who are dealing with that agreement. I will just note that there's been some commentary disappointment at losing the spillover, the cross-portfolio day. The intention here in moving to a different structure is to allow more time and more direct engagement with the people who are running programs that are of interest to senators, particularly around the issue of closing the gap. So it is our intention from the government that through this week there will be more time allocated. That is the intention. Obviously, at the end of the week we will assess that, but that is the intention. And I would encourage all senators to think long and hard about where you can ask your questions, which departments are responsible, and hold them to account in those relevant sessions, as well as here, obviously. But one of the challenges we face is making sure that the right people are answering the right questions so we have a higher level of accountability.
The community want their Friday back. That's a day for our people to have accountability and transparency for the so-called programs that are meant to service us. Now, we've been assimilated into a process where our community are confused about what session their accountability will be heard.
Well, Senator Thorpe, I'm very happy to help you navigate that.
I don't agree with your
very happy to help you navigate
Senator,
that and help you make sure that you're asking questions
in the right
place.
People.
We'd be delighted to help you with that.
People.
We're now going to rotate the call and we'll go to Senator Little.
Yeah, I actually share those concerns with Senator Thorpe because, you know, there are people at home who watch on a single day who don't spend their lives navigating the Senate estimates process like we have to do now. So I just want to raise that. I do want to go back to a question about the Central Australia plan and the acquittal of monies going into that plan.
Get the relevant people up to the table, Senator. Senator, if I could, just while our colleagues are joining, just respond to your earlier question, just about when the agency was notified of the changes to estimates. We were formally advised by PM&C, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, on the 29th of August. In relation to the question that Senator Hanson raised, and she's just left. We do not fund SBS SM Limited.
Right, thank you. You mentioned before about the acquittal. You were checking about the acquittal of those projects that were under the Central Australian Plan. Have any of those been acquitted yet? Have they provided reports about progress?
Senator, I don't have the acquittal reports, but what we can go through is the projects which have been completed in the Central Australia Plan, and I'll get my colleague, Mr Bowman.
In the interest of time, because this is seriously not acceptable, can you please provide copies and table copies of that?
Of the completed projects, yes.
Thank you. I want to ask the leadership group that I asked you about before, Central Land Council, Tungunjira Council and the Central Australian Congress are on that leadership group. Can you tell me how much money they got for the Central Australian Plan, even if it was through the Department of Health and Aged Care, which I note gave 7.5 on top of the money that NIAA did? What's the total amount of money that went from the Central Australian Plan to those organisations that were on that leadership group that provided you with advice?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
How long would it take you to get that information?
I could try and get that for you quickly.
Quickly
just
today?
can't guarantee time. Yes, I could get it for you today.
That would be good.
Sorry, Senator, can I just confirm with that? That's just NIAA funding, of course, or the total for those organisations? Because the reason I ask is obviously the total for those organisations, they would be funded for a range of activities that sit also outside the Central Australia Plan, and so it is, and with other departments as well. So finding that detail may take us a little bit longer.
Well, if you can get me the NIAA first.
Yes.
But I want to know the total amount of funding, because the document I'm looking at has the Department of Health and Aged Care, who has also provided money for, oddly enough, a construction project for the building there. And I can tell you that several years ago, Congress had money to build its own building. So I want to understand how much money has gone for that particular project on the Better, Safer Central Australia. Also want to raise the issue of the
Sorry,
the Close the Gap targets.
Just, Chair, just with that around Congress.
Yes.
Senator, was that when you were on the board of Congress?
Yes, absolutely. I want to understand, like everybody does.
What year was that?
I couldn't tell you. That was several years ago. This is a project that's been a long time in the making, and I want to understand why money has gone across for that project when the money was there to build that project many years ago. Of the four... Sorry?
In relation to the acquittals process for those grants, the acquittals are generally due under our agreements, and in this case, these agreements would have been requiring the acquittals to be submitted by the end of September. So we can follow up on the progress of receiving those acquittals, but there would be standing controls in place for performance reporting and acquittals for all of those.
If they were due by the end of September, can you also let me know which ones have not provided the acquittal in the required timeframe for all of the funding that's gone out under that agreement?
Generally give a little bit of time, a couple of weeks, and then we follow up with notices to follow them up.
I want to know non-compliance right now.
Yep.
No, there's no movement on that. Of the four, this is a question about closing the gap targets, and I know in your opening statement that you mentioned healthy birth weight. Well, healthy birth weight, I'm not sure which numbers you're looking at, but under the most recent data, that is actually a target that's no longer on track. So I'm wanting to understand in relation to healthy birth weight, given the catastrophic implications of the lifting of those alcohol restrictions under the Albanese government's watch, have you done any work to understand what the implications of that was on healthy birth weight in the Northern Territory?
Senator, I might get my colleague, Mr Gordon, up just to talk about the tracking of what happens with targets under closing the gap more generally.
Oh, no, I don't need that. I've sat in briefings about that.
I would say again, in relation to the implementation of programs that support these outcomes, it is the responsibility of not only the federal government but also the state and territory governments to ensure that we are meeting those targets. So it is a collective effort that we're doing not only across agencies within the federal government, so the National Indigenous Australians Agency, the Department of Health and Ageing, obviously the Northern Territory Government, and we obviously work with the community control sector as well in relation to those targets.
Thank you, Mr Gordon. I won't need that. I'm still at a loss in terms of if healthy birth weight is going backwards, and we know what happened at the end of 2022 with the lifting of those alcohol restrictions and the millions and millions that have been poured into the Northern Territory to address the consequences of that. I'm really wanting to understand, have you done any work to understand the implications of that action at all, or has anybody done that work on that particular target? Because that's a target that was on track that is no longer on track. Trying to understand whether that's the Northern Territory or whether that's everywhere. Have you looked at that?
So it is a matter for the Northern Territory Government. They are responsible for the administration of health in the Northern Territory. I would say we continue to work with the Northern Territory Government on those targets that are going backwards. Through closing the gap, through the Joint Council, there are discussions in relation to targets going backwards. It has been a focus of government to ensure that we're working with all of those states and territories on issues that affect Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Senator, just if I could just add to that, your question is around is the target going backwards in other states? Certainly it's worse in the Northern Territory in terms of target 2. In Western Australia it's certainly the same as the Northern Territory. It's improved, no change in New South Wales. So target 2 specifically would be around the Northern Territory and WA.
Yes, thank you. And I note you mentioned the government there, who I think has been around for a little over 12 months, but nobody, you're not aware of anybody doing some specific work on what happened in the Northern Territory.
So I might get Ms Bellinger to the table. Obviously we have ongoing consultations with the Northern Territory Government just in relation to issues around how the Northern Territory Government administers its legislation around alcohol.
It's more about the responses to it that I'm interested in.
Can I, while we're waiting for the agency to respond, Senator Little, the Menzies School of Health Research does tremendous work in this space. What we can do is find out what are the recent reports in regards to healthy birth weights and also in regards to the midwifery sector in terms of Katsanam and others. We know that also with Molly Wadaga's scheme, with Birthing on Country, these studies are being done and we can provide that with you.
Okay. I do want to move to the next one because I know we've only got a couple of minutes left and this is pretty significant to your programs. So according to the Services Australia, and I know you're not Services Australia, the tripartite test established in Mabo can now be avoided through the use of statutory declarations, and I know we've raised this before. What involvement have you had in the significant change in approach in allowing statutory declarations to confirm Aboriginality? And let me explain this so that people understand. So previously, the test was the one that was applied under Mabo, the tripartite, and now we have, according to the Services Australia website, that you can get a letter from an Indigenous organisation or a community elder, doesn't have any criteria around that or information. You need to give 2 statutory declarations confirming your heritage. You have to provide a signed statutory declaration from an APS employee, assuming that's a single employee, so anybody sitting in the room here could do that, I'm assuming. You can also provide and sign off on a statutory declaration to support somebody ticking that box. If you are an Indigenous service provider or you're an Indigenous support unit within a university or an Indigenous medical service, were you consulted about that?
No, Senator, we weren't consulted by Services Australia. There are a number of agencies that obviously apply the 3-part test, as you referred to, in terms of assessing indigeneity. Government agencies have from time to time accepted statutory declarations from people, but that generally has been from people with the standing within community that community may find acceptable. When accepting a statutory declaration, obviously the onus is on the individual or the institution or organisation that is basically accepting that person, and they need to obviously consider the risk because obviously a false declaration is actually an offence.
Okay, so this has serious implications for service delivery. The 25% increase in the number of people that tick that box between one census and the next has significant implications on service delivery, but none more so than the most vulnerable person who has an experience their entire lives of disadvantage. They're not even going to get in that line anymore for any of the services because they can't simply navigate it. What I'm trying to understand here is surely, Minister, and surely the department must be concerned about that change by Services Australia and its impact on service delivery to the most vulnerable people, because one of the largest groups that increased was actually here in the ACT.
So, Senator, there are a range of reasons why an individual may choose to put forward a stat dec as opposed to other documentation supporting their Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander descent. I think previously there has been testimony given in relation to stolen generation survivors who, for various reasons, may not have access to birth certificates, etc. So that issue around the first limb of the 3-part test, being a person of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander descent, they may not be able to provide that evidence in and of itself because of the fact that they just wouldn't have the documentation to support it.
Minister, will you commit to having a look at that, because the implications on service delivery for the most vulnerable people by just being able to get a public servant to tick off. You can go to the website yourself and have a look, or getting somebody from a unit, or just an elder. I don't know what that means. Does that mean you're just getting older, or does that mean you have a certain level of responsibility in a community?
Yeah.
There is no explanation as to what that means, and the implications are going to be great.
I certainly can, in answer to your question, commit to having a look into that. But I might just go back a little bit with your initial question around the lineup and the fact that if there has been this increase, as you reported, with 25%.
It's not reported, it's actually there.
Yeah, so if there has been this increase, I'm also mindful, Senator, as we all would be, that the issue of Aboriginality is one that also needs to be looked at across the states and territories. We do see through people's own healing and journey of healing, whether it's through Stolen Generations redress scheme and other traumatic experiences that they've experienced, that they do come forward and find that this is where they're at in their time. So I'm mindful of the sensitivities of how people identify, and I recognise that, but I'm also acutely aware of the concerns around the funding and the fact that there are a mob who feel that others shouldn't be getting monies. So yes, this is an important area to look at, and I'd say collectively as a parliament we should perhaps look at it a bit more closely.
I think
we're going to need to rotate the calls.
I just want to make sure that we're really clear. I understand what you're saying about Stolen Generations. My concern is those people who don't experience any level of disadvantage in their community, and then they tick a box.
Yes to your initial question around the DSS. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe.
There are a lot of big sporting organisations still receiving funding, black money from the National Indigenous Australians Agency. $7.4 million went to the AFL. $1.9 million for the NRL Cowboys, and almost $3 million for the good old Brisbane Broncos. Wonder how they won the grand final, maybe with a bit of black money. That's a lot of money. And also for the former Origin greats, Artie Academy in Queensland. So all up, it's about $15.8 million. Is that right? Or is this black comedy again?
Thank you, Senator. Ali Jenkins, Group Manager for Social Policy. So we do fund a range of different sporting organisations. I didn't catch all of the organisations that you indicated. The activities that we fund are to do with either supporting employment activities or school attendance, or supporting secondary students who are boarding away from home, usually because they live in a remote community and don't otherwise have access
my point is,
to secondary
Ms
education.
Jenkins, is our people are struggling. We've got people in morgues because families can't afford to bury our people. And we're given $15.8 million to massive corporations with millions of dollars in their bank accounts, and our people can't bury our old people or even our young people. So my point is, why are we giving money to the AFL, the Broncos, and all of those big sporting codes who get lots of financial incentives from gambling and other big corporations? They can afford to do this. Out of the goodness of their hearts, they can employ a few black fellas. Why do they need black money to do that? That is my point.
So the activities...
Minister, can you answer this, Minister, please?
Sure, Senator Thorpe.
It's outrageous.
Well, there are Indigenous men and women within the sporting fraternity who want to be able to step out. Jonathan Thurston, for example, with Cowboys House in Townsville.
You're missing my point too.
No, I'm not.
Sorry.
No, hang on. You asked me a question. You asked me a question.
I'm going to ask you to let the Minister answer the question. Minister.
And so it's important that there is support for those programs that enable our young people, especially in programs like that, to get through school, if they're boarding away from home, there is potential for being able to fund them and support them.
They can afford it. They can afford it.
Senator Thorpe, the federal government is able to provide funding. Why shouldn't Indigenous men and women sports people who've made it also seek funding from the federal government?
Because AFL can afford it. NRL can afford it. Our communities who can't bury their people can't afford it.
Hang on, Senator Thorpe.
That's who I care about.
No.
It's not the AFL or the NRL.
And I'll ask you both to stop.
Have a bit of heart.
We're not going to be sitting here yelling at each other. You have genuine questions. Senator Thorpe, that is enough. You have genuine questions, and there are answers. There are answers that you may wish to hear. You will ask your questions, which is absolutely your right, genuine questions about issues that you see as being critically important, and the people at the table, including the minister, are here to answer those questions.
Jonathan Thurston's
Senator Thorpe, you do not get Senator Thorpe. You do not get to determine if you don't like the answer, then try some follow-up questions. But it is there. You are asking a question, and they are well within their rights to answer the question. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Thorpe may not like the answer, but I have answered her question.
Okay.
Did you have anything further, Ms Jenkins? And I don't mean in terms of a lengthy, is there any pithy points that you would like to make?
I can highlight a range of the activities that we fund. So through the Brisbane Broncos,
I've got those. Thank you.
There's a Girls' Academy which supports over 2,000 students.
Yeah, she has those already.
In the interest of time, thank you. So they run some pretty deadly programs according to the minister, but they're also multi-million-dollar organisations. So the Brisbane Broncos is the wealthiest NRL club with a 2024 profit of $8.3 million and a CEO on $700K. Why are multi-million-dollar sporting clubs and non-black charities getting black money? When our people are dying, you can't even close the gap. You're not giving money to the communities who can self-determine their own destiny, their own future. You are giving it to Brisbane Broncos and the AFL. How is that helping our people, Minister?
We are giving money across the board, across Australia, Chair. It is important for all Australians, whether they're sporting people or whether they're ordinary Australians, to be involved and assist with our communities. Our communities also receive funding across the board, and we do what we can at the federal level and obviously also rely on the state and territory jurisdictions.
Thank you. I have two more questions, Chair. Thanks. Moving over to the TKKZ in the Torres Strait. Is Miss Birch, the Head of Operations and Delivery for North Queensland, present? Because that would help. If not, someone else may be able to answer, but since TKKZ presented its proposal in August last year, what work has happened internally to progress this proposal? Specifically, what engagement have you had with the Torres Strait Regional Authority, and has a decision been made on whether to enter into a formal partnership with TKKZ in the name of self-determination, which you wave the flag of?
Thank you, Senator. Kevin Brahm, Operations and Delivery Deputy CEO. Yes, we have been actively engaging with the Torres Strait Regional Authority and the organisation that you've mentioned and the Bishop on a number of occasions. Obviously, it's a matter that the Torres Strait Islander Regional Authority is considering around the business case, and they've met a couple of times, and we've facilitated a few meetings with the Torres Strait Regional Authority and the Bishop and his organisation. And I can provide details of when those meetings have occurred. I just don't have them with me at the moment.
If you wouldn't mind, because the staff are telling me that they can't get through to NIAA or TSRA and still don't have a response to their proposal. So what you're saying and what the staff are saying are probably a bit different there, I would say.
Depends who we're meeting with. We may not be meeting with the staff, we may be meeting with their managers, or we may be meeting with the bishop.
With the bishop?
Yes.
So are you able to get back to the bishop on the proposal, a response in a timely manner, because they have been waiting for a period of time?
Yes.
And it's...
Yes, we will.
Thank you. And I'll just ask some questions on closing the gap, the federal government's issue with Aboriginal people, not Aboriginal issues. We don't have issues in this country. The colonisers are the ones with issues that oppress us. So I just want to correct the start of this session saying this is about Indigenous issues. We're not the ones, we are not the issue. So as part of closing the gap, the federal government provides funding to states and territories that is supposed to support CTG outcomes. However, it's incredibly hard to find out what's under CTG and what's not. So the transparency is not there. On a state level, particularly in my so-called state of Victoria, it's impossible to determine what funding's been provided, and it is not labelled as such in terms of CTG. So can you tell me, please, how much funding has the Labor government provided in total each financial year since being elected in 2022 towards CTG, including through funding to states and territories for this purpose? Is that a possibility?
So, Senator, as you've rightly pointed out, the Closing the Gap is a national agreement. So the Commonwealth, the states and territories and local government are all responsible for making commitments towards closing the gap. Certainly I know at the Commonwealth level we have been responsible at NIAA for whole of government coordination for the annual report and implementation plan under Closing the Gap. I do have Dr Gordon
I'll
here
just
as well.
jump in. Sorry,
Yep.
Senator, I might just jump in there because, and it's an important question, this, because with the agreement under Ken Wyatt, there was no funding set aside, and that has been problematic as part of the agreement. So it is right that you should ask this question around it, and it is the frustration in terms of trying to reach out to states and territories about adhering to the agreement. There's no penalty in the agreement, and what I'm trying to do now is look at the funding, the federal funding arrangements that are made with each state and territory over whatever the agreement might be, as to how we can input into that so that there is some kind of penalty with regards to why you're not achieving these targets. It's an ongoing conversation, but I'm happy to keep being scrutinised on it, because I do think that is a gap within that agreement.
So we're 3 years into your new government and there's still no accountability or transparency around closing the gap money going to states and territories on what they're spending it on, and we have a gap that was never going to close.
There's no, but closing the gap funding is not actually a part of the agreement. This is what we've got to manoeuvre now in terms of the federal funding arrangements, and that's what I want to see happen going forward, so that there can be these levers pulled to make sure those targets are being met.
So are you able to provide on notice how much money is going to states and territories?
We can certainly have a look at the funding more broadly. Do you mean across government? Because NIAA would only have a specific...
If say, Victoria gets a bucket of money for closing the gap,
yep,
and there's no accountability or transparency around that, then how are we closing the so-called gap?
Senator, thanks for the question. Simon Gordon, Group Manager of Strategy Group. There's a couple of different aspects, I think, to look at here. On the accountability front, each state and territory is required to develop an annual report and implementation plan. So the Commonwealth tabled that in February. That has our 194 actions. You'd be aware of that. And then each year we report back on the implementation of those. Every state and territory is required to develop one of those annual reports and implementation plans as well. That's a primary mechanism for checking right across every party to the national agreement, what they've done in the previous year, or in some cases 3 years. On the question of expenditure, the last time an exercise was undertaken to look at the total expenditure being spent on closing the gap was the last thorough process was in 2017. It was called the Indigenous Expenditure Report that was released. I understand it took around 2 years to undertake. It's quite a comprehensive process. So in the absence of that, it is really difficult to get that complete picture of every dollar that's being spent by every party. The other thing I'd point you to is each year the Commonwealth Government puts out a First Nations budget fact sheet which outlines the amount that was allocated through the budget for First Nations issues across all portfolios.
Thanks. Good luck with it.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Pocock. Oh, back to Senator Waters. Thank you. We are going to run this session out till 11. So you might want to think about if there's any questions you may be able to put on notice.
Thanks, Chair.
But please go ahead.
Thanks. Hi again, folks. Just some questions now about Murujuga and the North West Shelf approval. The Environment Minister's statement of reasons approving that North West Shelf extension referred to a submission from NIAA. What issues did NIAA raise? And can you table a copy of both the submission and any correspondence that you had with the Minister?
I'll get Mr Kerrigan to respond.
Sorry, Senator, could I just get you to repeat that question?
Yes. What issues did NIAA raise with the Environment Minister in relation to Murujuga Rock Art in the context of him approving Woodside's North West Shelf project?
Sure. Sorry, Senator, I'll just find the appropriate page. So the decision on the Woodside Energy North West Shelf project extension under the EPBC Act was the responsibility of the Minister for Environment and Water, and so I would suggest that questions are directed towards them.
Yes, so NIAA made a submission to the Minister about that decision. What did that submission say?
Senator, I might be able to
yes, please.
Add something to that. So typically the agency does receive requests to or invitations to comment when there are projects under the EPBC Act. Mm-hmm. Usually we could take on notice the specifics of that submission, but generally what our comments go to is encouraging early and genuine consultation with all relevant stakeholders. We might draw attention to any particular native title determinations there may be in the general. We've got guidance on our website as well around the kinds of things we're asking people to consider, and it's generally going to free, prior and informed consent related issues. But we could find for you on notice the specifics.
Thank you. Well, I'm hopeful that you can find it perhaps right now.
We are just trying to find that at the moment. Sorry, Senator.
Okay, thanks. While you do that, I also would like to see a copy of that submission. So if you could table that, please, as well as any other correspondence that NIAA had with the Environment Minister pertaining to Murujuga Rock Art, yes, specifically in relation to North West Shelf, as opposed to the World Heritage listing. Thank you. Was NIAA consulted regarding the conditions of the Section 10 declaration of parts of Murujuga under the ATSI Heritage Protection Act?
No, Senator, I believe not.
Would you normally be consulted about Section 10s?
Not generally. So if the agency was aware of somebody who wanted to lodge one, we would let DQ know, but it is a matter for the Environment and Water Minister. The agency doesn't have a formal role.
Okay, thank you. Any luck finding that submission?
We will get the submission tabled.
Okay, do you have it in front of you? Because I'd like to know what issues...
No, we don't as yet. We're just finding that now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, I'll go into a few other questions while you're bringing that up. The landmark High Court decision in Commonwealth and Yunupingu confirmed that the government may be liable to compensate First Nations people for loss of native title rights as a result of historical government decisions. Has NIAA provided any support or advice to First Nations communities to understand that decision and how it might impact them?
Senator, the NIAA then provides funding to the National Native Title Council, who have conducted workshops on native title compensation with a number of PBCs around the country. The NIAA also funds the native title representative bodies and service providers, and part of their function is to provide facilitation and assistance to native title holders. That then includes then to consider compensation matters. And so there are different projects in place that then do provide general support and specific support for native title holders, as well as then awareness of native title compensation through that NNTC workshops that have previously been held.
Okay, thank you. Could you please let me know, or perhaps take on notice, how much funding you've provided in relation to workshops pertaining to that particular High Court case?
The funding that's provided is for native title compensation, has been as part of native title compensation generally. That wasn't then specifically provided post the High Court's decision.
So has anything been done by NIAA in relation to that High Court decision to advise communities what their rights might be?
In forums that have then been held post the High Court's decision, that certainly then, in PBC forums then, we certainly, and the NNTC also certainly talks about the where native title compensation, the status and then next steps, but the detail, as you'd be aware, Senator, the High Court's decision has been referred back to the Federal Court, and that continues to then work through as a legal proceeding.
Okay, so you mentioned that it's been raised in fora by the PBCs and by the NNTT, but not by NIAA specifically? Just after what you've done to help communities understand their rights.
The NNTC usually would play quite a strong role in then talking about native title compensation. Where it's raised in PBC forums, we would then talk about it. We would then certainly talk about the significance of the case, but as I said, it's a matter that continues to be before the courts.
Okay, so you would normally, but have you, is the question. Have you done
I would
anything?
need to take on notice whether it was NIAA or NNTC that might have spoken about it at recent forums.
Okay, thank you. But you're waiting to see what the Federal Court says, essentially, before you actually do something substantial. Is that right?
We continue to engage across the Commonwealth. At the Attorney General's Department is the lead in relation to the matter and to compensation.
Okay.
But we certainly continue to engage across the Commonwealth and then consider opportunities for engagement, as well as then our work with the native title rep bodies and service providers who are funded to then deliver assistance to native title holders.
Okay, thank you. Can we come back to that submission?
Yes, Senator, we're just getting that information, but I'll make sure that we get that before the end of today's session at 11.
Okay, thank you. Just in relation to Indigenous philanthropy, the PC inquiry into philanthropy recommended that the Australian Government establish an independent First Nations-led organisation to help build relationships and partnerships with philanthropic networks. Has NIAA been involved in any discussions to progress that recommendation?
No, Senator, not that I'm aware of. I mean, we work with philanthropy on a range of different issues, including early childhood care and development, where there are initiatives under the Department of Social Services, which NIAA is also involved in, which do involve philanthropy.
Okay. And the new or revised, rather, Indigenous procurement policy released in July, have you provided any advice to government departments to assist them in applying that revised policy to identify First Nations-led businesses?
Yes, I've just get the relevant colleagues to the table.
Thank you. I've just got one more on the same issue and then I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Shane Dexter, Branch Manager, Business and Economic Policy. Your question was about what support we've provided to other agencies to implement government's reforms?
Yes, to identify First Nations-led businesses pursuant to that procurement policy.
Yes, so thank you. The government did announce reforms, as you know, in February this year to strengthen the Indigenous procurement policy. That included strengthening the eligibility criteria. It's currently 50% Indigenous owned is the eligibility criteria, and from 1 July next year it will transition to 51% owned and controlled. We've updated the guidance material, the policy document itself online to flag those changes, and we've commenced working not only across government agencies but also with stakeholders in the broader community about what the impact of those changes will be. We've recently advised through a website and by speaking to relevant stakeholders that the government will be undertaking an approach to market to get a provider for providing the verification services for that service going forward as well. The details of that approach to market have not yet been determined, but when they are, we'll be providing that information as well.
Okay, just timeframes. Will that be in place before the 1 July timeframe?
So the transition to the new eligibility criteria will commence from the 1st of July next year. The detail about how that will flow out will be determined through that approach to market process. Some of the uncertainty around that is how quickly a provider might be ready to provide those enhanced verification services. So whilst the transition will definitely commence on the 1st of July, the detail of that's yet to be determined.
So are you saying you might not have the verification processes in place before the new rules commence? How will you be able to expend any funds then?
So, Senator, with the approach to market and the fact that we don't yet have a provider to talk to about how quickly they can ramp up those services, we don't know exactly what that transition from the 1st of July will look like, but the transition will commence on the 1st of July next year.
Okay, so you're going to get an independent body to help with the verification process rather than have the departments themselves run that process?
So since the start of the IPP in 2015, we've always had an independent party provide those verification services. Okay. Our current provider is Supply Nation and has been the provider for those services since the IPP was introduced in 2015. It's the government's intention to continue to have those services provided at arm's length.
Okay, but not by that same body?
Well, there will be an approach to market, and if the same body was to apply, then they'd be considered.
And just lastly, have you undertaken an audit of existing procurement arrangements against the new criteria?
We do have some information about the number of businesses that we think will that already meet the new criteria. I have a lot of information in front of me, but so Supply Nation is our current provider. Senator provides a register for us which identifies which registered businesses meet the current criteria. As I said, that's 50% owned. They also certify businesses to a high standard of 51% owned, managed and controlled. Mm-hmm. So whilst we don't have an immediate proxy to know exactly how many businesses might meet the new criteria, I could take on notice the exact figure. I know it's in my figure somewhere, but I don't want to. Sorry, I do have it. 86% of First Nations businesses registered with Supply Nation are already 51% First Nations owned, and 25% are already certified, meaning they are already 51% owned and controlled, as well as managed. So it indicates that most of the businesses that are already meet the criteria would meet the new criteria as well. Okay. We won't know the detail of that until we actually implement it.
Sure. Well, perhaps if you take on notice my actual question, which was an audit of the existing procurement arrangements, as in folk have already received funding, how many of them would meet the new criteria? Not how many are on Supply Nation's database as meeting the criteria, but how many who've actually already received government support would meet the new criteria. On notice is fine for that.
Because we will need to read.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Senator, we'll do our best. I'll just note that a complexity with that is that the business structures change over time, and that a business that might now meet that criteria may not have when it was contracted with the government over time. So we'll look to see what will be as helpful as we can in providing that analysis.
Thanks very much.
Great. Senator, just as you rotate, we do now have that submission, so we'll have that.
Great. Can you just...
No,
because I can't come back
we're going to
Senator Little.
No, we're going to Senator Little. We'll have to come back to you. You've gone way over your 10 minutes. We have to be fair and share the call. Senator Little.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question about business development and procurement. We know that the Albanese government is failing to retain Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander staff within the APS at the level previously. We know that those Indigenous staff are not being retained as they have previously. And we know from the ANO that there's been a failure to minimise exemptions from mandatory minimum requirements under the Coalition's Indigenous procurement policy. Can you tell me who's actually responsible for that and who can explain what's happened?
Senator, thank you for the question. So I think your question was going to the Indigenous employment as well as Indigenous businesses in the supply chain.
Employment,
under the
retention and the contracts that are available to Indigenous businesses.
Under the Indigenous procurement policy. Thank you, Senator. I was just making sure I was answering the right question. So the mandatory minimum Indigenous participation requirements is one of 3 aspects of the IPP. There are targets that the Commonwealth and all portfolios need to meet. There's a mandatory set-aside that contracts between $80,000 and $200,000 need to go to an Indigenous business first before they can go to the broader market. The third element is mandatory minimum Indigenous participation requirements in large contracts. What that requires is that for contracts over $7.5 million in 19 industry categories have participation requirements in them, and businesses can meet them in 2 ways. One is through Indigenous employment and one is through having Indigenous businesses in their supply chains. What the ANAO found is that there were $70 billion worth of contracts that were assessed as being exempted from those requirements by the contracting agency. Now, that assessment isn't undertaken by the NIAA, it's undertaken by the Commonwealth agency that's actually doing the contracting. To break that down, so over the period of time that the audit considered, which is since the 1st of July 2016, there was about $600 billion worth of purchasing that the Commonwealth did. There were 2,353 Commonwealth contracts that were within the relevant industry categories and over $7.5 million. So they were provisionally subject to MMRs. Of those, 1,481 were noted by the contracting agency as being exempt. But of those exemptions, 66% were actually noted in our reporting system as being exempt because the policy actually meant that they were exempt. So, for example, they were below $7.5 million. They were subject to paragraph 2.6 of the Commonwealth procurement rules, which relates to things like national security and defence. There were being delivered...
But who determined that? Who determines that?
The contracting agency determines that, Senator.
Can you go to, under the mandatory set-aside requirements, how many contracts, can you tell me how many contracts that sat within the criteria for being offered under those arrangements actually went to Indigenous businesses?
I do have that information, but that's a separate question to what you asked about.
That's right. That's where I want to get to now. The mandatory set-aside.
The mandatory set-aside. Okay. So I do have some information about... I've got a wonderful table somewhere. Apologies, Senator. That's the wrong table. Senator, I'll need to take the detail on notice, but what we've found is that we have conducted an analysis of the contracts going to Indigenous businesses within that band, and then also for the band below that, the 10,000 to 80,000, and then the band above it, the 200 to 300 or 200 to 500,000. What we found is within that mandatory set-aside, about double of the number of contracts are going to Indigenous businesses as are either side of that. So we do know that that policy is having an impact in terms of changing behaviours of Commonwealth procurement officers to make them look for an Indigenous business that can provide those services.
Data to me?
I can provide the data to your notice. Apologies, I can't put my fingers on it immediately.
All right. So there are around 2/3 of Indigenous businesses. I know the approach through the government is as if everybody's a cookie cutter type business, but there are 2/3 of Indigenous businesses that have no engagement with Supply Nation, don't meet the criteria for reasons of the reality of running a business. You might actually want to be in a joint venture where the idea is of a 51% is not an option. So you're actually excluding a lot of people. Have you actually given any consideration to how you're actually going to assist some of and those businesses raise, that the biggest issue for them is raising capital. Have you actually got anything in the pipeline that actually deals with those 2/3 of businesses that do all the things that those ones that are registered with Supply Nation do, but who don't have any assistance that is through NIAA to do that?
Yeah, so we do know, I've mentioned some data before that according to the Dylan Dewar Centre at the University of Melbourne, there might be about 14,000 Indigenous businesses in the economy at the moment. There's about 5,300 that are registered on the Supply Nation database at the moment. So it's a not insignificant number, but it's the minority of Indigenous businesses out there. There might be a number of reasons why a business chooses not to be registered. There are lots of businesses that actually aren't engaged and aren't interested in being engaged in the Commonwealth supply chain, so there might not be any benefit to those businesses actually going through the process of having themselves registered or certified by Supply Nation. I think part of your question, and I'm attempting to be as helpful as I can.
Look, I met with 3 businesses in the Kimberley. None of them were engaged. And part of the reason was because the regulatory approval that actually surrounds actually even participating. They were just getting on with doing their jobs.
Senator, there are a range of things that we are going to look at, obviously under the new economic partnership agreement, which I referred to in the opening statement. One of those specific issues for looking at in the first immediate set of actions, which is actually tabled in the agreement itself and it's available on the Treasury website, is in fact things around the Indigenous procurement policy and also supports to Indigenous businesses more generally. So in terms of those businesses who may not be eligible under the IPP at this point in time, also looking at the reforms that are being foreshadowed, there is still ongoing conversations that will happen under the Economic Partnership Agreement on what are the necessary supports from government to Indigenous businesses or First Nations businesses. That question around access to capital is one of the things that our partnership agreement is also going to be looking at as part of its forward work plan.
Right. I wanted to ask a question about family violence. Can somebody help me with that, please? And it's more to do with your contracts. If that helps you. I'm interested in understanding, we all know that domestic and family violence is at catastrophic levels across this country, but it is worse in some of our communities, sadly. I have a personal position that not a single person who is a perpetrator of violence with a conviction should be sitting on a board that receives taxpayer-funded money, so I'll put that right up front, because you're actually, by that step, giving amplification and status to people who don't deserve it, and you're basically putting those people in front of victim survivors. I want to understand how much work is being done to make sure that the organisations that the NIAA funds have working with children's checks, and not just because they tick a box and tell you that they've done it. And what do you do to organisations that actually have people on their boards that are known perpetrators? Do you take any action to put pressure on those boards that allow that to happen, to remove those people or make them so uncomfortable they remove themselves, to open space for people who deserve to be on those boards, who don't have the power and influence and haven't built it, in some cases through stepping all over those victim survivors? I want to understand what this agency is doing, given I believe those 4 targets going in the wrong direction are directly related to family violence. What are you doing to make sure those organisations that the Commonwealth funds have working with children's checks, and that perpetrators are not the people with all the artefacts of privilege who are making decisions courtesy of taxpayer money?
So, Senator, I'll get Mr McMichael to respond, but we do have a range of, as we spoke about earlier, checks ahead of entering into contracts with organisations and individuals. We also have requirements in head agreements as part of our contracting, so Mr McMichael will provide further details on that.
Yes, Senator, we do, as part of our contract, we do have clauses and provisions in relation to limits on employing certain people and also requiring compliance with working with vulnerable people, laws and requirements for staff. And we do check with, every single provider has those provisions within their contract. We do check with through a statement of compliance process annually on compliance with that process. And we've had this in place since 2018 under the Commonwealth's Child Safe framework. Every year we require providers to get their CEO of the organisation to confirm that they are complying with all their obligations with working with vulnerable people and with their work health and safety requirements as well. We verify this, so where we do have cases where we've got late responses to those, we'd go through the usual process under our contract to seek remedy and breach, and then we would escalate that through the usual pathway where a provider is not complying with the clauses.
So how many times have you done that in the last financial year?
I'd need to take that number on notice, Senator. The other steps that we take is through our site visits. So every grant where we see there's significant risk,
so if you can just tell me how many times you've done that, not the process, okay? I want to know the implementation.
I can. Sam may have that. Sorry, Mr. White may have that.
Sam White, Branch Manager, Integrity Group. So in 2024, we engaged with 5 providers where we had compliance issues with Section 68D of our head agreement, which is the particular clause that Mr Mickle was referring to.
Right, okay. Does the NIAA know of, or any of the people sitting in front of here or any people behind that have informed you, know of anyone who is either on a board funded by taxpayers, a CEO of an organisation funded by taxpayers, or is on a government-appointed board or advisory group funded by taxpayers to be there, maybe as a per diem, where there is currently an investigation underway into their conduct?
Senator, I think we'd have to take that question on notice, given the nature of what you've asked, just in terms of working through the information that we've got on providers and then who's on those boards for those providers.
I'm asking if you are aware at this point in time of any, not just do you have any?
I'm not aware at this point in time, Senator.
Nobody is aware?
Senator Little, we are going to have to
can I just
wrap it up.
Can I just get
this?
Nobody's aware? You can get that for me? You'll ask?
I think the official said he's going to take it on notice. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. 2 quick things. One, just for the ease of senators, on the issue of closing the gap, we've collated all 8 schedules for the 8 estimates committees into one pack for everybody. Within this pack, each of the schedules nominates the time on the schedule at which closing the gap targets have been allocated. The total time allocated over the 4 days of estimates this week equals 22 hours of issues related that would normally have been dealt with on the cross-portfolio Friday. This is well in extent of the less than 7 hours that was normally allocated. But I do appreciate that the 8 schedules over 8 different parts of the website, so we have collated it into one so that people can easily follow it and make sure they've got the right times in front of them for when closing the gap issues are being debated in each of the Senate Estimates committees. We're going to give Senator Pocock a few minutes. We are going to break at 11:05, and we are going to return at 11:20 with PM&C. But Senator Waters was expecting a document. Are we tabling that document? Yep.
I think we're taking on notice and tabling it. I'm sorry, Senator. I think we'll have to table it after the session.
So I can't ask you any questions about it.
Well,
it's a bit unacceptable.
We'll go to Senator Pocock. Maybe you can discuss. Senator Pocock, please.
A couple of questions in relation to housing. So I'm not sure whether that means other people coming to the table. In the opening statement, you made reference to the $4 billion Northern Territory remote housing package to build 2,700 homes, and your statement says that in the first year 222 homes were built across 30 communities and 3 town camps. Can you tell me what proportion of the budget has been spent towards those 222 homes?
Thank you very much, Senator. The Northern Territory Government is paid in arrears, and they have not yet submitted a milestone payment request in relation to those houses. So we don't have that figure to hand.
Have they all been built from scratch within the period of that financial year?
They are all new dwellings.
They're all new dwellings. And they're all complete?
Yes. I should clarify. We do go through a verification process once those reports are submitted to us. We haven't undertaken that full verification process. This is the detail of that has been submitted to us by the Northern Territory Government.
Thank you. Can you tell me the average price of those 222 dwellings?
So I will need to look a little bit through my... I will just say a rough amount is about $850,000 per dwelling, but it's probably within sort of 5 to 10% of that range, but it's around about the $850,000 mark.
So you're within 5 to 10% of $850,000 per dwelling.
That's right.
Could you provide on notice a breakdown of where those houses are located in the Territory?
That should not be a problem,
Great.
and we should be able to get that amount, the specifics of that dollar amount to you, very shortly.
And are there any issues in relation to this program that have made it difficult to implement? How's the labour supply going? Do you want to make any comment on how that program is evolving? I note that it's 8% of the 100% over the 10-year period, so a little bit under. How is it unfolding?
So we would say generally very, very positively. There are some challenges with accessing communities during the wet season or other weather events, and so that is why the number of houses that were delivered during this period was a little bit lower than we had expected. Employment is a big challenge. There are really a very strong program of supporting jobs within the Northern Territory and also Aboriginal employment. So making sure that we can get the appropriate supply of employment is also really important. I think the other things that are over the horizon for us is also about the availability of blocks. For the next few years, there's a high availability of blocks that can be built on more immediately. Over the longer term, it will require a higher degree of effort to make sure that those blocks are located and we continue to have that solid pipeline of delivery.
Senator Pocock, if I could just jump in as well. We do have the Joint Steering Committee established between the Commonwealth and the NT, and on the Joint Steering Committee, which I met with last month, I think, although it could be a bit longer, the way the year's going. You've got the 4 land councils, you've got Aboriginal Housing NT, and then you have the Northern Territory and the Feds represented on it. They have expressed some concern as a Joint Steering Committee to me in terms of just a couple of things. One is homelands and outstations is a big one. That's not incorporated in the $4 billion partnership plan at present. But I've said to the land councils, because they're on the Joint Steering Committee, they should actually work with the other partners on the Joint Steering Committee to look at that. But I am very conscious of homelands and outstations being an area that we should follow through with as well. And the other thing that did come up through that joint steering committee is the issue around water. I'm so conscious of Central Australia in particular, where we've got water issues, like in places like Yuendamu, Yullamu, others, when we need to build in these areas. So you've got the central region just wanting to make sure they do get the housing, and we want to make sure too, but we have to ensure the water and water quality is also there, just for your information.
Are you talking about long-term water supply to places you're building homes?
Yeah.
Are there Aboriginal labour procurement obligations on these projects? You're indicating that's your intention of the program. Are there obligations that are specified?
So the Northern Territory Government manages those contracts, and they do have expectations around certain proportions of Aboriginal employment or Aboriginal business outcomes that are attached.
So on notice, could you give me an indication about how that is panning out? Because clearly it's Commonwealth money. There's a strong interest in seeing procurement go that way. And just briefly, a second set of questions around...
Senator Pocock, we really are hard up against it.
I will be quick. It's in relation to the heat impact and the nature of housing construction. We know from that very disturbing 7:30 report recently about this was in Tennant Creek. Housing was it was really disturbing to watch that report and see the way people are living. What steps are you taking, looking to the future, to ensure that not only the housing we are building, but also the existing housing is made suitable for living in the changing climate?
No, good point. That was actually the third part of the point raised with me at the Joint Steering Committee, or I raised with them actually once we talked about Central Australia in particular, but it's not just Central Australia, it's Barkly, it's everywhere in the top end, the heat and the increase in the heat that families are feeling. So what I did say was that I'd like to work with Minister Bowen on that in terms of renewables. We see that with Sun Cable in the Barkly in particular, working with traditional owners there, that I want to see these houses appropriately fitted so that there is consideration in sort of renewables.
So I'm asking, clearly renewable energy will assist possibly air conditioning and so on, but there are a whole bunch of other construction elements that are critical also that aren't just about renewal, but making it safe to occupy.
So design elements are also a part of the Joint Steering Committee's responsibilities as well.
So could on notice ask what steps are being taken and how they are evolving? Thank you, Chair. Thanks for indulging.
Thank you. That's okay. I would just, we're now tabling the completed initiatives in Central Australia planned packages as of the 16th of September as requested. And also, can we just clarify the document that Senator Waters was looking for? Are you taking that on notice or are you tabling it today?
Taking that on notice.
Taking that on notice. Okay, we are now going to break and we will return at 11:25 with PM&C, and I now release NIAA from estimates. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Welcome back. I would like to welcome Senator the Honourable Penny Wong, Minister for Foreign Affairs, representing the Prime Minister, and Ms Nadine Williams, Deputy Secretary, and also welcome to all the other officers of the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. We have a number of hours here today for questions, but we will start with opening statements. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members. Chair, I thought whilst we obviously will deal with the Middle East on Friday with DFAT estimates, I did want to, given today's date, pause on the second anniversary, October 7, and to reflect upon the atrocities inflicted by Hamas. As the Prime Minister said this morning, 7th October 2023 was a day of pain and terror for Jewish people around the world. Over 1,200 innocent people were killed, over 1,100 Israelis, the largest loss of Jewish life on any single day since the Holocaust. Australian Galit Garboni amongst them, tragically murdered on this day 2 years ago. We unequivocally condemn the terrorist group Hamas's actions, and we call again for the release of hostages immediately and with dignity. It is beyond comprehension, I think, for all of us, how hostages have been isolated and captive for 2 years and what their loved ones have endured in an agony of waiting and not knowing. Australia welcomes progress on President Trump's plan to bring peace to Gaza and to bring the hostages home. We welcome the support of the international community, including members of the Arab League, the Palestinian Authority and Muslim nations in our own region. So today is a day of mourning and reflection, and we also reaffirm a fundamental principle of our shared humanity: every innocent life matters. The government has consistently called for a ceasefire, for the release of all hostages and for the protection of all civilians. The number of Palestinian civilians who have lost their lives over the last 2 years is beyond the world's worst fears. We unequivocally reject the terror perpetrated by Hamas. Hamas do not represent the Palestinian people nor act in their interests. Australia remains committed to a two-state solution as a path to an enduring peace. 2 states, Israel and Palestine, living peacefully side by side in peace with prosperity and security for all their people. Since the atrocities of October 7, Jewish Australians have felt the cold shadows of anti-Semitism reaching into this present day. This is unacceptable and it is un-Australian and needs to be condemned by all. We've also seen appalling attempts by the Iranian regime to direct anti-Semitic attacks on Australian soil, dangerous interference which we have made clear will not be tolerated. Following the Prime Minister's announcement in August, the Attorney-General will this week introduce legislation to enable the government to list foreign state entities as state sponsors of terrorism under the Criminal Code 1995. Chair, today also marks the first estimates hearing following the federal election. It is a re-elected Albanese Labor government which has been entrusted by the Australian people to continue building Australia's future, to secure Australia's place in the world and to keep Australians safe. The government is determined that 2025 will be a year of delivery. We are delivering on the commitments Australians voted for on the 3rd of May, cutting taxes for every Australian taxpayer, cutting student debt by 20%, protecting weekend and overtime pay by enshrining penalty rates into law. We are strengthening Medicare and ensuring medicines are the cheapest they have been since 2004. We are supporting Australians in the cost of living and getting more Australians into their own home. This is why we fast-tracked our 5% deposit plan for all Australian first-home buyers starting last week. Delivery is what drives this government. It is how we look to repay the trust that has been placed in us by the Australian people, and how we demonstrate that a focused and reforming government can make a practical and positive difference to people's lives. We have done this together, and this government is intent on securing the progress we have made and pushing forward in the national interest together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Williams, would you care to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Nadine Williams, Deputy Secretary, Economy, Industry and Resilience Group within the Department. We have a number of other members of the PMC Executive in attendance for this session who will be able to answer your questions today. That includes Blair Excel, Deputy Secretary, Social Policy, Pauline Sullivan, Acting Deputy Secretary and Chief Operating Officer, Governance and Corporate, and Kendra Moroney, Acting Deputy Secretary, International and Security. The department also has other senior officials here to assist the committee. Officers from the Office for Women and the Australian Government Consulting will be appearing tomorrow, with portfolio agencies under the responsibility of the Minister for Women and the Minister for Public Service, respectively. And if the committee wishes, I have the PMC's organisational chart here, should you wish it to be tabled. I would also just note that following recent changes to the PMC executive since last estimates, Professor Glyn Davies, AC, has resigned as Secretary of the Department, and Dr Stephen Kennedy, PSM, commenced as the 23rd Secretary of PMC on the 16th of June 2025. Graham Fletcher, former Deputy Secretary, International and Security, has also resigned from the Public Service, and his last day with the Department was the 8th of August. I would also note for the committee's awareness that as of last Monday, on the 29th of September, the Defence and Veterans Services Commission commenced as an independent entity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will now go to questions, and we'll start with Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Minister, and thank you, Ms Williams. If I could, Ms Williams, turn to the topic of the Australian ISIS brides and their children who are believed to have been at the Al Roj camp in Syria. Reporting now has that they are in Australia. Can Prime Minister and Cabinet please advise what the current status is of these individuals, noting in particular that the Prime Minister has previously stated that reports indicating their imminent return were, and I quote, not accurate?
Certainly, Senator.
Ms Williams, unfortunately, your microphone is broken.
Right.
It was working previously. Apparently, it is not now.
What did you do in the last hearing, Chair?
Well, no, it was working then.
That's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
did something happen?
Something must have happened.
Do you want to?
I wonder if you could switch to the other side just while we see if
or
we
do you want me to
can't.
move down? No, then you
Yeah,
still have a gap.
very quiet.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
I don't mind going there, then you don't need to listen to them. Maybe you have a silent day.
I'll have a little spin in that chair, thanks.
Okay, does this one work?
Yes, it does.
That's much better. Thank you. Thank you.
Then I can't talk to her.
I was going to say, you might want to go the other side.
Would you rather I go?
Yeah, would you mind all doing
I think that might be easier.
Is that all right? It is going to be a bit weird.
Thank you.
Now, the superstitious part of me thinks this might be the day that, you know, Senator Cash really gets to me. You know,
I can't
I'm
hear
very
you. Hold on.
superstitious. I'm making a joke, McCarthy.
So I couldn't hear it. No, quite genuinely couldn't hear it.
Nothing nefarious.
I'm sure we'll get that.
And we will endeavour to fix the microphone.
Oh, yeah. This is a little odd. You're my left-hand person now, not my right-hand
You'll
person.
be right. Okay. All right, Senator.
Thank you, Ms Williams.
I may pass to Ms Moroney to answer that question. Thank you.
Kendra Moroney, Acting Deputy Secretary, International and Security. In relation to your question on the status, we would not comment on individual circumstances due to privacy reasons.
I'm not asking you to comment, Ms Moroney, on the individual circumstances. I'm asking you whether or not the reports that they are now back in Australia are true.
Senator, as I said, we wouldn't provide detail on individual cases.
I'm not asking you again to provide any detail. I find it almost astounding that the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet is not able to confirm whether or not the Australian ISIS brides and their children are now back in Australia. Are you saying that the media reporting is wrong?
Senator, I'm not commenting on the details of the media reporting, just that we wouldn't normally comment on individual circumstances due to privacy reasons.
And again, I'm not asking you for their names. I'm not asking where they are at this point in time. I'm asking, does the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet know whether or not the ISIS brides are back in Australia?
Senator, we are, of course, aware of all the media reporting, and I would just say again that we wouldn't provide commentary on the circumstances of that case due to privacy reasons.
Minister, on behalf of the Prime Minister, is the Prime Minister aware if the ISIS brides and their children are now back in Australia?
First, obviously the department can't comment for the reasons Ms Moroney has outlined. I think what Mr Burke has said publicly is that it is well known that there are individuals who are seeking to return to Australia. Obviously there are community and some third parties who have been advocating for these people. Agencies are aware of who the persons of interest are, and agencies are satisfied that they're prepared if any of these find their way home to return.
Again, I'm going to ask, are you able to advise whether or not, on behalf of the Prime Minister, the government has knowledge, and in particular the Prime Minister, that the Australian ISIS brides and their children are now back in Australia?
We don't comment on individual cases for privacy reasons. I've given you the response that I think the Home Affairs Department has made publicly, which is the more appropriate place for these matters to be ventilated.
We will be pursuing a line of questioning, as you would expect, in Home Affairs. However, this is the Prime Minister of Australia. The Prime Minister has made comment in both question time on numerous occasions and now in the media in relation to the reports. And in particular, as I stated, the Prime Minister has previously stated that the reports indicating their imminent return were, quote, not accurate. The Prime Minister has publicly put that on the record. So my question to you again is, does the Prime Minister have knowledge that the Australian ISIS brides and their children are now back in Australia?
I refer to my earlier answer.
Well, Senator, it is incredibly disappointing that both the Prime Minister's department and the Prime Minister, you're here on behalf of the Prime Minister, are unable, or should I say, are refusing to answer questions about this matter. This is, as you know, a significant matter of interest to Australians. You have women who willingly left Australia to join ISIS. I think it has been well and truly established that they are, without a doubt, one of the worst terrorist organisations in living memory. There are now reports that those women are back in Australia with their children, and the Prime Minister of Australia, who has made public comment on this, is today in Senate estimates, along with his department, either don't know what is going on in relation to these reports or is hiding details from the Australian people. So I'm going to ask again, in the hope that, on behalf of the Prime Minister, you are prepared to be honest with the Australian people. Are the ISIS brides and their children back in Australia?
Well, as I said already, Senator, the government is aware there are individuals who have long been seeking to return to Australia. You would have seen that there are community third parties advocating for these individuals. The agencies are aware of them. We are not in a position to give details of what any particular individual is doing due to privacy concerns.
In relation to the third parties then that you referred to, who are those third parties?
You would be aware publicly we had a legal case, I think, was it Save the Children took a legal case in relation to this. They've been very public in their advocacy.
So it is Save the Children, is that what you're saying?
That is certainly public.
Did the Prime Minister or anyone in his department ever meet with Save the Children in relation to the return of the ISIS brides and their children?
No, Senator.
No, Senator. Is the Prime Minister aware whether or not the relevant Minister, Tony Burke, met with Save the Children in relation to this matter?
You'd have to address that to other estimates committees. I don't represent.
I'm asking you, on behalf of the Prime Minister, that is who you're sitting here representing today.
And my answer on behalf of the Prime Minister is that matter should be addressed appropriately to Minister Burke's representative in the Home Affairs Committee.
I'm asking whether or not the Prime Minister has any knowledge of a meeting between Minister Burke and representatives of Home Affairs in relation to the return of the ISIS brides and their children.
You need to address that to Mr Burke's representatives.
I'm asking again in relation to the knowledge, Senator, of the Prime Minister. You are here today representing the Prime Minister. I will be pursuing this line of questioning in relation to the knowledge of the Home Affairs Minister, but I am specifically asking about the knowledge of the Prime Minister. So I ask again, is the Prime Minister aware of a meeting between Minister Burke and Save the Children where this was discussed?
Well, I'd have to take that on notice. It's a matter appropriately directed at Minister Burke's representative.
These are within, with all due respect, Minister, the Prime Minister's knowledge. You represent the Prime Minister in the Parliament.
Hang on, Senator Cash, the Minister has answered your question.
I've answered the question. That's the first point. The second point is you're making an assertion which may or may not be true, which is obviously a questioning technique. But just because you say it does not make it true, Senator Cash.
Well, Minister, with all due respect, I'm merely asking a question about the Prime
you're
Minister's
making an
knowledge.
assertion in the context of your question which may or may not be true, and just because you say it does not make it true.
What I'm asking merely is the Prime Minister aware of a meeting between Minister Burke and Save the Children in relation to the return of the ISIS brides?
I've already taken that on notice and I've referred you to the appropriate committee.
Ms Williams, is the department aware of a meeting between Minister Burke and Save the Children in relation to the return of the ISIS brides and their children?
So, Senator, I would refer you to the Home Affairs Committee to answer that question.
Well, again, Ms Williams, I will be asking this question in Home Affairs, but I'll be asking it of that Minister. I'm asking you, as the head here representing the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, what your knowledge is in relation to whether or not the Prime Minister was aware or is aware of a meeting between Minister Burke and Save the Children in relation to the return of the ISIS brides and their children.
Again, Senator, I would suggest that you direct that question to the Home Affairs Committee. That is a matter for Home Affairs.
Minister, when did the National Security Committee last receive a briefing on this matter?
I don't discuss what happens in National Security Committee.
Have you been briefed on this matter?
You're asking me in my personal capacity. You'll need to ask me on Friday.
Has the Prime Minister been briefed on this matter?
I'll take that on notice.
You are not aware, as the Minister for Foreign Affairs, sitting here today, representing the Prime Minister, given the copious media reporting in relation to this matter, given the previous comments by both yourself and the Senate on behalf of the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister in question time, are you saying you are unable to advise this committee whether or not, given the media reporting that the ISIS brides and their children have returned to Australia, the Prime Minister has been briefed?
So, Senator, it's very early in the day in the questioning for this to start, but I again would say just because you assert something does not make it true. You've made a range of assertions. I simply took the question on notice. which I'm entitled to do.
I am merely asking,
No,
has
you're
the
making a
Prime
range of
Minister
assertions,
been
political
briefed
assertions,
on this issue?
and I have taken the question on notice, which
So
I'm
the Minister
entitled to do.
is well able to take the question on notice, and it is time for us to rotate the call. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. My questions are in relation to the First Nations Economic Partnership. Got the right officials at the table. So I've got some questions relating to the Prime Minister's announcement at the Garma Festival on the First Nations Economic Partnership, and specifically to how it relates to the reform priorities of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. Could you provide an outline of the Economic Partnership, who is party to it and what it seeks to do?
Thank you, Senator. Blair Excel, Deputy Secretary, Social Policy Group. Thank you for the question. I actually start back in 2024 when the Prime Minister gave a speech at the Garma Festival and at that time announced the First Nations Economic Partnership. He called out some of the objectives of that partnership: good jobs that change lives and strengthen communities, and a real say for First Nations peoples in the economic development of their land. That announcement built on the government's commitment made at the 2023 Jobs and Skills Summit to explore options for a partnership on economic participation with the Coalition of Peaks. The government then consulted with many First Nations stakeholders on the vision for that partnership, including the First Nations Economic Empowerment Alliance led by PDU. Over the last year, the Coalition of Peaks, the Alliance and the Commonwealth Government worked together to scope that partnership and negotiate the partnership agreement. In the Prime Minister's speech in this year's Garma meeting, he indicated that the partnership had been agreed and reiterated the government's commitment to the First Nations economic empowerment. The partnership was formally signed by all partners on the 29th of September. Treasury, the National Indigenous Australians Agency and the Prime Minister and Cabinet will participate in the first meeting as core partners from the government on the partnership on the 21st of October. They will set out their first annual work plan, ensuring a diversity of perspectives to building the partnership and how we can work together to ensure lasting economic security. In the PM speech at Garma this year, as was actually indicated earlier this morning in the NIAA's appearance, the Prime Minister announced $75 million worth of additional funding over 3 years for the native title prescribed bodies corporate, $31 million over 3 years in additional funding for the TAFE Technology Fund for vocational education and training in remote First Nations communities with a focus on mobile delivery and capital supports, and a commitment to improve the delivery of specialist investment vehicles to promote First Nations economic benefits and enhance the work of Indigenous Business Australia and Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation. These announcements obviously build on work over the last 12 months to support economic security and improve opportunities for First Nations people to participate in economic reforms. In regards to your question, Senator, how they go to close the gap, all these investments really contribute. I think there's good research and data that goes to the importance of jobs and job security and how it relates to a broader range of social outcomes for First Nations people.
Thank you, Mr Excel. You mentioned the $75 million for prescribed bodies corporate. Could you provide some more information on how these funds will support native title holders to see more jobs and economic benefit flow to their land?
Thank you, Senator. So again, was covered a little bit this morning, but under the Native Title Act, prescribed body corporates are the first points of contact for any party, be it government or business, wanting to undertake activities on native title land. PBCs are an important bridge for traditional owners to deal with the non-Indigenous legal system and ensure there's a legal entity through which government and industry can conduct business with a traditional owner. As the Prime Minister said at Garma, additional funding and a reformed funding model. These reforms have been occurred through consultation that have taken place over the last year or two, but a reformed funding model will support native title holders to secure better deals, drive faster approvals and deliver lasting economic legacy for communities.
And how will the partnership support jobs and economic development for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are not native title holders?
Well, so the PBC funding is only one part of the overall commitment. There was a range of other measures that were there that go to the broader First Nations people. I referred to mobile TAFE. Obviously, that applies to just more than native title owners, although native title owners may participate in that training. There is skills development that's also essentially a part of that agreement, and a commitment to develop more work that go to the capability of First Nations people to participate in economic activities. And then thirdly, I'd note broad investment in clean energy grants, for example, a program run by another department that goes to broader participation and economic activities.
Could I ask you to go into a bit more detail about how the economic partnership responds to the priorities of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap?
Thank you, Senator. Greta Doherty, First Assistant Secretary, Social Policy Division. So the economic partnership complements the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, and most of the objectives of the partnership agreement are in line with priority reform areas under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, as well as making strong contributions to the outcomes and the socio-economic targets that are being measured under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. The partnership was developed in accordance with priority reforms. As Mr Excel noted, it was developed in partnership with the Coalition of the Peaks, as well as the First Nations Economic Empowerment Alliance, with government as a party to those negotiations as well. And in particular, I think focuses on outcomes such as Outcome 8, which goes to economic participation and development, and Outcome 15, which looks which goes to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples maintaining the relationship with the cultural and physical assets in their land and water.
Brilliant. Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Ms Williams, you referred to the org chart in your opening statement. I wonder if we could have that provided.
Certainly. Very, very happy to table that, Senator.
Thank you very much. Are we back to Senator Cash?
Yep. Minister, on Wednesday the 3rd of September, the Prime Minister advised the Parliament that reports that there were plans to return ISIS brides by Christmas were, and I quote, not accurate. Does the government stand by that statement?
Could you repeat that question, Senator Cash? Just want to get the words.
No, that's
correct.
fine. On Wednesday the 3rd of September, the Prime Minister advised the Parliament that reports that there were plans to return ISIS brides by Christmas were, and I quote, not accurate. Does the government stand by that statement?
That statement's correct.
That statement is correct. Can I ask Ms Williams, has the department briefed the Prime Minister or his office in relation to this issue?
So, which issue? Which is this issue?
The issue that we're currently talking about, the return of the ISIS brides and their children.
So, Senator, we would brief the Prime Minister's office on a range of issues. So, yes.
Sorry, I can't...
So we would brief the Prime Minister's office on a range of issues, Senator?
I'm asking specifically, Ms Williams, in relation to this particular issue. Have you briefed the Prime Minister or his office in relation to the return of the ISIS brides and their children?
So certainly, Senator, there have been a range of conversations with the Prime Minister's office with respect to this issue.
When was the most recent conversation, Ms Williams?
Senator, we would have to take that on notice to check the timing.
Well, perhaps you could narrow it down for me. Have you had any briefings or conversations with the Prime Minister or his office since the reports in the newspaper that the ISIS brides and their children had indeed returned to Australia?
Senator, as I said, we would take on notice just to confirm the timing of any conversations, but I will just check if Mr Sadlier has any other information.
Thank you, Mr Sadlier.
Senator Richard Sadlier, FAS, National Security Division. Senator, I'd like to take that on notice as well. Thank you.
Can I ask why we're having to take on notice whether or not the department has indeed briefed the Prime Minister or his office on what is such a significant issue? The return of people who voluntarily left Australia to join a terrorist group, who there has been great media speculation in their return. There is now reports that they are indeed back in Australia with their children. How do you not know whether or not you have indeed briefed the Prime Minister and when?
Senator, I would just repeat that, as Ms Williams said, there have been a range of conversations with the Prime Minister's office. What we are taking on notice is the specific timing.
And as I've asked you again, have there been any briefings or conversations with the Prime Minister or his office since it has been reported that the ISIS brides and their children have returned?
Senator, you've asked that question and the officials answered it.
They've taken it on notice.
Yeah, which they're entitled to do. So asking it again is
yes, and I'm incredibly surprised, Senator Wong.
I'm sure we can have a lot of rhetoric about it, but the official is entitled to take it on notice.
Yes, and it would appear that most questions in relation to this important matter are today being taken on notice, including the inability to actually confirm whether or not the ISIS brides and their children are indeed back in Australia as per the reports. Can I ask Ms Williams, has the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet had any meetings with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in relation to the return of the ISIS brides and their children?
Again, Ms Moroney may be able to answer that question.
Senator, we meet with our counterpart departments on a range of national security matters on a very regular basis. But I'll just see if Mr Sadlier has any other specific information.
Thank you, Senator. Again, that's something I'd like to take on notice. We undertake a great range of contacts with DFAT and other agencies. Would like to have some precision in terms of that issue and come back to you. Thank you.
Have you met with them yourself, Mr Sadlier, in relation to this issue?
Senator, yes, I have.
Right. When did you meet with them?
Senator, I'd like to take that on notice so I can have the precise timings and specifics available.
Have you met with them since the media commenced reporting that the ISIS brides and their children had returned?
Senator, I've had no meetings with DFAT since that point. But as I said, I'd like to take on notice the precise aspects of this. Thank you.
Have you met with the Department of Home Affairs in relation to this issue?
Senator, since the media reports you referred to, the most recent ones, no, thank you. But I would like to take it on notice. Thank you.
Sorry, Senator Cash, can I just clarify something? When you talked about reports, which dates are you talking about?
I will get those straight through to you.
Because you've asked me and the officials a couple of questions about since this has been reported. To be honest, I have been... may not have as forensic a knowledge of what News Limited has published on this.
Well, perhaps in The Age today?
I've seen today, but your colleague, right, I'm sure, was not referring to this morning, so I'm just trying to check. I'm actually not trying to be unhelpful.
I can provide you a copy of
I was actually Senator Cash.
No, that's okay.
I'm just being helpful.
Senator Patterson, I would say that
there were some
I think
last
it's probably
Friday.
Pretty clear.
Sure, is it last Friday?
Is today, they haven't.
Yeah. I think the Minister just said she had.
This morning?
Yeah.
Met with DFAT?
No,
met with
read the
Prime
reports.
Minister. No, that wasn't the question. No, and I think we're getting quite messy here, Senator Cash.
Everybody can just relax. I'm just trying to be actually helpful. And Senator Cash, maybe it might be something you just need a minute to get your office to respond to. But you said reports, and I just wanted to be clear what's the time frame here. And obviously I was overseas for a while, so
yes,
yeah.
And there have been numerous reports, in particular, as Senator Patterson has said, in particular today and last week, reporting on the fact that the ISIS brides had indeed returned. In fact, there was one in the ABC on the 3rd of October.
Right, so it's the specific, the more recent reports, not...
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And Ms Moroney...
So 3rd October, so 4 days ago onwards, is the time frame for your questions?
No, the time frame is any meetings...
No, Senator. But you're always entitled to ask additional questions, but I'm just confirming because they've taken it on notice. The time frame when you asked Mr Sadlier and Ms Moroney a set of questions was post the 3rd of October.
No, sorry, Senator Wong. I will then clarify. The question that has been taken on notice is what meetings, if any, have been had in relation to the return of the ISIS brides.
No, the previous questions were, have you had any of these meetings since reports about
that was
the
my
return?
second question.
Sure. Sorry, can I finish?
Yes, triggering the memory.
I'll start again. Actually, there was a set of questions which the department also took on notice, which went to has X or Y occurred since reports as to the return of these individuals? And I'm just confirming that what you've indicated to me now is that is in relation to the 3rd of October onwards.
In relation to, as I said, any meetings that have been had between this department and the Department of Home Affairs and your particular department, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, in relation to this issue. My question specifically to both witnesses was, do you have the knowledge with you at this point in time if you actually have met with either of those departments since the reports that the ISIS brides and their children had been returned? I would have thought that was
which are from the 3rd of October.
Yes, but there's two specific questions there.
Yeah, I understand. The first question was the second set of.
Has Prime Minister and Cabinet recently been briefed by DFAT, Ms Williams, in relation to passport applications relating to this cohort?
Senator, in relation to the information we have been briefed on by DFAT, we would take that on notice to confirm, noting that discussions can occur with the team as well.
Well, in your knowledge then, Ms Moroney, has the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet recently been briefed by DFAT in relation to passport applications received by this cohort?
Senator, as Mr Sadlier said, we have not had a recent meeting with DFAT since the recent media reporting.
Okay, well let's widen it out then. Has the department been briefed by DFAT in relation to passport applications by this cohort?
I will just check if Mr Sadlier has any additional information.
Senator, yes, we did receive information from DFAT on those issues at a meeting.
Right. When was that meeting, Mr Sadlier?
Senator, I would have to take that on notice. I don't have the details here.
Could you at least define the time frame? You would understand my frustration in relation to such an important issue being unable to be answered here today and questions being constantly taken on notice. Yes, officials are absolutely entitled to take questions on notice, but not as a way of avoiding actually answering those questions during the hearing.
Minister.
Thank you. I think first I reject the imputation, and that's, I think, unfortunate, Senator Cash, for you to make it. Officials are public servants, not political. Secondly, I think the problem here, Senator, is and I understand why, it's the first day of a sitting period and you want to try and get some questions on this before question time. I think we all understand this. I've been in your shoes before. But the problem you have is you are asking questions in the wrong committee. So you're asking questions because of the timing of Prime Minister and Cabinet that are not in relation to matters that they do not administer. That is the problem. And so when people take it on notice, it reflects the fact that you are asking questions in the wrong committee. So you are entitled to ask these questions. DFAT is responsible for passports. Home Affairs is responsible for a range of the security matters that you have referenced. They are the appropriate departments to be questioned. Now, obviously, you're seeking to talk about this here. I understand why, but these are not the officials who are responsible for administering the issues that you are dealing with.
Let me go back to my question then, Senator Wong. My question was, has the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the department currently appearing before this committee, been briefed by, as I said, the relevant department in relation to the issuing of the passports? So this department cannot tell this committee whether or not they have been briefed, albeit Mr Sadlier did say they have been briefed, so at least established that they have been briefed. Why can't the department answer that question, Senator Wong?
Well, they've taken the question on notice, Senator.
No, but you've said it's to be the wrong committee. How is it to the wrong committee,
because
Senator
the
Wong?
details of passports and the obligations that governments have and public servants have, officials have, to Australian citizens are matters properly addressed in the DFAT estimates by the officials who are paid by taxpayers to run passports. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Now, you're entitled to ask those questions. They are the ones responsible and they are the ones whose these questions should be directed to.
So we've therefore established that the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet has been briefed by DFAT in relation to passport applications relating to this cohort. Is that correct, Mr Sadlier?
Senator, I repeat my answer. Yes,
Thank you.
I did attend a meeting.
Right. You are unable, though, at this point in time to advise the committee when the briefing or briefings occurred.
Senator, to provide precision, I'd like to take that on notice. Thank you, and I have taken that on notice. Thank you.
Is the department aware whether or not the passport applications were made by a third party?
So again, Senator, I would suggest that you direct those questions to DFAT as the appropriate department.
Well, again, Ms Williams, I will be directing them to DFAT, but I am asking what is the knowledge of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. This is a national security issue. This is the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. The last time I checked, I would have thought the Prime Minister would actually be all over this issue in terms of the return of ISIS brides and their children to Australia, and would want to be upfront with the Australian people in relation to the measures that the government is taking to indeed keep Australians safe. So again, I'm asking about the knowledge of the department and the Prime Minister.
Senator, Mr Sadlier has responded to that. But I would again make the point and asking for knowledge, whether a department has knowledge of something or whether they were part of a process is a known way in which questions are occasionally asked in these committees, and they usually end up where we are, which is estimates committees deal with the portfolios, the departments and agencies that have responsibility for the administration of matters within those portfolios. This department does not have the responsibility of administering the matters that you're asking questions about. Now, I'm assuming you will be there on Friday, and I'm sure we're going to have a long discussion about passports and the obligations officials have in terms of their obligations to Australian citizens, and I'm happy to have that discussion then.
And thank you. Again, with all due respect, Minister, I am asking questions about the knowledge of the Prime Minister of Australia in relation to this matter. I am asking questions in relation to the knowledge of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Given the significant nature of this issue, I would have thought that the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, or at least the Prime Minister, would be taking a leading role in this. Ms Williams, can I ask, what coordination, if any, what coordination role, if any, did the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet play across government in ensuring that the relevant assistance was provided in relation to the issuing of passports?
Senator, in relation to the matter you've raised, Prime Minister and Cabinet played no role.
Played no role, okay. Are you aware whether passports were indeed provided?
Senator, please, we will take that on notice. I understand why you're...
Ms Moroney is able to say, I will take that on notice.
Can I just say again, you are simply asking the wrong committee. But this is not where questions of passports and the details of that are dealt with. And you know that, Senator. You are simply doing it because you want to try and ask some questions on the first sitting day. I understand that. We all understand that. But you're not going to get answers from officials who aren't responsible for passports.
Again, Senator
on passports.
Wong, with all due respect, this has got nothing to do with me asking the department that's relevant to the issuing of the passports. I am asking what the Prime Minister's knowledge or his department's knowledge is. They are fundamentally different propositions.
I think Ms Moroney's taking the question on notice.
And we might rotate the call. Senator Whittaker?
Thank you, Chair. I've got another couple of questions relating to announcements made by the Prime Minister at Garma. So firstly, about the First Nations Clean Energy Program. So, in relation to the First Nations Clean Energy Program, can you provide a brief explanation on what that program is and how it relates to the First Nations Clean Energy Strategy?
Thank you, Senator. Sorry. So, under the First Nations Clean Energy Strategy, the government has allocated $70 million in First Nations Clean Energy Program. That funding of $70 million is over 3 years from 2025-26. Funding under the program includes 3 components. So there's a pilot project pipeline, which is targeted pilot funding to support First Nations proponents progress clean energy projects. This aims to help move projects along the development pipeline towards a final investment decision. There's a clean energy toolkit, which is to help build First Nations people's knowledge of the energy transformation and support informed decision making. This clean energy toolkit will improve access to resources to support First Nations people's participation in the clean energy economy. And then clean energy advice grants, which are small-scale, low-barrier grants to help eligible First Nations applicants access independent professional expertise. So that's the Clean Energy Program, as I said, which is part of the Clean Energy Strategy and contributes to its outcomes. The First Nations Clean Energy Strategy is supported by a First Nations Clean Energy and Climate Change Advisory Committee, of which there's funding for $4.6 million as well. And I understand the Department of DQ is now undertaking work to design and release tender and grant documentation for the program.
So I understand that an EOI process to inform the delivery of the program has closed. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, that's my understanding. I understand the EOI process was undertaken in August 2025.
And do you have a sense from that EOI process about the kinds of projects that could be delivered under the program?
Senator, no, I don't have any detail on the EOI program. As I said, I understand DQ is considering the outcomes of that EOI and will progress next steps.
Okay. You mentioned an advisory committee. Could you tell us who sits on that advisory committee?
Senator, I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay. Could you take that on notice?
Sure.
Thank you. So the Prime Minister also made some announcements recently around mobile TAFE.
Yes. Yes.
How much was that announcement worth?
That announcement was $31 million, Senator.
$21 million? $31 million, thank you. How many mobile TAFE services do you expect to be delivered with that funding?
Senator, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations is currently negotiating with state governments who will work with the Commonwealth to deliver these projects, and also working with ACOs, Aboriginal Community Controlled Organisations, to design the projects that will be delivered. So we don't have a sense of the number of projects at this point.
Okay. Do you have a sense of the kinds of courses that will be delivered through a mobile TAFE program?
As the Prime Minister mentioned at Garma, there's a focus in these mobile TAFE units in delivering the kinds of skills that communities are after, including traditional trades, as well as could be things like hospitality or care and support.
And so you mentioned just then in consultation with communities. So could you give some, I guess, a bit of an outline of what that consultation looked like in the lead up to making the announcement?
Senator, I would have to refer to the Department of Employment and Relations in terms of the consultation that they're undertaking on this matter.
Okay.
The design.
Do you have an understanding of how the program will be administered in conjunction with community-controlled organisations?
Probably just to my previous comments, Senator, the design of the program is currently underway with states and territories, the Commonwealth and ACOs. So once that co-design has been completed, projects will be put to government for consideration, but I don't have any detail on what they look like at the moment.
Do you have a timeline on when you expect?
So no, I was just going to add, and to go to your previous question, I think that engagement with ACOs as part of the process goes to your consultation question. So essentially that's being done with communities. Those ACOs represent and are part of, so that goes to that commitment that the government's talked about through the Close the Gap agreement.
Sure. And what's the timeline?
Senator, again, the timeline will be informed by consultation. Sure. I understand that funding will flow from next financial year, and so consultation and design will happen in order to make that happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Have TAFE and vocational education been successful pathways to jobs and opportunity for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
Senator, yes. There's research that shows that First Nations people who commence a VET program have an increased likelihood of achieving sustainable employment outcomes compared to people who don't commence VET programs. And that same research also found that the likelihood of achieving sustainable employment is positively impacted by factors such as whether you live in an area of relative advantage, if you're undertaking an apprenticeship or a traineeship as opposed to another VET course, and studying through a TAFE rather than a private provider. I guess there's also evidence to show that the cost of housing and relocation can be prohibitive for VET students, which is why this program is aimed at getting TAFE training out into regional and remote communities where people are, so that they don't have that burden of having to leave community to undertake training.
And how does a program like Mobile TAFE relate to the government's goal of improving economic empowerment for Indigenous Australians and the Closing the Gap targets?
So, Senator, one of the the early priority actions identified in the economic partnership goes to training and employment for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. That goes back to the origins of the partnership in the Jobs and Skills Summit. So, a focus on employment, training and jobs has been a consistent part of the economic partnership. We know that there are a number of outcomes under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, targets 6, 7 and 8, for example, that go to students achieving their full potential through employment pathways, young people being engaged in employment and education, and then strong economic participation and development of people and communities, which are all targets that will be supported by additional investment in education and training.
What's the policy intent of mobile TAFE in relation to retaining skills and job creation?
Senator, as the Prime Minister said at Garma, the intent is to have delivery of education and training in the areas where people are physically located, as well as in the education areas that respond to community needs. Mm-hmm. And sorry, Senator, if I may just correct my previous evidence. Sure. It's likely that there will be 12 projects supported. Apologies, I missed that in my earlier evidence.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. If I could just go back to the question I asked at the outset of this period in relation to the current status of the ISIS brides and their children who have been reported to have returned to Australia. And the question was unable to be answered, and the claim made was in relation to privacy grounds. Can I then ask another question which could not possibly infringe the privacy of any individual? How many of the ISIS brides are now in Australia? Ms Moroney?
Senator, in relation to your question, we would not provide commentary on individual cases.
Can I ask, how is that providing commentary on any individual case? I'm merely asking for a number.
I understand the question, Senator. I would just say that we wouldn't provide details on individual cases.
On what basis?
Due to privacy concerns.
Okay. How does understanding how many of the ISIS brides have returned to Australia, how does that infringe someone's privacy?
Senator, I'll just refer to my previous answer.
Well, I'm asking you though, how does it infringe someone's privacy? I'd like to understand why you are unable to answer the question.
Senator Cash, the official has answered the question to the best of her ability at this point in time.
I don't
feel
understand.
like you are badgering the witness.
I don't understand the answer.
So perhaps I can assist. There's a general proposition, as you would be aware as a former minister, that public servants do not comment on any individual. And privacy considerations are observed in public comment and certainly at these estimates. I would also say there are many occasions where, in relation to your work as a minister, assistance to whether social security or obligations that officers have in consular matters, for example, you will see publicly people saying they can't comment due to privacy reasons. It is commonplace, and it is there because we don't use government to disclose information about Australian citizens as individuals.
I'm not asking for the disclosure, Senator Wong, of information in relation to particular individuals. I am merely asking for a number. That is it. I am astounded that merely asking for a number
that does not in any way disclose a particular individual is unable to be provided to the committee. So I'm going to ask, Senator Wong, is the Prime Minister aware of how many ISIS brides are now in Australia?
Well, I will take that on notice. If there is a question about entry into Australia, I think of there may be matters DFAT can assist with on Friday, or obviously Home Affairs is charged with national security coordination. I'm sure might be of assistance tomorrow or Thursday, Wednesday. So
and again, Senator Wong, that wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked was in relation to the Prime Minister's direct knowledge, not DFAT's knowledge, not the Department of Home Affairs knowledge. We're in Prime Minister and Cabinet. You are here representing the Prime Minister, and my question was squarely in relation to, does the Prime Minister himself know how many ISIS brides are now in Australia?
Well, I'll take that. I think I've taken that question on notice, Chair.
I think you've taken it on notice a couple of times
Yeah.
now. Yep.
Mr Sadlier, do you know when the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet was last informed about community protection measures being put in place in relation to this cohort? For example, working with AFP and State Police to monitor and de-radicalise the cohort?
Senator, those matters are for the Department of Home Affairs and for security and other agencies, and I would refer those questions to those agencies and that department.
And again, I understand that. I am asking in relation to your knowledge, and I'll also then put it to Ms Williams, the department's knowledge.
Senator, again, these are not questions for these officials. I understand this is a topic you want to pursue, but those issues of security are led by Home Affairs, which encompasses, as you would know, both ASIO and the AFP. As I said up front, we don't comment on individual cases for the reasons I've outlined. I would say again to you that the security of Australians and of the community is paramount, and agencies work to keep our communities safe, and we act on and trust the advice of those security agencies. Prime Minister and Cabinet is obviously not one of those operational agencies.
Again, it's not about the operational agencies, it's about the knowledge of the department and the Prime Minister. Senator Patterson has a line of questioning.
Just a quick one. I might try a different way to get some clarity here. So it was on the 2nd of September at 6:41 p.m. that Liam Mendes from The Australian published the original report on The Australian's website. It was a Tuesday during a sitting week, reporting that these ISIS brides were returning to Australia. The next day, Wednesday the 3rd of September, the Prime Minister was asked about this in question time, and he said those reports are not accurate. What about those reports was not accurate?
I would want to take on notice. I haven't gone back a month ago and looked at precisely what was in those reports that was not accurate. So I'd want to do that before answering your question precisely, Senator Patterson.
Well, presumably...
No, I don't. There's no presumably. I don't presume. He's made a response in the Parliament to...
Senator Wong, you don't even know what my presumably applies to.
Senator Patterson, you've asked a question.
I have not, actually. I have not. I was asking a question and the Minister interrupted me.
So, but my...
I said, well, presumably, and then I was interrupted. Perhaps let me finish my question, Minister. and then you may understand better rather than speculating about what my question might be.
Well, no, Senator Patterson, let's try not to be quite so combative.
You don't need to have.
The Minister was trying to explain
Senator
her
Cash
rationale.
and I have been getting along well, so let's not change the tone.
Pardon me?
Said even Senator Cash and I have been getting along well, so let's not change the tone, shall we?
Presumably, if the Prime Minister was able to say in question time on the 3rd of September that those reports were not accurate, that sometime prior to the 3rd of September he was briefed on the possible return of ISIS brides to Australia. Is that a reasonable assumption?
Everything after presumably is not a question appropriate for the Parliament, so I'm not responding.
Is not a question appropriate
It's
for
not.
the Parliament?
Sorry. Everything after presumably is your hypothetical, so I'm not responding to it.
Right. Well, I'll ask the officials then. How was the Prime Minister able to say in the House of Representatives on Wednesday the 3rd of September that those reports were not accurate if he had not been briefed on the matter?
Okay, that's...
It's a very good question.
I understand your discomfort.
No, it's
in
not. I
answering
think
this
it's. I think it's just a sort of a clever way of asking the same question.
Thank you,
That's
Senator
all.
Wong. It's very kind, but I'd rather
well,
just...
I wasn't
Clever
actually.
in a catch
Clever
you out
can
kind of
be.
way, I think.
Clever can be both ways, but I take it positively. I'm fine with that. But you've asked us. You've asked your primary question. Asked me to confirm what was wrong with the reports. This is a report from a month ago. I don't recall all that was in that. And to give you a clear response, I have taken that on notice. You're now proceeding to ask a set of questions, assuming a set of knowledge and here at this table of all of the details of that 3rd of September report. We've taken the primary question on notice. Now, you can continue to ask questions, but you would not be surprised, Senator Patterson, if we're likely to say something similar.
I don't have the Hansard in front of me from Senate question time that week, but if my memory serves me well, I think similar questions were put to you, Senator Wong, and I think you told the Senate that those reports were not accurate. So how did you know the reports were not accurate?
Senator, these are not my estimates. I'm here representing the Prime Minister.
Right. So you're not prepared to answer that?
No, but no, Senator, please. You know there are... I know you want to make, a thing today. I'm here representing the Prime Minister and this portfolio today. You have plenty of opportunities on Friday. If you wish to come, I'm sure there'll be a big cast of coalition senators there, to ask me questions about statements I've made.
Again, I'll have to check whether my memory serves me accurately, but if I'm right, I suspect we were asking you those questions in your capacity representing the Prime Minister.
Correct.
So are you not prepared to answer questions today about statements you have made in the Parliament representing the Prime Minister?
No, I am prepared to answer many questions today. I may not be prepared to give you the answers that you want because...
Any answers will do at this stage.
May I finish?
Sure.
You were very concerned about me interrupting you. But we've come to Senate estimates with many officials, including those behind us. This is an accountability exercise. It's actually associated with the budget. It's not a follow up every single thing that you wish to follow up. It is actually centred around the estimates of an appropriation. Now, I understand, having been on that side of the table for many years, that you will ask political questions, but this is not question time, and I'm not here to respond to every follow-up from question time.
Senator Wong, I have sat with you on this side of the table in Senate estimates for many years.
Weren't you on this side?
No, I've never been on that side of the table.
Okay.
But I have sat with you on this side of the table for many years. In fact, I was in Senator Grogan's chair for a while you were in here. You never felt the need to restrict yourselves to budget matters when you're on this side of the table.
No, and
are you seriously suggesting that we can only ask questions about the budget in this forum?
No, I'm just making the point that it isn't a free-for-all in here. The report, I've just been sent the PM's answer. So this was Ms Lee's question. I refer to reports in The Australian that government officials are helping to bring these individuals who are described as ISIS terrorist brides to Australia. PM, these aren't ordinary citizens, etc., etc. What actions has your government taken to guarantee the safety of Australians if these people return? And the Prime Minister said these reports are not accurate.
And so what we're trying to get to the bottom of is what about those reports was not accurate?
And that's what I've taken on notice, but I'm saying that that is the question.
Okay. At other times, the government has said that they have not provided assistance to returning ISIS brides. How does the government define assistance?
Repatriation assistance.
Okay. So does providing an Australian who has applied for citizenship by descent overseas through the Department of Home Affairs constitute assistance in your view?
It's not a question of what my view is.
Well, in the government's view? Does that constitute assistance?
That is a matter for Home Affairs.
No, it's not. The Prime Minister has said the government did not provide
finish?
assistance. Yeah.
I hadn't answered. If you want to ask me a question, let me answer. You can follow up.
How about we both do a deal with each other? I won't interrupt you if you don't interrupt me.
That is a matter for Home Affairs. They administer the Citizenship Act. That is what you're asking about. It's not a matter for me personally. It's not a matter for the Prime Minister personally. It is a matter for the Department of Home Affairs, which is charged with administering that legislation, or the Minister is actually, and doing so in accordance with the obligations on officials, both expressed and implied under that legislation.
Except the Prime Minister has said the government did not provide assistance. And it is well established in this forum that we can ask questions about statements made by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has said the government did not provide assistance. Does the Prime Minister consider providing citizenship by descent to be assistance?
The government the government has been clear that we are not providing assistance to repatriate, and there is no plan to repatriate these individuals. Public servants, officials, acting in accordance with their obligations, I think is a separate matter.
Okay. So does the Prime Minister or the government consider providing a passport to someone overseas to constitute assistance?
I'm sorry?
Does the government consider providing a passport to someone overseas to be assistance?
Again, that's a matter for DFAT.
No, I'm asking you about the Prime Minister and the government's view. He's made statements on the public record that the government has not provided assistance. I'm trying to determine what he believes assistance constitutes, and does that include providing a passport?
It is a matter for DFAT to explain to you the obligations that we have in that portfolio, which you can do on Friday. But can I talk about it this way? There have been previous occasions where assistance was provided to repatriate Australian women and children from Syrian IDP camps. And I think they have been made public. They involved extensive planning, assistance from a number of Australian agencies, international partners, flights, etc. We are not providing such assistance.
That is different to what the Prime Minister has said when he's been asked about this question.
Well, I'm assisting further.
Senator Wong, I think it's important that you've now clarified what the Prime Minister has said. Are you saying now that when the Prime Minister said the government has not provided assistance, what he meant was the government is not providing repatriation?
Well, I am explaining to you that what I have outlined broadly about the previous assistance provided is not being provided in relation to these individuals. You've asked me about citizenship and passport. They obviously are matters for Home Affairs and Foreign Affairs respectively. The observation I am making is that if there are public servants, officials, who are undertaking their duties and obligations to Australian citizens in line with Australian law or whatever other obligations apply for them, that is what that is. It is officials doing what they are required to do as public servants.
So it is not assisting someone to return to Australia to provide them with the documents they need to enter Australia?
Well, I think that is acting in accordance with your obligations.
It may well be, and as you say, that can be discussed in other forums.
It's not a... we all know legislation, policy gives Australians certain rights. It's not a matter of discretion.
Well, and as you say, let's discuss that in other forums later in the week. But without a passport, without citizenship by descent, you can't enter Australia or a visa. And so you do need to be assisted to enter Australia by obtaining those documents from the government. Isn't that assistance?
Well, we have a different view on that.
Please articulate your view.
I'll refer to my previous answer.
So you don't think it's assistance?
Well, I've explained to you. I think that there is the scenario that was very public and you were very critical of, which was a repatriation 2022, thank you, 2022. That involves substantial assistance. That is not what is occurring in relation to the individuals currently in the Syrian IDP.
Is that because there's been a change of policy?
It's the government's decision.
And why did the government make that decision?
The government makes decisions in the national interest.
When did the government make that decision?
The government makes decisions in the national interest.
When?
Well, what do you mean, when?
Well, you've pointed out a difference that you see in how these people...
The government made a decision in 2022 in relation to a particular cohort. That's the decision that was made in relation to that cohort.
Yes, and you seem to be suggesting there's a difference in the approach this time.
We're not providing repatriation for these individuals.
Why not?
That's the decision the government's made.
Why?
Well, Senator, we can do this all day.
These are pretty basic questions.
Well, no, Senator, I'm entitled to say that's the decision the government made.
Of course you are. I'm not suggesting that you're not. But
you're two seats down from Senator Cash, who would be outraged if any other decision was made. So I'm interested in what your position is. Should we make a different decision? Is that what you're saying?
Thank you, Senator Wong, for giving me the opportunity, but as you know, that's not the forum for me to have share my opinion. I'm very interested to know, you've articulated apparently a change of government policy, but you can't tell me why, you can't tell me when it occurred.
No, Senator. I've said in 2022, repatriation assistance was provided.
Yes.
It is not being provided.
Why not?
Well, that's a decision of the government.
Yes. Why did the government make that decision?
Well, Senator, you would have seen, I think, Mr. Burke has said publicly, as have I. We know that Syria is. There are a range of considerations in relation to potential repatriations. They include both diplomatic, they include legal, they include welfare, they include security. So obviously government considers all of those matters when determining whether it would or would not.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And on that note, we will break now for lunch and we will return at 12:45 with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Oh, sorry, we'll return at 1:45. Welcome back, everyone. We will resume with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, and we'll go to Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Chair. My question's to the department. During the break, have you been able to determine how many ISIS brides there are in Australia?
So, Senator, I would refer to our previous question, our previous answer to this question.
So
we have no further evidence beyond that.
You don't know how many...
So we have no further evidence beyond our previous answer, Senator.
So you can't give a number as to how many ISIS brides there are in Australia?
So, Senator, I would refer to our previous evidence, and that has not changed.
That you don't know?
Senator, you'll recall we provided an answer to this previously. That answer remains the same. Ms Moroney can expand on that if you wish.
Well, the question is over during the break, were you able to determine how many ISIS brides there are in Australia?
And so, Senator, I would just repeat that we have not changed our answer to that question that we provided to you earlier before the break.
And your answer was that you're concerned about infringing the rights of an unnamed, unnumbered cohort of people.
Senator, as we said before the break, we would not provide detail on individual cases.
Because of privacy concerns?
That's correct.
How does the determination of a number impact upon privacy?
Senator, I would just refer to our previous answers on this in that we wouldn't provide commentary.
With respect, this is a different question. How does the determination of a number impact upon privacy?
Again, Senator, I would refer to my previous answer that we wouldn't provide detail on individual cases.
But my question is, how does the determination of a number impact upon privacy? It is a totally different question, and it goes to how the rights of a cohort of ISIS brides. And I'm trying to understand how the department is determining that the number of ISIS brides is relevant to protecting the rights of individuals. I'm just asking for a number. I'm not asking for names. I'm not asking for where they live. I'm just saying, on behalf of the Australian people, how many ISIS brides are in Australia?
Senator, this has been asked and answered. It may not have been answered to your satisfaction, but it has been asked and answered by the officials on numerous occasions now.
Yeah, Senator Wong, but my question is, how does the privacy aspect, which is being used by the departmental officials, how is that relevant, and what is the definition of that in relation to the number that we are seeking? How is a sole number dependent or relevant to privacy? I'm just trying to understand how that correlates. And it is a totally different question.
I actually think that question was asked by Senator Cash, and that's what Ms Moroney is referring to her previous answer.
I don't think Senator Cash did, but...
I believe she did ask that question. And it could be that you're not getting the answer that you wish for, Senator McGrath, but it has been asked. It has been answered.
But I know, I'm asking for the explanation as to how privacy is relevant to the determination of a specific number. I understand that the departmental officials are using the cloak of privacy to not give a number. I want to understand how privacy is relevant to the number not being given. Clearly, the departmental officials know the number. I would assume they do.
Senator McGrath, I think you've made a couple of assumptions in that statement that...
I only made one, I think, at the end.
That I believe clearly they know, clearly they're this. The officials are at the table answering to the best of their ability. There are certain things they've said that they are not going to disclose. They've said that repeatedly over the last couple of hours. Now, you can waste your time and keep asking the same questions. They've given you the answer. They've given you the answer multiple times. It is indeed up to you how you wish to use your time here.
Are you making a public interest immunity claim?
I refer back to my... Oh, wow.
There goes the
voice booming. I'll refer you back to my earlier evidence. I made the observation that there are many areas of public administration where officials in this, both in this context and more generally, including in response to media inquiries, indicate that they aren't able to provide details because of privacy considerations, and it might be best for the policy departments to respond to those specifics, which I think was also what Ms Moroney and or Ms Williams said earlier today, that obviously DFAT and Home Affairs are the relevant departments in terms of what the issues that you're traversing. It is a common response to in these hearings, but also to media when people individual details or details of individuals are inquired about. For example, there are times where things might be said in consular matters which may or may not be accurate in the media, but I'm not in a position to correct them because to do so would be to breach privacy considerations.
Minister, I do accept that some information would infringe the privacy of individuals, but we are not asking about specific information about individuals. We're asking the number of within the ISIS bride cohort. There is, and that's why we're having some difficulty understanding how privacy considerations are being used by the department to cloak their answer here, because in terms of any simple test, the pure number of individuals, whether it is 5 or 10 or 20, does not release or reveal any identifying information about any of those individuals. So I am having some difficulty, and my question does go back to the department about how the definition of privacy considerations is being used to not answer this question, and I want you to expand upon how privacy considerations will reveal any information concerning the question we have about what number of ISIS brides are in the country.
So, Senator, I would just refer back to our previous answer. With matters such as these, I think it is appropriate to refer these sorts of questions to the Department of Home Affairs or appropriate policy departments, particularly around matters where there are issues such as these, which relate to individuals' privacy.
So, Ms Williams, do you know the number of ISIS brides that are in Australia?
It's just another way of asking the same question, Senator.
What I'm trying to determine is that the department has information in relation to the number of ISIS brides that are in the country. The department is using the cloak of privacy considerations to not reveal the number of ISIS brides. Now, it may be that the department does not know the number of ISIS brides in the country. So my question is, do you, Ms Williams, know the number of ISIS brides who are in the country?
So, Senator, I would simply refer you back to my previous answer to this question. Home Affairs is the appropriate department to ask this question to. Like I said, where there are matters of individual privacy at play, it's important that the policy department with responsibility for the operational elements of this sort of issue answers those sorts of questions. So I will just continue to refer to my previous answer on this matter.
So on your website, it says Prime Minister and Cabinet helps the Prime Minister and the Australian Government to make decisions on national security issues. We provide high quality policy advice and support to the Prime Minister and Cabinet. This includes through the coordination of government activities, policy development and program delivery support relating to AUKUS, border security, countering foreign interference, counter-terrorism and countering violent extremism, critical infrastructure, cyber security, defence capability, defence industry, defence strategy, law enforcement, intelligence policy and capability. The questions that the opposition members have put this morning and now this afternoon relate directly to those areas that are listed on your website. And so the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet has an important role to play here. The Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet has knowledge of the ISIS brides because of the role it has played, and that is why we're asking these questions. So my question to you, does the department know the number of ISIS brides in Australia?
So, Senator, I'll continue to refer you to my previous answer to this matter. As I said, it's appropriate for the Department of Home Affairs to answer questions of this nature for the reasons that I've outlined.
Senator Wong, does the Prime Minister know how many ISIS brides are in the country?
Well, the Prime Minister is regularly briefed on national security matters, but I'll take the specifics of that question on notice. I'm sure he'll be asked shortly. He can speak for himself.
Does anyone in the department know how many ISIS brides are in the country?
Senator McGrath, you've had your answer numerous times. There's various aspects been taken on notice. You've been told over and over again to refer to the relevant departments for further detail should it be available.
Ms Williams, you took some questions on notice before in our earlier session. Have you got any answers to any of those questions?
No, we do not as yet, Senator, but we will provide those answers on notice.
Ms Moroney, you took some questions on notice.
Ms Williams,
did you take them?
Ms Williams is speaking for the department.
Did you make any attempt over the lunch break to find the answers to the questions we asked?
Senator, the Senate sets the time frame by which said questions on notice are to be responded to.
But these were very simple questions relating to...
You may think that I had many simple questions over many years that no one ever got back to me about, such as did Mr Morrison's office know. And no one ever got back to me whilst estimates were sitting. So I don't think you should assume that the department is going to respond to every political position that you put to them.
So the department made no effort over the lunch break to find the answers to the simple questions that were put by my colleagues. Is that correct, Ms Williams?
Placed on them, Senator McGrath, to get the answers in the lunch break. It was taken on notice, and questions, the responses to questions on notice are due on the 28th of November.
So, my question is to you, Ms Williams. Did the department
need to have a go at the chair.
Did the department make any effort over the lunch break to find answers to the questions that were put by Senator Patterson or Senator Cash?
So, Senator, we will provide answers to those questions on notice as we've committed to doing.
And as, if I may add to that, as they are entitled to do.
So, you made no effort.
Officials are entitled to take the question on notice, and the Senate sets the time frame by which the questions on notice have to be responded to. We can go round and round again, but that...
Well, it just does seem to be a bit of a cover-up going here in relation to the ISIS brides.
Senator McGrath, the witnesses are well within their rights to take questions on notice, and there is a structured response time, which is not for them to have to go and do it within their lunch break. It is for them to return them by the 28th of November.
I've moved on. So thank you for interrupting. There does seem to be a cover-up going here.
There's no need to turn this into a rude exchange, Senator McGrath. And your time is now up for your block, and we'll come back to you in a minute.
Really?
Senator Pocock.
Thank
I'm
you,
giving you
Chair.
15 minutes.
Thank you for your time this afternoon. I've got some questions about a Senate OPD. Minister, on the 20...
Hang on. I'll need to get...
I'll explain.
What
Yeah.
was there?
Was the OPDing the...
Official, because it's a... Just trying to see if there's an official who can assist. Can you give me
Sure.
topic area, and that might be able... I thought there was somebody who could assist.
Gambling reform and meetings that have been undertaken on gambling reform. Yeah.
Oh, gambling. Apologies, Senator, I misheard that question. We'll just get some officers to the
Sure,
to
thank
the
you.
table.
Thank you, Ms Williams. Thank you. Good to... You've got the OPD. So, Minister, it looks like you have...
No, I've only got the letter that doesn't tell me what the order was. So I'm trying to see if I can get a copy of the order for production. Does anyone have the order for production that is number 9? I've got
Number
the letter
9.
responding to it, but not actually the document.
I'm happy to read it.
No, I'd rather have it in front of me, Mr. Senator Pocock, which I think I am entitled.
Well,
So can we just... I would like
the
to
OPD
get...
is less important than the questions if
No,
you
but
want to
I
see
would
where I
like,
go.
if you're asking questions about a document, about an order, I would like to be able to see it. So I'm just trying to
Sure.
get a copy.
You get a timeout, pause the clock.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not trying to take up your time.
No,
Nobody's
sure.
running down the clock. Can someone get me the order for production that's referred to? Are you able to assist? Yeah, thank you. It's being put to the Senate Secretary. Thank you. This was the one response. This was the one. This one. It's all right, I have it on screen now.
All right, thank you.
There you go. Right, so this is... Got it.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
So,
I'd be grateful if I could get a printed copy at some point, please. Thank you.
thank you, Minister. So on the 23rd of July this year, the Senate passed this OPD. The Senate received a response on the 22nd of August, and what we got back was that the PM had one briefing from the peak gambling lobby, one meeting between the PMO and the peak gambling lobby, and a printout of the PM's diary for a single week in 2024 showing a meeting between the PM and Peter V'landys and Andrew Dillon from the NRL and AFL. I've got copies of the responses here if any senators are interested.
That would be useful. I just want to make sure that what
including
we
the
are
cover letter from Senator the
So I've got can I have a look at it, just make sure we're working off the same documents, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Do you want me to come round? Or?
That's you. Oh. Okay, thank you. Cheers. Thank you. This is... It is this one.
So just those three engagements. However, in OPD number 8, which is from Minister Wells asking for very similar information, Minister Wells says that she met with the Prime Minister and Nine Entertainment on the 23rd of July, and the meeting was for 9 to, and I'll just quote directly from Minister Wells' meeting brief, to meet with the Prime Minister, the Honourable Anthony Albanese MP, and you to raise gambling advertising. And I'm just interested if the PM actually ended up attending this meeting, or was it cancelled? Why there's a discrepancy between two OPDs?
We'll have to take that on notice.
Okay.
So it's an OPD in another portfolio, which suggests that there refers to a meeting, and you're asking, did the Prime Minister attend that meeting? Well, we'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, take that on notice. Thank you.
It's a different time frame.
Same time frame.
Sorry, I thought you said the meeting was on the 23rd of July, which is only when your order was.
Yes.
The day of your order.
Well, the meeting happened in the morning, and we passed the retrospective OPD in the afternoon, sort of 3:30.
Retrospective OPD.
Well, it was looking at the past. And Minister, you can surely understand how frustrating it is to potentially feel like you get 3 meetings back for such an important area like this, and then it comes back from another minister that the Prime Minister supposedly attended another meeting which they haven't disclosed.
I'm happy to try and find out if there's anything further we can give you on that, Senator.
Sure. And if that meeting did occur and it wasn't disclosed, how can we sort of trust what's coming back?
That's if, but we all have obligations to the Parliament, and we take those obligations seriously. And if I will check what has been provided by Minister Wells, and I will respond in appropriate course to your question.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Good, did you provide a briefing for the PM for that meeting on the 23rd of July with Channel 9?
Senator Peter Good, Acting First Assistant Secretary. No, Senator, we didn't provide any briefing for that meeting.
Were you aware of that meeting taking place?
Not ahead of the meeting, Senator, no.
And after the fact?
No, only through what you just said, Senator.
Okay. So you're not aware that the Prime Minister had that meeting?
I'm not aware, Senator. Would need to find that out.
Okay. Should you be?
Not necessarily, Senator.
No.
So it's not uncommon for the responsible portfolio minister to work directly with the Prime Minister in his office.
Have you provided any briefings for meetings around gambling reform to the Prime Minister's office?
Not that I recall, Senator, but I would need to just double check.
I mean, we would provide
briefings on a range of matters, Senator.
I understand that. I'm asking
including
specifically about gambling advertising reform.
Well, if you want that, Ms Williams was actually trying to be helpful, not trying to obfuscate. There's an enormous amount. Officials are not going to remember the briefing for everything that is briefed to a minister. It's not possible for an official to remember all of it. She was making a general point, but if you're wanting more detail, I think Mr Good has already taken it on notice.
Okay. I guess I'm asking because the OPD was asking for, notes, briefing documents, all those sorts of things. The other thing I wanted to ask about this, Minister, is that the Senate ordered that the PM and his staff provide all correspondence, including all emails, text messages about gambling reform, basically everything. And I note that there's that briefing sort of congratulations letter from Responsible Wagering Australia, but there's no suggestion of how the PM got it. So I was just wondering if it was it dropped off in hard copy? Was there an email that it came in, and why, if there was an email, why that wasn't attached?
Okay, I mean, they provided the letter. You just want to know how the letter was received.
Well, it included all emails, text messages, all correspondence, and we get a letter, but there's, what was this attached
I don't
to?
know. I will check how this letter was received, if it was attached to an email.
Thank you. And Minister, I was wondering if you watched the Four Corners last night on gambling reform. I don't expect you to have.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm regretting that. No, I'm regretting it. So you can ask questions of it. No.
I
found
a cracking episode.
So I'm sorry.
It was a cracking episode.
Well,
really...
I find that I just consume much less media with this job.
No,
I read more
understand why.
summaries rather than watching. I'd rather do something else than.
I've just got two last questions. Right. Part of it was, as part of this, you don't need to have watched Four Corners, but as part of it, there was a young woman who lost her brother to gambling addiction, committed suicide, and she's been very vocal in advocating for reform in this area. And one of the things she's talked about is the sort of access that the NRL, AFL, media companies get to the government and in particular the Prime Minister. And she's been requesting a meeting with the Prime Minister but hasn't been able to get one. I was just wondering if you could maybe comment on how, as a government, you're weighing up engaging with stakeholders that are sort of affected by the revenue side, but then others who are the lived experience and are sort of asking you, to act on their behalf.
I guess the first point I'd make is I think we all have understood over a long period of time the harm that can be caused and is caused by gambling. Just trying to see if I have something here that can assist you. And I would say to you, Senator, and I know you have a different view about the government's decisions. You're entitled to that. That actually, as you would know, this government has taken more action in relation to online gambling harms than any previous government. In terms of stakeholders, well, first, I can understand the anguish and the determination of this young woman, and I extend my sympathy to her. In terms of stakeholders, I can say to you that we meet with stakeholders from a range of perspectives. We engage with people in portfolios where a set of different perspectives is put, and the Prime Minister does that. I think it may be that staff have met with particular individuals as well as in addition to the Prime Minister meeting. And I can seek information on notice on that. I'm reluctant to sort of talk about some of what might have happened with individuals if they don't want that in the public arena.
Sure. Okay. Maybe the PM's office could update that OPD if there are other.
We can just do it through this.
Things that have been.
If I take that on notice, I think that's more efficient.
And then, Mr. Wong, I guess just finally on this. I speak to so many Australians who are kind of dismayed by the lack of action after the Murphy review, which was really, I think, landmark and set out what should be done. We've seen Labor essentially enact all the things that the coalition started in this space and rattle them off rather than doing the work of the Murphy Review. But one of the things that's sort of come to my attention is that the PM is currently the president of a lobbying firm that lists Responsible Wagering Australia, among others, as one of their clients. And I was wondering if it's within the rules of the Minister Code of Conduct for ministers to be on board of directors of a lobbying organisation, and if the PM has been made aware of this and what actions have been taken.
Can you repeat that?
So the parliamentary, I've got it here, I can happily circulate this. The Australian Parliament Sports Club is a listed lobbying organisation and lists as one of its clients, among many others, Responsible Wagering Australia, which is the peak body for the betting for I think 6 of the biggest betting companies, and the PM is the president. So he's essentially the president of a lobbying firm that lists Responsible Wagering Australia, Pfizer, Diageo, a bunch of others. And just wondering how this interacts with the Minister Code of Conduct and when PMO was made aware of this and what is, or PM&C have been made aware of this and what is happening.
So, Senator, we are aware of that media report. From a departmental perspective, PM&C doesn't provide support or advice to the Australian Parliament Sports Club, so this is not an area that we would...
But do you provide it to the Prime Minister?
Sorry?
What's provided?
You provide support and advice to the Prime Minister.
So,
and if this is indeed a breach of the Ministerial Code of Conduct, then
so,
what's happening in the background to remedy this?
Certainly, Senator. And I may ask Mr Walter to speak to the Code of Conduct and the Department's responsibilities with respect to that.
Andrew Walter, First Assistant Secretary, Government Division, Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Sorry, I can't speak to this particular matter. I'm not aware of it. The Code of Conduct, though, is the Prime Minister's code.
Well, I'm keen to actually speak about the specifics, and Ms Williams seems to be more across it.
Sure.
So Ms Williams,
I can talk about code practices if you like, but
well, so in terms of the Code of Conduct, is a Prime Minister allowed to be the president of a lobbying firm?
Well, hang on. I don't know. It's pretty. It's a bit like James McGrath, Senator McGrath, to assert that, Senator Pocock. And
this is
it's a bit. Well, hang on. I hadn't finished. Actually, Senator Pocock, I had not finished.
Go for it.
Thank you. Now, I know you want to get a grab up, but I don't know that the Parliamentary Sports Club is a lobbying firm. Now, it might know in the way that you are asserting. I didn't even know there was a Parliamentary Sports Club. You probably know more about the Parliamentary Sports Club.
I had no idea they were a lobbying organisation.
Well, and it may be that the Code of Conduct for lobbyists is much broader than political lobbyists, all right? But I think for you to come in here and to try and get a grab up by asserting what you just asserted, it really is, not the way you generally play politics.
This is not about
a parliamentary sports club,
and it is a registered lobbying organisation.
And it may be required under the Code of Conduct or whatever the Code of Lobbying. What's it called? The Register of Lobbyists. Is that what it's called? I think that's what we called it. To register. I accept that, and you've got information which shows that. But I think to assert that somehow this is a commercial lobbying company in the way that people understand, where someone pays you to try and lobby Senator Cash or Senator Wong about
That's
something.
Not my assertion.
Well, then, I think you knew precisely what you were doing when you made that assertion. As I said, it was reminiscent of Senator McGrath, but it really, I think, you usually play your politics a bit
Minister
differently.
Wong,
I'll give you just another minute, and then we're going to need to rotate.
So
There's lots of people waiting.
I think the word in this place seems to be verbaling. Like, I feel like you're trying to put words in my mouth there. I'm saying that we have a registered lobbying organisation, and sure, there's different definitions of what they do. But
come on,
responsible.
at least accept.
Can I at least? Yes, it's
Sure.
the Parliamentary Sports Club.
Thank you.
And Responsible Wagering Australia
You're probably a member.
pay the Parliamentary Sports Club for access, which seems like a lobbying organisation to me. And, you know, be that as it may, my beef with all this is that the PM is essentially the president of a registered lobbying company and organisation. We can have the sort of debate about whether or not they are, but on the face of it, they are. And I just have serious concerns with that. And you kind of got to ask questions when we're 2 years after the Murphy Review and your government hasn't even responded to Peter Murphy's work. And you've got Australians out there who are in a lot of pain. You've got young Australians who are being advertised to the point where they think gambling is just a normal part of watching sport. Like, surely we can do better than that as a country.
If you want to debate the policy, Senator, I suggest you go to the Communications Committee, which has carriage of the policy direction. As I said at the outset, I think it is undeniable that this government has acted more in relation to problem gambling than any previous government. I also accept that it does not go as far as many people want. I accept that. Governments make decisions all the time which don't go as far as particular groups in our society want. That's the nature of government. You're also entitled to prosecute that. But I think it is not correct to say that we don't care or that we haven't acted. We do, and we have. It may not be as far as you would like or others would like.
Can I just correct the record there,
Senator
Mike?
Pocock, you've gone well over time. There are lots of people waiting. Senator McGrath's been very,
I'm going to take one more
patient
question
over
if you want, Chair, if he has to
I guess my
leave.
questions are just about the Murphy report, which you haven't acted on. I accept you've done other things.
So, Senator Pocock, to be perfectly honest, my call about time is not about what your questions are about. You're entitled to ask whatever you like, so long as it's within order. I'm just saying that you have gone well over time. You're done. Okay. We can come back, but I am aware that Senator McGrath's been very patient over there. We'll go to you, Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Ms Williams. I've got the organisational chart here. Thank you. How many people work in Prime Minister and Cabinet in the department?
We might get our corporate colleagues to the table in the first instance so we can drill into your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Christy England, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Corporate Division. Senator, as at the 31st of August, we had 1,382 employees.
Okay. So, Ms Williams, I'm a little bit confused. Your department is able to tell me how many, you've given me a number, of how many public servants work in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, and you haven't raised the issue of privacy considerations, yet you're unable to give me a number as to the number of ISIS brides in Australia. What is the difference?
So, Senator, I think we would agree that information about the number of employees employed by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet is public information. It's not subject to the sorts of privacy concerns with respect to individuals that we talked about with the previous matter. It's a very different category of issue.
Minister, do you believe that Australians have the right to know the number of ISIS brides in Australia?
Senator, I think Australians are entitled to know that their government did not provide the sort of assistance to repatriate that we discussed earlier with Senator Patterson. I think what I would say to Australians is the government's the safety of Australians is the government's first priority. Thank you. I would say that, as I said at the very outset of the hearing, that we are aware about a cohort including Australian citizens seeking to return from Syria, that we are not providing assistance and we are not repatriating individuals in Syrian IDP camps. Our security agencies have been and continue to monitor the situation to ensure they are prepared for any Australian from this cohort returning home.
But my question was, does the Prime Minister believe that Australians have the right to know how many ISIS brides are in Australia?
Well, I think I should let on those sorts of... There's a response that I would let the Prime Minister speak for himself on, but I think the Prime Minister would always work to ensure Australians are safe. That's what he does.
And while I acknowledge you've said the Prime Minister can speak for himself, you're representing the Prime Minister here. And my question goes to, does he believe that Australians have the right to know how many ISIS brides are in Australia?
Australians have a right to be safe. And they have a right to a government that works to keep them safe, and that's what they have.
But they don't have a right to know how many ISIS brides are in Australia.
To that. I would make the point, governments make decisions all the time about what they make public, what they do not.
But they don't have the right to know how many ISIS brides
That's not what I said, Senator.
But you haven't said they do have the right.
Well, Senator, I've responded. Well, you ask the questions, I answer them. I've responded.
When will the government release the number of ISIS brides in Australia?
I would, Senator, as your government made clear, people have been seeking to make their way back from Syria for some time, over a number of years. And some have returned, including under your government. Whether or not repatriation is provided.
But my question is...
Well, you keep using a particular phrase because you like to use it, but I'm saying that this is an issue that has had people seeking to return for some years over the previous term of the last term of the Morrison government as well.
But you haven't. The question is a simple question, which is.
No, I'm making a factual point about.
Yes.
I'm sure you're only interested in the ones that are, the reports recently, but I'm making a broader point about this is something that we have Australians making their way back or seeking to make their way back from Syria over a number of years.
But we have a situation, Minister, where in estimates today that officials and yourself have refused to give the number of ISIS brides and are now also saying that you cannot give a time frame as to when you'll release the number of ISIS brides. in Australia.
Well, Senator, these are probably not questions for this portfolio, but I think generally what I'd say is this point. The Daesh or ISIS is a appalling, brutal terrorist group. We all know the history of that. We also know that there have been Australian women and children in IDP camps for some time. When Senator Cash was in the cabinet, there were people, Australians, who found their way back to Australia. I think your government said in 2017 there would be a steady trickle dependent on individual circumstances. Ministers also said there would be sporadic arrivals. I think that situation has continued. So is the question, which is probably a question ultimately for... I think it's a question for Home Affairs. Is really a question of how many people have returned from Syria over a period since the fall of ISIS, collapse of ISIS. That's actually the answer to your question.
But the questions,
including under your government.
The questions that have been put to you, Minister, and the Department today relate to the situation involving the ISIS brides, involving the Prime Minister's responses to questions in relation to his knowledge of the return of the ISIS brides, and in particular, the very simple question that we've put to the Department and to yourself is to the number of ISIS brides that are in Australia. And in returning to when you did sit on this side of the table, you were very, very strong and very eloquent in your demands that the then government would release information, whether it was anything to do with the former Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, in terms of information concerning decisions made by his government. So it is, there seem to be two standards here. There is the standard that you applied when you were on this side of the table when you were seeking information, and now there is a standard that you're applying when you're not on that side of the table, when the opposition are merely asking a very, very simple question as to the number of ISIS brides.
Well, this isn't about me, Senator, although you almost said something complimentary about me. Almost.
I did. I said you were eloquent.
First, this would be a matter for Home Affairs, so I don't have the officials that could assist. But second, I'm making a different point, which I noticed that you skirted around, is people returned while you were in government. So if you're wanting government to disclose the general, the cohort of people who have returned from Syria, over a number of years, that would be one way of going through the cohort.
Well,
I don't know what that number is. It's not something PM&C would have. It would be a matter for Home Affairs.
Yeah, but our questions, and we're going
You don't
around
want to know
circles.
how many came back under you. You only want to know what happened last.
Our question goes to the ISIS brides cohort, the number which there seems to be a cover-up going at the moment that the people will not give an answer in relation to that specific number, and you cannot give an answer as to when or whether you will release that precise number. But, Minister, if I can take you back to an earlier answer of yours when you said the number one priority of the government was safety. So what steps have been taken as of today across government to ensure the ongoing public safety of the Australian community?
well, I said it right at the outset that our security agencies have been and continue to monitor the situation so to ensure that we are prepared for any Australian from this cohort returning home. I'm not in a position to go any further on that. You will have the opportunity, if you want to put these matters to the head of ASIO or the AFP, that they will answer as they see fit.
So, is Prime Minister and Cabinet or the Prime Minister aware of the monitoring arrangements, if any, that have been put in place for the ISIS brides across government?
So I think I'd echo the Minister's answer there, Senator, and I think it would be appropriate to direct explicit questions around those matters to the security agencies, given the nature of the question.
In its coordination role, what de-radicalisation education, if any, is Prime Minister and Cabinet aware of that the ISIS brides have undertaken?
Senator, as Ms Williams has said, in terms of those arrangements, we would recommend referring that to the Department of Home Affairs and the security agencies.
But is the department aware? I acknowledge that you would wish to
answered that, Senator.
With all due respect, this goes again.
Yeah, well, and people are. I understand
knowledge,
that, but people are also entitled to. It's one way of trying to get to a question. I've done the same thing many times, generally rarely successfully, because people would say what I'm about to say to you, which is that's a matter you should put to the Department of Home Affairs. I would also say to you, in relation to these security issues, this is not the forum they should be discussed in.
But Minister, it is a forum where the government is refusing to give a number, just a number in relation to the number of ISIS brides in this country, using the cloak of privacy considerations. So the opposition being blocked in relation to ascertaining an answer to a very simple question, a question that most Australians, if not all Australians, believe that they should have the right to know, which is how many ISIS brides are in this country. But my question, I'll go back to you, Ms Moroney, is in its coordination role, what de-radicalisation education, if any, is the Prime Minister and Cabinet aware of that the ISIS brides have undertaken?
We're taking that question on notice.
So you're not aware of?
No, we are taking the question on notice, as she has, Ms Moroney has already, as she is entitled to.
What de-radicalisation assessments, if any, have been conducted on the ISIS brides across government?
Goodness me. You are persistent, Senator.
But it's not a...
With all due respect, these are very serious
No, but
questions,
exactly, and I'm happy for you to ask them. I'm happy for you to ask them at the appropriate committee of the appropriate officials.
So if we went into...
If you want to ask questions, as I've said on multiple occasions, about these national security functions, they should be asked of the national security agencies with responsibility. That it would be the serious way to deal with this. It's not fair to continue to ask Ms Moroney to repeat, I'm going to take it on notice because you feel a need to continue to ask the same question multiple times for political effect.
Senator Wong, with all due respect, if we were to go into the national security agencies and ask what the knowledge of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet or the Prime Minister is, would you like to know what their answer would be? It would be you should have asked that in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. All of our questions have gone to the knowledge of this department. You have media reports that ISIS brides and their children have returned to this country, and yet we have not got the answer to one question this morning. We are told, take it to another agency. How do you take something that's in this agency's purview to another agency? We're told that there are apparently privacy issues, and yet if I recall on the 3rd of September in the Nauru hearing,
very happy to give numbers on the NZYQ persons in Australia. So I'm sorry if you think the questions are repetitive, but quite frankly, your answers have become repetitive, Senator Wong.
Okay. Well,
So on that point...
Sorry. After you, Chair.
I'll just say we've been going around this for some time now. Obviously, you are at liberty to keep asking the questions. I assume you'll keep getting the same answers. But we have reached that time to rotate the call, and we will go to Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions regarding the minimum age for social media access.
Thanks, Senator. We'll just get the officers to the table.
Yes, absolutely. I'd like to ask about the world-leading reforms to social media access that will begin from the 10th of December this year. Could you briefly walk us through the rationale behind legislating a social media minimum age?
Certainly, Senator. So, as you'll know, Parliament in December last year passed laws to require age-restricted social media platforms to take reasonable steps to prevent under-16s from having accounts on their platforms. So the history of this was considered through the National Cabinet last year and followed a summit on this issue earlier last year as well, which really the driving force for this work was to protect young Australians at a critical stage of their development, to try and give them 3 more years to build resilience and learn online skills. This approach aims to protect young Australians from pressures and risks that users can be exposed to while logged into social media.
I certainly know from conversations with parents in my home state of WA that they've very, very much welcomed the changes and tell me that they're relieved not to have the fight with their children about getting on these social media platforms. Can you talk to me a little bit more about the development of the reforms, particularly the work that National Cabinet did over the course of 2024?
Certainly, Senator. So South Australia and New South Wales really helped to drive these reforms, and as you'll recall, the former Chief Justice French did a extensive report on bringing into force laws in South Australia, which really informed the Commonwealth's work on adopting a nationally consistent approach, given the borderless nature of these services. So that work certainly that certainly informed the work and the development of the policy. There's extensive consultation as well with a range of stakeholders, including groups representing children, a whole range of civil societies, academia, addressing to really refine the laws and to find the right balance of these laws, Senator.
The part of the agreement coming out of National Cabinet was for a pilot, an age assurance pilot. Can you talk me through what that pilot found?
Certainly, Senator. So that pilot has been conducted over an extended period of time and it was led by the Communications Department. So they contracted Age Check Certification Scheme, who is an expert in evaluating the accuracy and performance of age assurance technology. They did an extensive trial working with, I think, over 60 different providers, or 60 different technologies, looking at the types of technologies that could be effective in implementing the ban. And they found that there was a range of technologies that are already being used by platforms in Australia and globally, and that they determined that the technologies can be private, robust and effective, and there was no barrier to introducing these laws in Australia.
Thank you. That's very good to hear. What's the status? What's kind of next steps, I suppose, off the back of that pilot? And I guess for any parents who might be watching these proceedings, what can they expect to see between now and the December start date?
Certainly, Senator. So there's been a range of work that's being done by the Communications Department and the E-Safety Commissioner as well. So the Minister for Communications issued rules that gave greater clarity around these laws in the end of June, I think it was. The E-Safety Commissioner has also recently issued guidance for the platforms themselves as to how they can meet the requirements of these laws, and has been working with those platforms to ensure that they are ready by 10 December when the laws will come into effect. The government's also committed some funding for a public education campaign, and that will be expected to commence shortly, and that will help parents, children, educators to understand the laws and to make sure they're ready for their implementation.
Could you tell me a little bit more about the public education campaign? What it will look like?
Senator, so that hasn't been
Okay.
released yet, so that's
to come.
coming soon. That's right.
Okay, great. I'm sure that this work involves coordination across a number of different agencies. Can you talk to how you're working with across government to roll out these changes?
Certainly, Senator. So, as I mentioned, the Communications Department has been leading this, and that age assurance trial that we talked about had a working group with, I think it was over a dozen different agencies across the Commonwealth with various policy intersections with this work. So around children's safety, for example, cybersecurity, some of these other issues. So they've been working extensively with those agencies across the Commonwealth. There's also been extensive engagement with the states and territories over the last more than 12 months to get ready for these laws, and the Communications Department's continuing that work.
Thank you. I'm sure that one of the considerations in developing these laws is around protecting young people's mental health. Can you talk to particularly the consultations that you referred to in one of your earlier answers, and I guess what the views were coming out of those consultations about how these laws might help protect mental health of young people in Australia?
Certainly, Senator, and this goes to the design of the laws, where they really are targeting account holders, given that the features when you hold an account can be more pervasive and have a greater impact on children's mental health. So it allows platforms to better target the content that they're seeing, but also has a range of other features that encourage children and people more broadly to stay on these platforms for longer periods of time, which can have significant impacts in terms of sleep and these sorts of issues, which can lead to mental health issues as well. So these laws aren't blocking access to all social media for children, and where those platforms have an educational or other benefits, they're certainly, the government's certainly not saying children shouldn't have access to those. It's really targeting the harm and trying to minimise the most serious harm from the use of these platforms.
And can you talk to why 16? Why the age of 16?
Senator, so that was, the government made that decision in terms of 16, and that was informed by a significant body of work around the world which looked at these issues, and there was certainly, ultimately it was a decision of government as to the age of 16.
Thank you. Are we back to Senator McGrath? Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, Chair. And then Senator Patterson will just follow me. If I could just go to the New South Wales Parliament's own estimates hearing on the 3rd of September of this year, the New South Wales Police Force's Deputy Commissioner with responsibility for counter-terrorism matters, Mr Dave Hudson, said that he had been advised about the arrival of ISIS brides back into Australia, saying that they were coming and that there was, and I quote, "no doubt New South Wales Police will have a role in their resettlement." He also said, and I quote, "we are still working through that issue with the Commonwealth. The roles have yet to be finalised between what New South Wales Government, including the New South Wales Police Force, and the Commonwealth roles will be. No doubt we will have a role, as will the broader New South Wales Government, as we have done with previous returning brides of foreign fighters and children of such." Ms Williams, in relation to Deputy Commissioner Hudson's statements, are you aware what roles he was referring to?
We just stop before we go any further. I'm assuming this is the Deputy Commissioner of Police.
The Deputy Commissioner,
Right.
I said Counter-Terrorism Matters, Dave
Sure.
Hudson.
Right.
Deputy Commissioner,
State.
yes.
Is that right? Well, I would assume that he is not being briefed by PM&C, and so if you have questions about what he was briefed, which is what that question is...
No, it's not. I'm asking what knowledge the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet had, if any. Now, if the answer is they have no knowledge, that is the answer.
Of what? Of what he was briefed?
He stated we are still working through that issue with the Commonwealth. The roles have yet to be finalised between what the New South Wales Government and the Commonwealth will be. My question is the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, does it have any knowledge in relation to what those roles are?
So, Senator, that's a highly operational matter. I would suggest that you do talk to the Department of Home Affairs about that. They would be the agency responsible for those kinds of considerations, and they would be able to answer those questions for you.
And again, Ms Williams, and we are obviously getting this answer in almost every question that we ask today. This is in relation to the knowledge of the Department and Prime Minister and Cabinet. If I was to ask about the knowledge of Prime Minister and Cabinet in another estimates hearing, I would be referred back to this hearing right here. So I am asking, does the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet have any knowledge of the reference to what the Commonwealth roles will be and what roles they actually are?
So, Senator, Home Affairs is the lead on this. It's a highly operational matter, as I said. They will have the knowledge of this of these matters. It's best to refer your questions to them.
And again, with all due respect, that is not my question. My question is in relation to the knowledge of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Yeah, and like I said, it's a highly operational matter. This is the sort of thing that Home Affairs is responsible for. It's something they are likely to have knowledge of. If that is the case, I would really strongly suggest that you refer those questions to the relevant committee.
I'll try once more. This is in relation to the knowledge of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Does the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet have any knowledge in relation to the roles of the Commonwealth that were being referred to?
Senator, I appreciate you don't like the answer, but is the answer the official has given?
Well, it's not an answer with all due respect, Senator Wong.
Well, it's an answer. It is an answer. It's just not one you particularly...
So if I was to put these questions,
that's fair enough,
as you have advised me to the Department of Home Affairs in relation to the knowledge of the Department and Prime Minister Cabinet, what do you think their answer is going to be, Senator Wong?
Senator, we've had this argument, or this interchange, shall we call it, a number of times today already. Ms Williams has given the department's answer. That is the department's answer.
Ms Williams, does the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet have any knowledge of the state or territory in which the ISIS brides and their children are located?
Senator, I would refer to previous evidence in relation to the details of this case that we wouldn't disclose, noting it's an individual case.
I didn't ask you to disclose it. I asked you if you had any knowledge. There is a fundamental difference. If I ask you to disclose it, well, that is the next question. My question is, does the department have any knowledge in relation to the location of the ISIS brides in Australia, the state or territory?
Senator, I will just check with my colleague, Mr Sadlier, if he has any information.
Senator, this is one for Home Affairs. I'd refer you to Home Affairs to respond to that.
With all due respect again, and we're back to where we started at the very beginning of the day, I am not asking Home Affairs. I am asking the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. So I will now ask you, Mr Seidler, do you have any knowledge of where the ISIS brides and their children are located, state or territory, in Australia?
Well, Senator, the department has answered. I would say to you that this does go to the broader issue here is the safety of Australians. Obviously, our intelligence and security agencies constantly work to manage and deal with any threats to our national security. I would say what I've said before, agencies are aware who the persons of interest are, have been monitoring these individuals for some time, and we have confidence in the agencies. If you want to ask any further details about that, I would refer you to Home Affairs, which, as you know, has both the Director has the DG of ASIO appears, as does the AFP, who have frontline responsibility for these issues. I also would make the observation that Ms Moroney has referred back to her earlier evidence about privacy in relation to your question about location.
Senator Wong, with all due respect, again, this is a yes or no answer.
Senator
I'm not
Cash,
asking
you've asked
states.
the question.
And I'm asking it again because
answered,
no, it has not yet, with all due respect,
the
Chair.
department is giving you.
Yeah, and I'm asking. This is
time.
about knowledge that the department has. I'm not asking, are they located in New South Wales? Are they located in Victoria? I could understand that response may be given to me if I asked for a specific location. I may not agree with it, but I would understand if it was given to me. I am merely asking, does the department have the knowledge? It is a simple yes or no answer.
Well, Senator, you can't instruct an officer how to answer a question. They've answered the question. That's their answer.
Has the department or anyone in the department been briefed in relation to the location of the ISIS brides in Australia?
Senator, noting your question is about the department and noting we have a number of officers, I'd prefer to take that on notice to confirm.
Do you have any knowledge yourself, Ms Moroney, as to whether or not anyone in the department has been briefed in relation to the location of the ISIS brides in Australia?
Senator, I would just refer to my previous answer that we'll take that on notice and confirm.
Do you have any personal knowledge?
No, well, she's answered that. You can't just keep asking the same question, Senator Cash. You might not like the answer. I appreciate that.
I don't like any of the answers because you are hiding from the Australian
here we go.
the fact that women who made a conscious choice to leave Australia and join a death cult have arrived back, and you are protecting their privacy. Seriously?
Senator, we're answering questions within the portfolio, and we are choosing to do what is the professional thing, which is to refer you to the appropriate committee in relation to many questions which are not the responsibility of these officers.
And again,
now,
Senator Wong,
you have an issue with that. You have made a number of comments about that. You know, that's politics. But that's what we're doing. So you've asked a question, the department has answered, that is the answer.
Senator, how can it be politics asking what the knowledge of the department or the Prime Minister is in estimates that concerns the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet?
Senator, I think anybody watching this will understand why the coalition has not asked a single cost of living question, a single health question, a single question on any of the other matters that the department could respond on. The only questions on various policy matters have been asked by Senator Whittaker. You're focused on one issue, and we understand why. I think everyone understands what the agenda is. And you have forged ahead, notwithstanding the response from the table, which is most of the questions you have asked are matters that are not for this portfolio. So be it. If you wish to do this with your time, that's a political decision for you.
Senator Patterson now has some questions.
Well, we've hit the time block, so we'll rotate and come back to you, Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions about the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. Hello again. It's been more than a decade now since David Gonski recommended the school resourcing standard that ensures every school in Australia receives the level of funding required to deliver a great education for students. Under the former government, my understanding is that private schools were put on a path to their full funding level. Is that right?
Senator, yes. My understanding is that prior to 2022, the majority of non-government schools in Australia were receiving either full funding or more, or were on a trajectory to full SRS funding.
And were public schools put on that same path?
Senator, in the ACT, schools were on a trajectory to full SRS funding, but other jurisdictions were not.
So schools in no state or territory other than the ACT were on track to receive their full funding level under the former government. Is that right from your answer?
Yes, so prior to 2022, only the ACT had funded sort of 80% of its full SRS, and then the Commonwealth funded 20%.
And what has changed since then?
So, Senator, under the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement and the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement Full and Fair Funding National Agreements, public schools in all jurisdictions, government schools in all jurisdictions are on a pathway to 100% of the SRS by 2034.
Which jurisdictions have now signed the Heads of Agreement to fully fund their public schools?
All jurisdictions have signed a Heads of Agreement.
I think my home state of Western Australia was one of the first.
Yeah, that's correct.
To do so.
Yes.
Very pleased to hear that. What do states need to do in return for this increased Commonwealth funding under this government?
So states have to agree and commit to the three common outcomes which are common across the two funding agreements. Common reform directions, which are equity, excellence and wellbeing, as well as a strong and sustainable workforce. They also need to support some enabling initiatives, which are joint initiatives from the Commonwealth and the states and territories, and commit to reporting targets.
And in what time frame are they required to comply with those requirements?
So individual jurisdictions are negotiating their bilateral agreements, which will set out the trajectory over to 2034, taking into account the needs of each jurisdiction.
And when do you expect those agreements to be finalised across the jurisdictions?
Sure. At this point, final bilateral agreements for all jurisdictions other than Victoria have been finalised and are available, and I understand the Department of Education is working with the Victorian Department of Education to finalise the bilateral schedule for that state.
And how much additional Commonwealth funding will be delivered over the next decade?
Under the agreement, an additional $16.5 billion approximately will be delivered.
The Minister has said that the new Better Fairer Schools Agreement isn't just a blank cheque. And so what reforms will be delivered as part of this agreement? What changes will students see on the ground in their schools?
Senator, the national agreement sets out 10 national reform directions which are aimed at helping students reach their learning potential, increasing educational equity and improving workforce outcomes for teaching staff. So some of those, for example, include Year 1 phonics checks and numeracy checks to identify students who might need additional support. evidence-based teaching and targeted and intensive support such as small group tutoring to help students with additional needs, better connections between schools and other non-school services to support students to come to school ready to learn, providing teachers and school leaders with greater access to high-quality evidence-based professional learning and quality-assured curriculum resources, and initiatives to increase teacher attraction and retention, including actions to improve and increase diversity in the teaching workforce, including attracting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander staff as teaching workforce.
And are there targets associated with the agreement?
Yes, there are targets. So in committing to the agreement, states and territories have committed to targets that align with the 3 priority areas that I outlined earlier. So, for example, states and territories commit to by 2030 increasing the proportion of students with Year 12 or equivalent certification by 7.5 percentage points compared to 2022, increasing the proportion of people attaining Year 12 or equivalent to 96% by 2031, and a range of improvements in NAPLAN literacy and reading for years 3, 5, 7 and 9.
Okay, great, thank you. I now, if I have some additional time, Chair, I've got some additional questions on critical minerals, strategic reserve.
Do you want to?
We might rotate.
Do you want to rotate? Okay.
Yeah.
Come back to that.
Senator Patterson.
Thanks, Chair. This is further questions on the ISIS brides matter if the relevant officials might wish to come forward. When did the department first learn that the ISIS brides had in fact returned to Australia?
Senator, I would need to take that on notice to confirm.
Can you tell me whether or not it was before or after Carly Douglas from the Herald Sun broke the story on Friday afternoon last week?
Again, I'll take on notice to confirm what the department knew and when.
How about your own personal state of knowledge? Did you know prior to the publication of that article that they'd returned to Australia?
Senator, I think as I said earlier today, we obviously have regular discussions with our counterpart national security agencies, and so my preference would be to take that on notice to check exactly when.
But presumably when that article was published, you either would have been surprised to learn this new piece of information, or you would have not been surprised because you'd already been notified by other means. Do you recall whether or not the article came as a surprise or whether you were already familiar with the information?
Well, Senator, can I... Ms Moroney's already asked to take it on notice to get a bit more clarity, and she's entitled to do that. But can I just make this observation, which I think I've made before? This is the fact that individuals have been seeking to return to Australia for some time is both public knowledge and has been known to the government for some time. So,
and that's not my question.
But my point is, it's not. These are not. This has been something in the public arena, and of which the government has been aware for some time, that there are individuals in the Syrian IDP camps, or formerly in the Syrian IDP camps, who have been seeking to return to Australia. Agencies have been monitoring them for some time and are aware of, where there are persons of interest, as I've said, they're aware of them.
Thank you, but that's a different question, because obviously once they arrive back into Australia, several implications flow from that about monitoring and whether they can be charged and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
Simply knowing that people may wish to return to Australia and having actually returned to Australia very different.
I think I used a very specific form of words deliberately, which is agencies have been monitoring these individuals for some time.
Thank you, and we'll have questions for the agencies, but right now my questions are for PMC.
And I'm saying she's taken it on notice.
Thank you, I hear you, but I'm going to continue to persist with this because I think it's important to know whether or not PMC found out that these people were back into Australia from media reports or whether they found out from other means. So if you can't tell me when you found out. Can you tell me how you found out?
Senator, in regards to how we found out, I would also take that on notice to confirm the details.
Can you, at a very high level, just tell me, was it through official channels or was it through media reporting or some other means?
Senator, I would refer to my previous evidence in that I'll take it on notice to confirm when we found out and how.
Okay, I appreciate that on behalf of the department, but how about your own personal knowledge, given your direct responsibilities? Can you tell me whether it was through official channels, for example, ASIO, Border Force, the AFP, the Department of Home Affairs, any other government body, or was it through non-official, like a media report or some other means of finding out?
Senator, as I have previously said, we have a number of conversations with many different agencies, and so I would prefer to take it on notice just to check the detail and make sure that we are providing accurate information.
You don't remember whether it was through an official or non-official channel? That's a pretty broad distinction. I'm not asking for the line officer and their name. I'm asking, was it an official notification of some form or was it an informal or non-official notification?
Senator Patterson, the witness has agreed to take the question on notice. Her answer will be what her answer will be. You can keep asking your questions.
Thank you.
But the witness will give you the answer that she sees as the appropriate, responsible answer for her position in this context, and that is the answer.
Thanks, Chair. That was a completely unhelpful and unnecessary intervention, but thank you.
It's my pleasure, Senator Patterson, my pleasure.
I'm not being rude, I'm being factual. That was not helpful.
No, it was rude. It was rude, Senator Patterson.
Thank you. I don't need any assistance in asking questions. Very kind of you to offer, Chair, but you can ask your questions if you have them in. I'll ask mine. Mr. Simon, can you assist me? Can you tell me whether or not you had any personal knowledge?
We have answered. We have answered these questions. They are being taken on notice. I've also actually, if you have listened to my answers, been very clear with you that the government has been aware of people wishing to leave the Syrian IDP camps for some time, and we have been monitoring them. The appropriate place for you to ask questions about details of that, to get the information you require, is Home Affairs. I'm not having individual officers of a department that is not responsible for this badgered, particularly while you're being rude to the chair, Senator.
Thanks.
So we are not. These questions are now being taken on notice.
Senator
Very clear.
Wong, I will not be taking lectures or advice from you about decorum in these forums. I've observed you over a very long period of time being incredibly assertive with colleagues on this committee and witnesses. You are literally the last person I'll take advice from on that question.
Senator Patterson,
Why are you getting
I will
personal?
just call...
Why are you getting personal? You don't need to get personal.
After you just...
We are not getting... We're talking about the fact that I'm not going to have you badgering individual officers. I don't think that's fair. Now, you may disagree with me. That's fine. That is the position. We're taking these questions on notice. You can come to Home Affairs. I understand you're the acting Home Affairs shadow. Well, you've got plenty of opportunity to ask them the questions that are actually their responsibility.
Well, they won't be able to tell me when PMC was notified because that's not their job. And so these questions...
Senator Patterson, PMC have told you what they are going to tell you. They have taken a range of things on notice. And you are being rude, and it is unnecessary.
You don't need to be like that. Is this some sort of I'm tougher than Michaelia thing or something?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. The reason why I ask these questions is because they were put to the Secretary of the Attorney General's Department, and the Secretary was more helpful than anyone in this committee has been. The Secretary of the Department of Attorney General said, and I quote, based on a caption, I became aware with the media on the matter. I wasn't aware of the movement of those people prior to that. I think it is in the public interest to know whether or not PMC was also notified via the media or whether they knew through other means.
No, we will provide answers on notice, Senator Patterson, as previously indicated.
Okay. Am I right in understanding that PMC is responsible for Commonwealth-state relations?
So, Senator, PMC is responsible for assisting the Prime Minister with the National Cabinet.
I think there's a division or a unit, or you correct me on the terminology, there's a person whose title is Commonwealth State Relations.
So we can bring those officers to
under
the table, Senator?
Intergovernmental Relations and Reform. Did anyone at PM&C have any conversations with any state governments about the return of the ISIS brides?
So, Senator, do you mind just asking that question again, just to make sure that we've got the right officers at the table?
Did anyone at PM&C have any conversations with any state governments about the return of ISIS brides?
So I think that is Ms Moroney, rather than our Comstate people.
So, Senator, again, just because your question is in relation to the department holistically, I think I'd prefer to take that on notice to double check.
Thank you. And were you or any of your team, or do you have any personal knowledge of any conversations with any state governments about the return of the ISIS brides?
That they have undertaken. I mean, the problem is, again, and I know you're getting all irritated when I point this out, these are not the officials who are responsible for that coordination in the national security area. All right, so it's, you know, you're making all sorts of imputations and assertions about people's motivation. They are not the officials responsible for that. There is a, and I think you would know this from your work as the shadow. You know, there is a, I think, a very well-structured, practiced, set way in which the Commonwealth and state and territory agencies, security agencies, interact around a range of security threats, which that is not the responsibility of the department.
Okay, so is it your evidence then, Senator Wong, that no one in PM&C had any conversations with any state governments about the return of the ISIS
No, it's my
brides?
evidence that you're asking questions in the wrong committee. That's my evidence. So
well,
you can you know, try and make a whole range of political points, Senator Patterson. That's you know, part of what happens when you're over there. I understand that. You know, I'm realistic about it, but that my evidence is, and my answer is you are asking the wrong officials the questions that you want answered.
Well, I may or may not be. If the answer is no, PM&C did not have any role coordinating with state governments about this matter, I'll accept that answer. But the answer may be, yes, in fact, there was a conversation with the Victorian Department of Premier and Cabinet or some other department or agency. So it would be really helpful just to know, did PM&C play any role in liaising with any state government on this matter?
Senator, I would just add that national security coordination is a matter for Home Affairs, and so would refer the questions on any discussions with state and territory partners to Home Affairs.
Okay, so am I to understand from that answer that that means PM&C played no role in coordinating with state governments on this matter? That's all I'm trying to find out.
You are to understand from the answer what the answer said, full stop.
Well, I'm seeking clarity because it's not clear to me from the answer.
Follow-up can be a follow-up. I'm going back to the primary answer. That's the department's answer.
Right. So how are Australians to know whether or not this department had any role in liaising with state governments?
Well, Australians are entitled to know and should know from what they have seen that whether it is through Operation Everlight and the coordination between state, territory, or state and federal agencies there, or many other matters, that there is a sound practice system of coordination on national security matters between the Commonwealth and the states, and I'm telling you, as the officer has, that is led by Home Affairs for the Commonwealth. So if you're actually interested in how people work together to keep Australians safe, I'd recommend that you go to Home Affairs and ask those questions.
Okay. Did the Prime Minister have any conversations with any of his state counterparts? Did he speak to the Premier of Victoria, for example, or the Premier of New South Wales?
I will take that on notice.
So you don't know whether the Prime Minister has been engaged on this. Does the department have any knowledge? Did you set up any phone calls for the PM with any of his counterparts?
I've taken the question on notice.
And that's why I've directed a different question to the department.
No, you're just trying to get another answer. But
Any answer would be good. One answer I would take.
Well, Senator, no, I'm giving you many answers. They're just many answers
Just
that you
no
don't...
relationship to the questions.
Well, if I may finish, I'm giving you many answers. We spend hours on this with the same answers because you're having the same questions. Again, say to you, you're not asking the right questions, the questions in the right committee.
Well, actually, Senator Wong, no matter what question we ask on this, we get the same answer.
Because you are asking questions which are not the responsibility of this portfolio or these officers. Like it is. Well, okay. If you want to ignore the Westminster system of government and how government is managed, so be it.
So, I mean,
I can't help you.
This could be...
Senator Patterson, you have got enough time for one more question.
There you go.
Thank you.
I can give you the AAOs after this.
Thank
You
you.
can read the administrative orders and understand how Westminster government works.
So, I mean, what I have taken from this evidence this
Now we're
afternoon...
having a state. Now we're having a speech. This is not a question. This is a speech.
Can I just observe...
What I will take with the hand...
This is just a
performance. Have we got a camera that he's
Chair,
looking at too, like he does in the chamber?
when I've interrupted Senator Wong.
Sorry,
Senator Wong has
true.
objected when I've interrupted her.
That's fair enough.
I reckon you're both having a good crack.
Exactly. So let's not be hypocritical about this. What I have taken from this evidence is that neither you, Senator Wong, nor the department is able to tell us anything, and may in fact know nothing about the return of people who joined a listed terrorist organisation involved in some of the most reprehensible crimes we have witnessed in decades. You can't tell us when they came home. You can't tell us where they are. You can't tell us how they're being monitored. You can't tell us who's monitoring them. You can't tell us if they'll be charged. You can't tell us if they've committed any offences. If you can't answer, if the Prime Minister's department can't answer the most basic factual questions about an important matter of public safety and national security, how can Australians have confidence in this government that you will keep them safe?
Our first priority is to keep Australians safe. As I said to you right at the outset, but that didn't prevent the flourish lecture at the end, agencies have been aware of the individuals in the Syrian IDP camps. We are aware of those who seek to return home. As I said, we are working to keep the community safe. Any threats to national security and the security of Australians are monitored. And unlike you, Senator, perhaps, I do have confidence in our national security agencies. If you were, I think, had more faith and understanding in their work, you might actually go and ask them rather than make political points in here as you just have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. We'll now go to Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions about the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve.
Critical minerals.
I understand a Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve Task Force has been established in the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. I'm Donna Looney. I'm the First Assistant Secretary and Head of the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve Task Force in PMNC. So the government has committed to establishing a critical minerals strategic reserve to maximise the strategic value of Australia's critical minerals. This commitment is an initial $1.2 billion to establish the reserve, including an additional $1 billion under the Critical Minerals Facility and $185 million for the reserve's operation and establishment. The task force has been established within PMNC to advise government on the reserve's scope and design following consultation with industry and international partners. The task force was formally established in July and includes officials from PMNC, DISA and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. and it reports jointly to the Prime Minister and the Honourable Madeleine King MP, Minister for Resources. And the government's committed to the reserve being operational in the second half of 2026.
Thank you for that background. Can you tell me a little bit about the policy, economic and industry context in which the reserve is being established?
Certainly. So critical minerals and rare earths are critical for modern supply chains and supply chains into the future. And as we know, we're operating in a global context in which supply chains are subject to many constraints and barriers, and in particular concentrated markets and price volatility. But Australia is well placed to address these. Our mining sector is definitely has a long history and is sophisticated and can address some of these considerations. So the government's commitment to this sector and investing in critical minerals for the domestic industry and for international partners is an important consideration for economic security and resilience.
You've talked a bit about what the Strategic Reserve aims to do. Can you talk to how it supports our national interest?
Certainly. So the reserve will secure priority critical minerals for Australia's national security and the security of key international partners. And the election commitment pointed to two mechanisms for this. The national offtake agreements, which are voluntary contractual agreements to acquire volumes of critical minerals from commercial projects, or options to purchase at a given price holding security over them, and selective stockpiling, which is stockpiling of critical minerals produced under these offtake agreements.
You talked in your statement at the beginning of your evidence about the task force that I think you said began its work in July. Can you tell us about the work that the task force has done, the consultation they've undertaken since then?
Sure. So the task force has been working on doing some analysis and consultation with stakeholders, with some introductory calls with stakeholders, including state and territory governments, industry, and some international partners. We began with consulting with around 25 introductory calls with various organisations, and in the last couple of weeks we've stepped up that to targeted consultation, including some conversations with some key international partners last week, including Korea and Japan, and we'll continue that to broaden that over coming weeks. We've also had very specific targeted conversations with state and territory governments, as I mentioned, and had quite an in-depth conversation with them over the last couple of weeks so that we can ensure we're working with our state and territory partners as well as with the Commonwealth. And we have begun targeted working group meetings with industry. This kicked off last week. We had approximately a dozen industry stakeholders involved in our inaugural meeting last week, and we have approximately 4 more working group meetings with industry planned in the coming 2 weeks, and then we can have some more targeted meetings after that. All of those meetings are so that we can have an evidence base behind the recommendations that we will make on the design and scope of the reserve for government, and then we can make sure that that supply that we have coming from Australia into the reserve is targeted towards the demand that will be met in the future.
In the consultation you've had so far with industry, what's the reception been like from them to the announcement?
There's been very positive reception around the strategic reserve. Obviously, the government's purpose in having this reserve set up in the national interest is aligned with the challenges that are happening in the global context at the moment, and the purpose and the objective of the reserve to address some of the challenges in the supply chains around volatility and concentration are things that that industry is really facing challenges with. So the intent of the reserve is welcomed by industry going forward.
I'm very pleased to hear that. The government's election commitment also included, as you mentioned, an additional $1 billion investment in the critical minerals facility, which provides support for critical minerals projects. Can you provide some information on the kinds of projects that have been approved under that program so far, and what kinds of projects you anticipate it will be able to support with that additional $1 billion of funding provided by the government?
Certainly. So the critical minerals facility is administered by Export Finance Australia. It's actually a matter for the Department of Industry, Science and Resources and DFAT, so they will be able to provide some additional information on the particular projects that have been supported to date. But they provide concessional loans and finance that way, and so we note that with that additional $1 billion, they'll be able to provide additional financing through that mechanism to industry, which will then be able to support the offtake arrangements and the stockpiling agreements that will happen through the strategic reserve going forward. So there'll be a relationship there between the strategic reserve and Export Finance Australia through that mechanism.
Mm-hmm. While I assume the task force work is ongoing, what are the next steps you expect to be taken? You mentioned the roundtables, but if you could provide a bit of an outline of kind of what the project looks like over the next few months.
Certainly. So, as I mentioned, the election commitment was for this strategic reserve to be operational in the second half of 2026. So all of the work that will be undertaken by the task force will be to achieve that delivery timeframe. So we will be undertaking consultation over the coming month or so to be able to provide advice to government on the design and the scope of the reserve. What that looks like then will be a decision for government, and the implementation will need to be undertaken over the start of next year to enable that delivery timeframe to be met for the second half of 2026.
Mm-hmm. Okay, excellent. Do I have further time, Chair?
We might rotate.
Okay, great.
Senator Antic.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Are there any officials here from the behavioural economics team, or anyone that can answer questions about?
Yes, we do have
thank you.
Here.
If I could just come forward. Good afternoon. Thank you. Look, I just have a line of questions about the beta team. You call yourself the beta team, Behavioural Economics team, which is a department of, or a team inside the Department of Premier and Cabinet, which is to broadly, I guess, explain, designed to provide support to Prime Minister and Cabinet around policy, how to implement it and so forth. There is a document, I think a governance note, which is available on the website. I have copies here, I can tender them if need be, but it's called Harnessing the Power of Defaults. And the language used in there and across the board inside the department's website talks about the need to give people a nudge when policy, in fact it's called a nudge unit sometimes colloquially. In this particular document it says, for example, citizens may struggle to make choices in their own best interests. So I'm just interested if you could explain how it is that the department achieves that, and whether or not it's considered that citizens need help
with their own decisions, you know, to make choices in their own best interests.
So, Senator, before I pass to the officers to provide some evidence around that particular element, there's a couple of points that I probably make. The first being that the beta team actually works across government, so it's located within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, but it is designed to partner with government departments with policy and program responsibility and to provide support to them in the development and the delivery of those programs. The second is I might ask officers to just sort of expand a little bit on the breadth of things that they do in that team, that there's a broad range of approaches that they use, and in addition perhaps to the matters that you're raising, just as context so that it's clearer. So I'll maybe pass to Ms. Carly.
Thanks, Nadine.
Thank you. I'll ask you to put your name and plate up, please.
Thank you very much, Senator. Hi, Susan Calvert. I'm the Managing Director for BETA, the Behavioural Economics team of the Australian Government. The role of BETA is, as you said, to generate and apply evidence from behavioural and social science to inform public policy. We partner with government departments to better understand how people interact with policies and programs and services. And we do this by conducting research, designing and testing evidence-based solutions, and including through surveys and randomised control trials, and supporting the APS to apply evidence to policy solutions.
You say in there, in the harnessing defaults document, that you're trying to trigger the optimal behaviour response within a target population. It sounds a little bit dystopian and like a bit of a psyop to me. Is that fair?
I think what we're trying to do is help inform decision making.
Also on the website you talk about the manner in which these matters are conducted, transparency and putting all the information out there. Under freedom of information, I was provided with a range of documents that were produced by the department, presumably for the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet during the COVID period. This is one from August 2021, a conversation guide for talking with people who are vaccine hesitant, which goes through a sort of a broad range of suggestions for people, including who can influence vaccine hesitancy, friends, family, peers, putting ideas out there for nudging people in the direction of a particular approach. That's just one example. But obviously there are other things that are being worked on, because we know that there are things that are not being put on the website. What else are, can you give me some examples of other things that are being worked on at the moment?
Yeah, sure. In terms of prompting advice, BETA is currently working with Treasury Department to have a look at supporting people to get a better deal on their home loans. And what that involves is a prompt which they get through their bank, which will actually encourage them to engage with the bank. So a prompt like, I check that you're on the best deal, that kind of thing. Similarly, BETA has recently published some work relating to the energy sector to help Australians find the best deal on their energy plans. And that involves bills now being required to prompt customers to an Energy Made Easy website so that they may be able to, identify what their best plan might be for their needs.
And I assume there are some things there about government policy. Obviously, Are you working, or is BETA working on any messaging around the government's digital ID project at the moment?
No, we are not.
What about anything to do with central bank digital currencies?
No, we are not.
And what about anything surrounding the government's position on immigration?
No, we are not.
Interesting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Just perhaps add to that. My recollection, Senator, and is that this was actually established under your government. Is that right?
2016.
2016.
Yeah.
10 years we've been around.
That's interesting historical background, but
not
relevant to the line of questioning.
No.
But thank you.
I'm sure that you would be very supportive of anything that the Turnbull government did.
always supportive of government telling citizens how to behave.
I think it's...
And that's irony if ever I've heard it.
Supporting people to make good decisions.
Well, continues to be the case.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have some follow-up questions about the critical minerals stockpiles and the strategic reserves. So I'm sorry, Ms Lenny, I'm going to ask you to come back.
We'll just get the officers back to the table.
Thank you. I specifically wanted to understand whether the critical minerals, the critical minerals reserve, strategic reserve, was something that came from the critical minerals strategy that was released in 2023.
Sorry, Senator, can you please repeat the question?
Well, there was a critical minerals strategy that was released in 2023, and I just wanted to know whether having a critical minerals reserve, strategic reserve, was a recommendation of that strategy or part of that strategy.
So the critical minerals strategic reserve was an election commitment in the recent election. Obviously, policy evolves given the current circumstances, and the reserve builds on policy needs at the time.
Okay, so it wasn't necessarily part of the strategy that was released in 2023. Was it a recommendation? Was the basis of the reserve and the task force a recommendation from the department, or was it a decision of government?
So, Senator, as Ms Looney said, it was an election commitment, so
yes.
It arose out of the election.
So was it recommended by the minister, or was it a recommendation from the department?
Well, we wouldn't have visibility around the origin of election commitments, Senator.
So
in the department, we would not.
So the department has just been informed after that they will be helping to implement this commitment, as opposed to having it something that was recommended by the department.
I think there's, if I can assist you, I think there's sort of two issues there. One is the election commitment, which was an announcement the Prime Minister made with Ms King.
Yes.
And I think myself and the Treasurer, I can't recall, there were a number of ministers involved at the time. Why this is with PM&C, which is the sort of how, it's how do you coordinate the implementation of the commitment. It is, as you would be aware, and I know you've had some engagement on this, Senator, critical. This is one of those areas where the current institutions of government probably don't reflect the import of this particular area of policy, both in terms of economic security, frankly, national security and resilience, but also industry policy and, of course, resources. And so the critical mineral strategy, which my recollection is Minister King was lead on, Madeleine King, but the task force was created to try and resolve that issue, which is there are a lot of areas of government policy which impact
require coordination. Yes. So this department didn't necessarily have any input into the policy prior to the election.
Task force were established after the election.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, they were established after the election.
Yes.
Partly in response to what we had observed. I had some involvement in this that was difficult about the structures of government to actually respond to some of the current policy priorities.
Right, okay. So the announcement said that the government was going to enter, and you mentioned these voluntary contractual arrangements with commercial projects to create options to purchase commodity assets. How's that going to work in practice?
So at the moment, Senator, we're consulting on options to be able to undertake that.
This is for the national offtake agreements?
Yes.
So we haven't quite worked out how we're going to do that
Correct.
yet. And will the decision then to purchase, and at what price, at which to purchase, be a decision of the department, or will the minister approve it?
So, as I mentioned, we're still in the design phase of this, and so that's something that we are still working through.
Right.
And so that hasn't been determined at this point.
All right. So I'm assuming if we come back to this at a future estimates, you'll be able to tell me where the decision to purchase and the price at which it is purchased will be a decision of either the department, the minister, or the Prime Minister. Yes?
Yes, if that estimates happens after the government has made a decision on how this will be implemented.
When's that expected to happen?
So it will be operational in the second half of 2026.
But I would imagine that the decision as to how it will be operational will be clearer and transparent before then?
Yes.
The announcement also spoke about selective stockpiling. Yes. Can you explain to me how that's going to work in practice?
As I mentioned, we're in the design phase at the moment, Senator, so that will also be something that will be determined and the decision of government.
So how do we decide, or how do you decide, I should say, which minerals are going to be in the stockpile?
Again, that's one of the design considerations that we're looking at the moment.
Do we have stockpiling arrangements in place in any other part of government, any other type of resource now that we can use as a model?
So I believe there are stockpiling arrangements for certain things in government at the moment, yes.
Could you then, just on notice, you don't have to do it on the spot, please provide examples of those stockpiling arrangements that the government currently has? And whether they would be considered as models for the critical minerals reserve selective stockpiling.
Yes, we can take that on notice.
You said the increase in $1 billion in the existing critical minerals facility is going to Export Finance. Is that right?
Export Finance Australia.
Export Finance Australia. Yes. Okay. I note that currently that program, the $1.2 billion over 4 years, and the increase in the $1 billion with the critical minerals facility. It doesn't have any projection into the medium term, is that right?
I'd need to take that on notice.
Okay. And the task force has been provided $35 million over 2 years, is that correct?
That's correct.
So is it expected that the task force won't be needed after 2 years?
That's correct.
Okay. So the plan for the task force is to do the coordination and establish the facilities and then walk away?
Correct.
Okay. And who will be responsible once the task force walks away?
That's still to be determined.
Right, so it'll either be a department or it'll be an entity, but we don't know who.
Correct.
Okay. The PBO expects the stockpiling and trading costs to amount to $143 million, I think you said, but that's only going to commence in 27-28. Is the delay caused by the fact that there's been no design work done until now? Why is that taking so long?
So I anticipate that will be because once the reserve is stood up and there are decisions taken for projects to commence, then there will be the timing of the budgeting will be in line with those decisions to take place and be implemented.
If I could add, Senator, there's also not a model that can be easily replicated. Like a number of advanced economies are looking at how you deal with what has happened to the reality of global markets and the strategic importance of this cohort, this set of resources. And the point about the finite number is obviously you can't do everything, so you have to work at what you can do. But just to, perhaps I'm being overly sensitive, but to sort of explain why it might take longer than we might want. There isn't a model anywhere in the world that you could easily look at and replicate. So this is new policy, and it is policy. The US has been trying to work out how to deal with this for previous administration and this administration and others. So it is very new policy work and very important policy work.
So obviously there already was a framework of some sort. There was a critical minerals facility and there was a critical minerals office that were already established.
That's correct.
Yes. So were they not working?
No. So this is as Minister Wong has indicated, this is a new policy, so this policy will complement those. And so, therefore, as this is a novel approach and hasn't been undertaken before, that's why we're doing the design work at the moment, and we're working with international partners, we're working with industry and others. That's why we're doing that dedicated design work at the moment, so that we can design this, because it's not been done before.
It's a bit chicken and egg here, but if you haven't got a model, how do you know how much it's going to cost?
Well, that's why there is a set amount of funding, an initial set amount of funding.
So that's a limit, is it? It's a capped amount of funding?
Correct.
Right. So the election commitment was a capped amount of funding for a model for something that hasn't yet been built. What if the model you build costs more?
Well, that's the parameters in which we're working with the initial model.
Okay. So you said that you've approached a couple of commercial entities already. Did you say? You said it's been well received commercially.
Sorry, yes, we've been talking with industry.
You've been talking with industry. So you've approached potentially commercial entities already about the offtake agreements or the selective stockpiling?
Sorry, would you?
So we have been talking with industry. We haven't necessarily approached anyone about undertaking the stockpiling.
Right.
We've had interest from industry about how they think a model could work.
Right.
But we have not approached anybody about commercial arrangements. No.
Right. So how did you then provide the public information to industry? How did you promote it to them? Did you just say, this was a promise that we made, we've got a capped amount to do it, do you think it's a good idea? Or
so in our
was there some sort of parameters by which they were giving you feedback?
Sorry, I mean, again, the context of this, I mean, this is the global market for critical minerals and their criticality, no pun intended, their importance to economic resilience is something that governments around the world have been engaging with. And the industry is very well aware of the discussion. As I said, the Biden administration made some progress and certainly identified this as a priority. The Trump administration has continued that. This is fairly well known from my experience in the industry. For example, at one of the Quad Ministers meetings we've had since President Trump was elected, there was a private sector group involving critical minerals firms or companies from Quad countries. So this is it's not news. How we are seeking to try and design this, that Ms Looney and her team are trying to design this, is obviously that is new policy.
Well, this might be a question then for you, Minister, rather than the department then. There's a strategic minerals list as well. How is the critical minerals list and the critical minerals stockpiling going to work with a strategic minerals list?
She knows more than I do. I'm just giving you the sort of geostrategic background.
The election commitment set out that that initially there will be a subset of minerals that will be chosen based on the critical minerals and the rare earths that are on the critical minerals list. So we're doing some work looking at that at the moment. So that
do you recommend what's on the strategic minerals list, or is that
there will be department? We're looking at that at the moment.
You look at that.
So we're looking at that for the design of the program, but ultimately it will be a decision for government when they're setting up the reserve, establishing the reserve and implementing it. But that's something that we are looking at as a part of the design.
Right. And I'm assuming that the department's International Policy Division is familiar with the Sapporo 5 agreement, the collection of countries that have now agreed and committed to securing a nuclear fuel supply chain. I'm just getting nods for the sake of Hansard that you are familiar with that group.
I know about this, but I'm not sure this is relevant to these.
Well, I'm interested to know that obviously that group in just last year called for like-minded nations to support this effort to secure a reliable and transparent nuclear fuel supply chain for the benefit of each nation, committed to equitable access to clean energy and a net zero emissions future. So has the department, and I'm assuming the Prime Minister is aware of this, does that mean that uranium will potentially be either a stockpiled fuel? Will it be on the strategic minerals list or the critical minerals list? Is there a reason why uranium is not on the critical minerals list now?
So what I would say is that we are not doing any work through the task force on changing Australia's current critical minerals list.
Right.
That's not in the scope
strategic
of
minerals list,
No.
though? You just said that you give advice on what should be in the strategic minerals list?
No, sorry. If I could just clarify my statement. The task force work does not include scope to change the critical minerals list or the strategic minerals list. The work of the task force will be to look at the subset of minerals that might be classified as suitable for the strategic reserve. DISA undertakes work looking at the critical minerals list. So the work of the task force will be to determine a subset of minerals that may be suitable for the strategic reserve, a subset of that critical minerals list.
Minister, understanding the interactions that you must have in your portfolio, would you agree that uranium is a critical mineral?
I am interested in the lengths that the opposition will go to keep alive the nuclear energy fantasy that you went to the last election with. It is quite remarkable.
Oh, sorry, I didn't...
Uranium is, is governed by a set of international arrangements already. There's obviously there are a set of international arrangements for the supply, provision of uranium and for safeguarding its use, including for civil purposes, civil nuclear purposes internationally. Here in Australia, I think Australians made their views about your proposals around nuclear energy pretty clear at the last election, Senator.
I'm just asking about uranium exports now and the importance of having uranium in a strategic minerals reserve or a critical minerals reserve and a strategic minerals list. Is that something that you think?
We are focused on critical minerals here. Uranium has its own set of arrangements internationally, and the reason, I figured we'd get to a political point at some point, but the reason that critical minerals or a subset of critical minerals is being looked at, as I said, is because of the economic resilience imperative that states are grappling with.
Australia is 28% of the world's uranium reserves. We're more than twice as much as larger than the next two countries combined. Do you not think that there is a critical minerals, it is critical that the world supply of uranium is something that Australia takes seriously, and seriously enough to put in a critical minerals reserve or at least a strategic minerals list?
There are two different issues. One is the international supply of uranium. I think there are a number of suppliers for uranium. And that is governed by a set of international arrangements. What I would say about critical minerals is, and I think Ms. Looney referenced this, these are, a number of these are important both for defence but also for the energy transition. The supply is much more narrow. The supply base is much more narrow. That is a strategic vulnerability for countries, and that is why a number of countries are working, and Australia, the United States, Australia, Canada being amongst them, are working to try and ensure there is a broader security of supply in key areas that are relevant to both defence and to the energy transition. So if you want to make a political point about uranium, you can, but this ultimately goes to economic resilience.
I wasn't actually trying to make a political point, I was trying to make a commercial one. There seems to be a commercial benefit in being able to assist an export commodity and provide security in the supply chain to friendly countries. I'm wondering if the department's considered
the Minister.
Sorry.
Before we go to the break.
Sorry, I interrupted. Did you want to finish?
I just wanted to know whether the department had considered that.
Well, it's a policy decision. I think you're, with respect, Senator, confusing or conflating policy goals. Yeah, there is a policy goal which you are supported of, which you are arguing for, which is uranium exports. I think we are exporting uranium. We have been exporting uranium for many years, and we do so under the appropriate arrangements internationally. This is a different set of policy imperatives which are associated with the criticality of many of these resources, these minerals, to rare earths, etc., to energy transition, also to defence. And the reality is the global market is not diversified.
Yeah.
And so it is reasonable for countries to work together to try and ensure that things which are critical to their economy are able to have more diverse and secure supply
And with those
arrangements.
20 countries that are in the Sapporo Agreement, I mean, it's critical to their economies.
The
Is
fact
that not
you've
what
just
you're
said,
saying
well,
now?
no, because the purpose of this is not for anybody else's economy. The purpose of this is for our economy. The purpose of this is for our economic security. I don't think, and the very point that you just made, which is we have 28. I think you said 28. There are quite a lot of nations who are willing to supply uranium. There's a different point here in terms of how diverse the supply chain is.
Can I just, I know we want to finish up and go to the break. Just on notice, if possible, I want to ask how the task force is going to spend its $35 million allocation, because $35 million is a hell of a lot if it's just on staff. There must be more than that. And if you could take that on notice and give us a detailed breakdown of where that $35 million would go, that would be better. Thank you.
All right. We'll take a break now for 15 minutes and come back at 4:18. Welcome back, everyone. We will now resume with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, and we'll go to Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, Chair, for that. I wanted to ask some questions to the Office of Impact Analysis.
The officers to the table.
Thank you. Hello. Are you the Office of Impact Analysis?
Yes, Joanna Abey-Radner. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Impact Analysis.
Okay, great. And it used to be called the Office of Best Practice Regulation, right?
That's correct, sir.
And why did you change the name?
It was changed in 2023 when they updated the guide and revised it. And they revised it at the time as sort of noted on our website to reflect the current practice around looking at policies more broadly in terms of their impacts.
But do you still look at the cost of regulation?
Yes, we do, Senator. So for anything that requires an impact analysis, agencies are required to include the regulatory burden of that policy within the impact analysis.
The regulatory burden, so the total cost of new regulations, that's in your bailiwick. That's germane to your role?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
Okay. So what was the total cost of new regulations put in place in the last Parliament?
I don't. One moment. Yeah, I might take that on notice on Senator. I will note that we do publicise on our website. So we have the Office of Impact Analysis has a website hosted on the PMNC website that publicises for every announced policy, includes the regulatory burden estimate. So that's included in our public documents, and we also release summary reports per financial year. So we do have that information available on our website. That's for Australian government policy, Senator. They'll really release that information.
Okay.
Yeah.
But do you know the total cost of regulation across the economy that affects the operation of business?
So, Senator, when we look at the regulatory impact, it's only for policies coming forward. So that's when we trigger an impact analysis. So that won't look at the total cost. Yeah.
So you don't look at the stocks of regulation on the books. You look at flows. You look at new proposals.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. So when I ask you what was the cost of new regulations in the last Parliament, you take that on notice?
I take that on notice, sir.
Okay. But generally, has the regulatory burden increased significantly over the last Parliament compared to the recent decade?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay.
And just noting that the regulatory burden estimate, so the Office of Impact Analysis has on its website some guidance for agencies in developing the regulatory burden estimate. It's a regulatory burden measurement framework. Yeah. And that's been in place, I understand, since 2014. Yeah. So we only have estimates published on our website going back to 2014.
Sure, but the idea of your division is I imagine, to stop undue cost on business, is it not?
So the Office of Impact Analysis, so our role in the office is to administer the Australian Government's Guide for Policy Impact Analysis, which you were referring to before. We also administer the Regulatory Impact Analysis Guide for ministers' meetings and national standard setting bodies. So we administer those guides.
Sure.
And the guide's role, the Australian Government's Guide to Policy Impact Analysis, notes that the objective is to inform decisions of the overall impacts of policies, provide robust evidence to inform government.
Okay. So do you cost proposals?
So the office doesn't actually undertake the the impact analysis ourselves. So,
who does?
So it's relevant departments who undertake the impact analysis. So and these are released on our website. Okay. So but we'll make administrative decisions around administering the framework.
Okay. So you bring together the total costs.
No. So what we do is for each policy, we report on our website the impact analysis developed once announced. The impact analysis developed by the department. Yeah. We work with the department to ensure that they include in there the regulatory burden estimate, as well as any other impacts on the economy, people or businesses, and we publish that on our website.
Okay. So, but you're in the Prime Minister's department.
That's correct, Senator.
I think a reasonable person would assume that you're looking at the cost of new proposals that could impact the cost of doing business in Australia. And therefore, you would advise government on the best way to deploy new regulation in some form.
So the policy authority for regulatory policy does sit with the Department of Finance. The Office of Impact Analysis works across departments and across the APS to support them in bringing forward impact analysis to support government decisions.
So there's a requirement for ministers to cost new proposals, the impact of new proposals, and provide that information to your department.
So they would provide that through decision-making processes, and the breadth of what the framework covers for Australian government decisions would be new policies or proposals of government with an expectation of compliance that have a more than minor impact on Australian people, community, organisations and businesses.
Right, and you comment on the quality of regulation proposed.
So for all impact analysis, we will provide an assessment of the quality using our rubric, and we publish that assessment.
Okay.
So maybe just to clarify that point, Senator, I think the assessment that is provided by the office really goes to the quality of the analysis that's undertaken within the impact analysis itself.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily an assessment of the regulatory impact or the quality of the or the regulatory burden per se.
Okay. So how many bills passed through your process last Parliament?
So, Senator, last Parliament, I'll have to take that on notice in terms of that time frame. But we do, again, publish online for anything for policies that are announced, so finalised policy processes, once they're announced or introduced into legislation, then they're included in our website, published on our website.
Okay. So the government has said that it now wants to do deregulation, right? That's part of the government's policy, isn't it, Minister?
The Treasurer spoke, I think, at some length about this.
Okay. So how has that affected the body that you work in PMC?
So in terms of impact analysis?
Well, after the election, the Treasurer announced that the government now wanted to do deregulation. So basically, in the last Parliament, there were hundreds of bills passed costing billions of dollars in new compliance costs. You have the information on notice, you say, and now we hear, well, we want to change direction, we want to have less regulation. So I'm wondering, given that you're in the central agency, working in the Prime Minister's department, how has this announcement from the Treasurer post-election that the government now is against more regulation, given the Treasurer has read a book about American life and politics and policy, abundance, and now he wants to deregulate. So I'm just wondering how that's impacted the Office of Impact Analysis and your approach to analysing new policy proposals.
So I think, Senator, just to sort of pick that apart a little bit, the officer's role is very specific. So it's really designed to ensure that decision makers have all of the evidence and the information around the costs and benefits of a measure in front of them when they make a decision, and to support the APS to ensure that there's a quality of analysis there. In terms of regulatory policy and the broader questions that you're raising there, that is really a matter for the Department of Finance, and Finance will be able to answer your questions. I think they're on later tonight. So they will be able to talk to some of those questions of regulatory burden and overall kind of regulatory policy approaches.
So how many proposals have been advised that they're too expensive on industry or too cumbersome for business, for example?
In terms of the Australian Government Guide to Policy Impact Analysis, we look at the guide itself goes through what kind of evidence and analysis should be in an impact analysis, and again, as Ms Williams says, we assess against that if that evidence has been included in the impact analysis. So that's the assessment we provide. Including looking at, as one component, but maybe other components, the regulatory costs and the benefits as well.
I mean, surely your function is about assessing and advising whether or not a proposal to regulate something can be sustained based on a cost-benefit analysis.
So the role of the office itself is to provide transparency around those. So again, we publish all those decisions, but it is actually still the role of and the responsibility of the relevant department to provide advice to government, and regulatory policy in general is a matter for the Department of Finance.
Okay, I'm just trying to work out what actually is going on there, because if I look at the data from your website, it looks like the regulatory costs have gone up a lot under the last few years. So what steps have you taken to try and restrain some of these costs on industry?
So in terms of regulatory policy, Senator, that would be a matter for the Department of Finance who have that.
But you collect all this information and you pass it on to them, do you?
So we provide it transparently, so it's available for stakeholders. Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, just so I understand this process, because it's very hard to, maybe I'm a bit slow, but so you were the Office of Best Practice Regulation, now you're the Office of Impact Analysis. You look at which stage in the Cabinet process do you look at policy proposals, or is it before it goes to Cabinet?
So we look at policy proposals coming forward.
Yeah, but when?
When? So, like we look at in our processes, we'll look at policy, authority, or similar authority processes. And sometimes we'll ask departments to reach out to us as well when they do have a policy proposal coming forward, and then the office makes an assessment against the guide if an impact analysis is required for that particular policy proposal.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure, Chair, whether I should table this documentation I have here for the benefit of the witness, but it's very simple data. But it effectively, according to your website, it shows that you've gone from, in 2014-15, a net reduction in regulatory costs of 900 million in 14-15 to 1.4 billion net reduction in 15-16. And last year was a net increase in regulatory costs, according to your data, of 2.3 billion. So I'm just wondering how the Australian government has been able to construct a process, maybe it's because of changes of government or whatever, that now we have a situation where more and more costs are being piled onto business. And I'm trying to ascertain what value is this analysis adding at which stage of the process, because if you're collecting all this information and you've passed hundreds of bills last Parliament, this process doesn't appear to have reduced costs. So a good question is, which stage of the Cabinet process are you getting involved?
So I'm happy to help sort of navigate that, Senator. So the impact analysis work exists prior to a decision, and I think it's probably very important to note that it's not simply Cabinet decisions. There's a raft of decisions that are captured by the impact analysis. The purpose of the impact analysis approach is to ensure that these decisions that fall within the criteria that the officer has outlined, that the costs and benefits are explicit, that they've been worked through by the line department, and that they're in front of the decision maker prior to a decision being made. So that's really the purpose.
Which could be Cabinet?
It could be Cabinet, or it could be other decisions.
Could be a minister.
Because there's a raft of other decisions, obviously, that are captured by this as well. It really depends on the significance.
Okay. Well, given one last question, can I just ask you then, in relation to two of the proposals which have been costed on your website, so in relation to the country-by-country tax reporting and in relation to Future Made in Australia, you've put these at $50 million collectively in terms of compliance costs. What sort of back and forth occurred in relation to those?
So, Senator, again, these are, so the relevant department will estimate the compliance costs, so we'll work with the department providing advice around, the measurement, how to apply the measurement framework. And then the department will submit for us, and then we'll assess the quality of the impact analysis, including the regulatory burden estimate, including against the Australian Government's Guide for Policy Impact Analysis. So we have a rubric that we've developed within the Office of Impact Analysis as a process to provide consistency around our assessments of the quality of analysis. That rubric goes across. We have the guide outlines 7 questions that each impact analysis needs to consider, and then our rubric breaks that down into sort of sub-questions, which departments that we're looking for departments to answer within their impact analysis to provide robust evidence for decision makers. So our role is to assist departments through training around the impact analysis framework, including the regulatory burden framework, and then to workshop with them as needed about applying that framework within the context of the specific policy. So obviously the analysis and the types of effects and impacts that will be considered will be specific to the policy. So we work with departments through that, and then finally, once they've completed the impact analysis, we assess the quality of that, and that is, we provide. Then we work with the departments around once to support a decision. Once the final decision is now announced, we work with departments around the transparency around that evidence base, and maintain the reporting, including on the regulatory burden estimates, and the entire impact analysis on our website. So that would be the process.
So, and if I may add to that, Senator, I'm happy to correct this if I'm wrong, but my recollection is what Ms Abaratna has outlined is essentially the way in which the, I suppose, Division of Labour was operated when I was Finance Minister, and it was OBPR. So it's not a new way of hopefully it's improved over the last 12 years. We've all got better at it, but fundamentally portfolios are responsible, or departments and agencies are responsible for their analysis, and the role of the office is to make sure they enable that to be as robust as possible for decision makers, which may be at a set of different levels. I suppose it's more like a quality assurance role, so there is confidence in the analysis and the robustness of the numbers and the assessment. But you wouldn't, no government has centrally, as far as I'm aware, the actual analysis would have to be done by, at least at first instance, by those with expertise in the policy area.
Yes.
If I'm wrong, you should correct me.
No, I mean, that is the way I think it has operated since the establishment of the OBPR. Yeah.
We'll go to Senator Cash.
Thank you. I just have a line of questions now in relation to the Prime Minister's recent trip to the United States, the United Kingdom and the UAE. If I could just start, what was the total cost of the Prime Minister's recent overseas trip to the United States, the United Kingdom and the United Arab Emirates?
Good afternoon, Senator. Pauline Sullivan, Acting Deputy Secretary and Chief Operating Officer. The full costs of the trip have not come in yet. Those costs are reported to IPEA. And IPEA reports costs quarterly. So that is likely to be published, well, subject to IPEA's views, probably in the next quarter. But at this stage, we don't, all the costs have not come in.
Okay, thank you for that. How many MOP staff and how many APS officials accompanied the Prime Minister?
It varied by leg, Senator.
I'm happy for you to take me through each leg then.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is based on the numbers before me, but I would like to confirm them. So for the United States, 12 PM&C staff and 10 PMO staff. UK, 12 PM&C and 11 PMO, and UAE 10 and 10. But I would like to confirm those.
That's fine, but I appreciate the information that that you have provided. Just in terms of the Prime Minister's decision to speak out or address the UN General Assembly, was that made before or after the 11th of August 2025?
I'd have to take that on notice. I mean, our international colleagues may be able to assist.
Thank you.
It is a leaders' level statement. Well, I don't know the majority, but many countries, well, most countries have their leaders speak. Prime Minister didn't speak last term. I shouldn't say not. I actually don't know what the numbers are, but there are a lot of leaders because foreign ministers don't get on to much later in the week, so I usually am there much later in the week. Done in order of seniority.
Is the decision being made as to when he would address? I understand he does address it, but was it before or after the 11th of August 2025?
I think we'd have to take that.
No, that's fine. Take it on notice. Thank you very much. Just in terms then of the visit to the United Kingdom, when was the invitation received to attend and speak at the Labor Party's political conference?
Hi, Senator. Dave Tithridge, the Assistant Secretary for Global Interests. So the invitation for the Global Progress Action Summit was received in May of this year.
And that's what they refer to when they say the... Yes.
I believe Senator Cash is referring to the UK Labor Party conference, not the Global Progress
sorry,
Action Summit.
That was my next question.
Two different
My
events.
mistake, Senator.
No, that's okay. That's not. Thank you, Senator Sharma.
That's correct. So the department had no visibility of the Labor Party conference invitation, Senator.
No visibility.
Correct.
Okay. When did the department first then find out about the Prime Minister's attendance at the Labor Party's political conference?
I don't recall, Senator. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. Does anybody at the table have any information that they could provide to me?
No, Senator.
No, I don't think so, Senator. I think we'll take that on notice.
Okay. Just in terms of the transport, security, entertainment and accommodation costs for the Prime Minister to attend the Labor Party conference, who paid for them?
That's covered as part of the IPEA costs.
The IPEA cost?
Yes.
Even though this was a party political conference?
That is how.
So the Australian taxpayer paid for it?
It is covered by federal, by public money, yes.
Okay, by public money. Did the Prime Minister fly or drive from London to Liverpool?
I understand that he flew.
He flew, okay. Do you know how many people accompanied him on that particular flight?
The delegation travelled with him because they flew out that night from Liverpool.
When you say the delegation, who was on the delegation?
The officials I referred to earlier, but they did not accompany him to the Labor Party conference. They remained at the airport and did work for preparing for the next leg for the UAE.
Okay, so there were 12 approximately PM&C staffers or advisors who would have stayed at the hotel?
They stayed at the airport, is my understanding.
The airport. When you say they stayed at the airport, how long were they at the airport for?
During the day. They flew out of Liverpool that evening. I'd have to come back to you for the precise time. But there was no overnight accommodation incurred.
What is the estimated cost of flying the Prime Minister and his staff from London to Liverpool on the RAF jet?
So, Senator, just to make sure I'm happy to come back to that. This occurs at the end of quite a an active few days in the United Kingdom. So I think the Prime Minister said he's met with Mr Blair. He was invited by Prime Minister Starmer to the summit, which included a range of leaders, including the Prime Minister of Canada and Iceland, as well as the UK. I think the Spanish Prime Minister, I've forgotten, there were a number of leaders there. So that was a summit that occurred. Then there were obviously bilaterals with a range of leaders. I think there were readouts from those. And a bilateral with the leader of the opposition. Saturday was audience with His Majesty at Balmoral, which is quite, from memory, quite a long trip to get there, because you have to, I think, fly and then drive. Is that not right? And I think, so there was His Majesty. Is there a church as well? I think there might have been an engagement with a reverend. And then, so my recollection is, and I think that's confirmed by Ms Sullivan's evidence, is that the Liverpool engagement is only morning to night. So there's no...
So the Liverpool, did you say?
There's no overnight accommodation there.
Understood.
They just fly in, he does
Yep.
the thing, and then he flies out of there to the UAE.
Could I just ask, on what basis do the public service officials not attend a function with the Prime Minister in this regards?
For the Labor Party conference,
Yes, the
because
Labor
it
Party
is a
conference.
political conference.
Right, it is a political conference, so it's a party political conference, but they're getting there and the getting there was still paid for, though, by the Australian taxpayer, even though it was a party political conference.
Well, he'd just been with the King of England.
No.
And the King of Australia. I mean...
well, the King, that's exactly right. Let's be very clear here.
Well, sure, OK. So I understand, but, you know, I've just outlined... Well, the first point I'd make is that I understood... Yeah. So the office did not ask PM&C to attend the Labor conference. That's not entirely unusual, and I can say, someone who has previously occasionally travelled with the Prime Minister, not every element of the Prime Minister's overseas or domestic travel would require support from PM&C. And in fact, there will be times, for example, that support will be provided by the diplomatic mission and the personnel on the ground. I think you would know this, Senator, as someone who I assume travelled in your previous role. In terms of costs, you know, the bulk of the program is, I think, you know, a very set of very important meetings, the global summit with other world leaders, bilaterals with other world leaders, and obviously the Conservative Party leader, you know, I think engagement at number 10, and then the audience with His Majesty at Balmoral Castle. So, you know, this is, at the end of that, the Prime Minister did attend the Labor Party conference and flew out that night. Yes. All of that is, I think, on the public record.
It is on the public record, and we're exploring exactly what the taxpayer was liable when the Prime Minister departed from the official trip as the Prime Minister and attended a political Labor Party conference. Has the Prime Minister indicated that he will pay for the costs to attend the UK Labor Party political conference himself?
Well, I suspect the Prime Minister will take the approach, for example, that Mr Morrison made when he attended a campaign rally for President Trump. I mean, this is, other such events. I think Mr Howard has attended some events while he was Prime Minister that people might regard as political. I think this is at the end of a very busy bilateral visit. The Prime Minister attended for less than a day a Labor Party conference. The evidence from Ms Sullivan is they flew in the morning and then flew out to the United Arab Emirates.
So, Minister, does the Prime Minister then stand by his 2021 criticism of the appearance, as you have now referred to, of then Prime Minister Morrison at the 2019 Republican rally, or Trump rally, on the grounds that Prime Ministers should not get involved in domestic politics of other nations, especially at partisan political events?
I think the issue, particularly with that event, was it was part of an election campaign.
This is a Labor Party conference.
And you know, I don't think anyone would suggest it's part of an election campaign. I appreciate the point you're making, Senator Cash. I would just say the Prime Minister, it's obviously a very big thing to give a speech at such a conference. Similar things have occurred previously with other leaders. And I would say to you that it is at the end of a very busy schedule in the United Kingdom, which I'm sure you are very supportive of.
It is irrelevant when it occurred. It is the attendance by the Prime Minister at a party political event. Do you agree, Senator Wong, that the Labor Party conference is a partisan political event?
It's an event hosted by the British Labor Party.
Yes, so it is a partisan political event.
Well, it's. I think everybody knows what the British Labor Party conference is.
Yes, so you would agree then it is a partisan political event?
It is a Labor Party event, yes, I've said that.
Thank you. A partisan political event, yes,
You can use your words. I think it was an excellent speech, actually.
Well, it was also, one might say, a highly political speech given by a Prime Minister whilst he is in the United Kingdom at the expense of the Australian taxpayer.
Well, he's also at an event where the United Kingdom's Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Defence Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, the Trade Secretary, the Health Secretary, and anybody else who has a substantial amount of influence in the current British government was at. So I think most Australians would understand that's not a bad thing for their Prime Minister to be engaging with, given how many issues we are working with the United Kingdom on, but from AUKUS to broader foreign policy issues and defence and security and trade issues.
So it's okay to go to a party political event if there's lots of Labor Party politicians there. Is that what you're saying?
No, these are Cabinet Secretaries.
They're also members of the Labor Party.
Yes,
they're at
like you're a member of the Liberal Party.
Annual conference, a party political conference, Senator Wong.
Senator, I understand the point you're making. I think, one, that we have one event at the end of a set of official engagements that I think you would agree were important. This is an invitation from the British Prime Minister. It's an event at which the Prime Minister has the opportunity to engage not only with the British Prime Minister but also the Defence Secretary and the Foreign Secretary, the Deputy Prime Minister. Senator, you would be aware also that heads of mission, the High Commissioners, have often attended this event from both sides of politics. And
how could the Prime Minister properly engage if there were no Prime Minister and Cabinet or APS officials present?
Well, I've answered that already. Not every element of a Prime Minister's program requires the involvement of PM&C.
So who recorded the meetings and took notes?
I'll take that on notice.
So you don't know yourself?
No, I don't. No, I'm not the rock keeper, record of conversation keeper in the government. Well, I wasn't invited, so it's hypothetical.
Who would you have brought with you? Just so we can understand who the Prime Minister.
There are times, it is not unusual for officials not to be present. And I can tell you, there are, particularly as I have become more experienced, there are actually many occasions where we will do a one-on-one. Now, that does require, you might have the official meeting and then you might have a one-on-one, you might just schedule a one-on-one. It's not unusual for ministers to meet with their counterparts without an official present.
Sorry, Senator Cash.
No, that's all right. Could I just get then on notice the cost of the detour of the Prime Minister's plane carrying him and the staff and APS and PM&C staff to Liverpool on notice?
Senator, that question's best directed to Department of Defence. We're responsible special purpose aircraft.
That's fine, thank you. So can I just also confirm PM&C and APS staff travelled with the Prime Minister to Liverpool but did not leave the airport. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. They travelled with him because they were flying out that evening to the UAE with the Prime Minister.
Okay. In terms of the meeting with the UK Defence Secretary, who initiated that meeting?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Senator will need to take that on notice.
Okay. Did you have anything to do with that meeting?
No, Senator.
No. Right. Do you know when the request was made?
No, Senator.
Did the Prime Minister's office tell you when the request was made?
Sorry, for which the meeting or the conference? Sorry.
The meeting.
With Defence Secretary
Yes.
Healy. Yeah, let me take that on notice.
Yeah. Okay.
It may have been. Okay. No, I won't want to.
I think it's best that we
We'll take it on notice.
Yeah.
Could I also then to get on notice on what date was this meeting confirmed and by whom?
We can take that on notice.
And can I ask, was the meeting confirmed by departmental officials or staff from the PMO?
Again, we'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Was a briefing sought by the PMO before the meeting from the department?
If that's the meeting with
the Defence Secretary?
That's no, there was no briefing.
No briefing
requested. But Senator, the Prime Minister did make comments the day prior to that meeting. He made public comments that he would be potentially meeting with a number of UK ministers, including potentially Secretary Healy.
But no briefing was sought by the PMO before the meeting?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Following on from that then, was a briefing provided by PM&C before the meeting?
No briefing material was requested, therefore no briefing material was provided.
Okay. So was PM&C or the Department of Defence involved in a pre-briefing or a debrief following this meeting?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Ms Williams, are you aware whether or not PM&C or the Department of Defence were involved in a pre-briefing or a debrief following the meeting?
No, I'm unaware as well, Senator.
What were the outcomes of the meeting?
Well, we'll take it on notice. But, Senator, you would be aware that we are engaged in an AUKUS partnership and the United Kingdom is a key part of that partnership, and Defence Secretary Healy has been very forward-leaning and very supportive of that partnership. Publicly, clearly, you would have seen at AUKMIN when he, then Foreign Secretary David Lammy, came to Australia to meet with us, engaged a lot in relation to AUKUS and the way both Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. So I think we're pretty well known the depth of the relationship and, frankly, the frequency with which the engagement between principals is occurring on these issues. Can I just come back to a previous issue I raised, your complaint about people attending the conference? I just went back and both Conservative national conferences, I'm sorry, I can't know that, what they call conferences. I know I don't like the word conference a lot, but anyway, the British Conservatives conference and the Labor conference have been attended on many occasions by heads of mission from Australia. So it is not unusual for Australia to be in attendance at these party political events.
Well, then can you cite now the precedent where an Australian Prime Minister, whilst in office, has addressed the conference of the British Labor or the UK Conservative parties?
I'm not sure an Australian Prime Minister has previously been invited. So this, you know...
Because it's a party political conference.
Well, or perhaps, you know, whatever you want to say about that, but, you know, it is an important conference. It was the opportunity for the Prime Minister to talk about how to do, you know, the imperative of delivering to working people, the importance of dealing with the cost of living, which I know we have not got to in this hearing yet, other than from Ms Whittaker, Senator Whittaker. And as I said, I think fair-minded Australians will look at the program that the Prime Minister engaged in. I think it was a pretty reasonable program, even whatever their political views were about the British Labor Party conference.
Is the department able to table the agenda for this meeting with the Defence Secretary?
You don't. There are very rarely agendas for leaders' meetings or senior officials, senior ministers' meetings.
Well, given the department were not present at the meeting.
Well, but
were there any
you
action
might have
items?
a structured conversation if you have, you know, in the formal 2+2s or ministerial meetings that foreign ministers and defence ministers have, but yeah, it's not how it...
So is your position now then that the Prime Minister should attend political conferences in other countries?
No, I'm just explaining why he attended this at the end of a very long bilateral and point you to the speech he made.
Yes, a speech to a partisan political conference.
Well, Senator, he also met with the leader of the Conservative Party. Okay.
At this conference?
No.
Oh, well, there you go. That would be it then,
earlier
wouldn't
in
it?
the program.
Not at this
So,
conference.
You know, we're all politicians. That's the Westminster system.
And this was still a party political conference.
Sure. You know,
can I ask the officials then at the table, is the department aware of any Australian Prime Minister who, whilst in office, addressed the conference of either the British Labor or the UK Conservative parties?
So I can't say that we would be aware of that, Senator.
Thank you.
I think Mr Abbott addressed the 2010 Conservative Party conference.
Was he Prime Minister?
No, he was opposite.
Was he
was the alternative Prime Minister.
Right, so he was the alternative Prime. He wasn't Prime Minister. My question specifically went to
I suspect he'd probably
Prime Minister.
Be interesting if you're worried about funding to work out how that was funded too, Senator.
Well, as I said, my questions were specifically to a sitting Prime Minister.
Oh, okay.
To the department, was any advice provided to the Prime Minister by the department on the utility or the propriety of a serving Prime Minister attending a foreign political parties conference?
Senator, not that I'm aware of, but I can just check with my colleague, Mr Titheridge.
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Did you have discussions with the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office prior to the Prime Minister attending the foreign political parties conference in relation to his attendance there?
Me personally, no, and not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Ms Moroney?
No.
Ms Williams, are you aware whether or not any advice was provided to the Prime Minister by the department on the utility or the propriety of a serving Prime Minister attending a foreign political parties conference?
So I'm not aware of any advice of that nature, Senator.
Thank you. Can I just now turn to his time in the UAE? The Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building in the UAE, was lit up with the Australian flag during the visit of the Prime Minister. Can I just ask, which country covered that expense?
Yeah, I think we may have to take
it
that
on
on notice,
notice.
Senator.
Okay. Who did the Prime Minister meet with in the United Arab Emirates?
So I think Mr Spiro has the answer.
Senator Arthur Spiro,
Thank you,
for
Mr.
Assistant
Spiro.
Secretary, Ministerial Support Division. It was the United Arab Emirates that covered the cost of that.
It was United Arab Emirates. Thank you very much. And so, who did the Prime Minister meet with in the United Arab Emirates?
We'll take that on notice. I don't have that program in front of me.
Senator Cash, we're going to rotate the call. You've been up for half an hour. And some of your
Senator
colleagues
Patterson
have...
will take the next call on behalf of the coalition after.
Oh, it was Senator Bragg.
Oh, has he? Okay.
And I would just say we technically have about 12 minutes left in this according to the schedule. We've agreed to go to 5:30, so Office of National Intelligence, just to be alert to that. And we'll try and wrap it up by 5:30 to move on so that we don't lose time in the other.
To help you with time management, I doubt we'll be done by 5:30. I think we're longer than that.
We went over
yeah.
almost an hour.
Yeah, I think we were like an hour late to start, and I don't think ONI's ever appeared at their scheduled time in this committee, so they're accustomed to being flexible.
Yes, absolutely. I'd just like to keep you advised of where we're going. Okay, so we will run over on this. We'll go to Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much. These are questions for the Office of Impact Analysis again. Thanks. Chair, do you mind if I table these documents?
Can you tell me what?
They're just an analysis from the Office of Impact Analysis on how much compliance costs have changed over the last 10 years.
Well, who did the numbers is what I'm asking.
pulled
Did you
them
just
from
get
the
it off their website
Yeah.
or did you do them
Yeah,
yourself?
put them into a spreadsheet, yeah.
Oh, right, you got them off and put them in the spreadsheet. I just want to know the genesis of the document.
That's it.
We're not going with respect.
It could be wrong.
So that's your document. You prepared
Andrew
the document.
Bragg's document.
It's the Andrew Bragg document.
Okay.
And
call
we
it that.
haven't seen it yet. So if you're going to ask questions about it, it would be good if we could see it.
It's
Okay,
your
there we
data. Look, I'll be quick. Look, I'm sorry to have to talk to you again. I just wanted to ask you...
No, we really were hoping you would.
What's that?
I was really hoping you would.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, good. So I just have a couple of questions for the official, then a couple of questions for you, Minister. So, look, how many people are in this Office of Impact Assessment now? How many people work there?
Senator, the current head count is 15 people.
Okay, and you're leading it, are you?
Yes, that's correct. I'm the Executive Director.
Okay, and do you deal with FOI requests?
When it's related to our work.
Okay, did you get my FOI?
See, it's the Andrew Bragg FOI now. It's the Andrew Bragg document.
That's not a trick question. I just wanted to know whether you got my FOI.
Senator, what is that FOI relating to?
Oh, it was. I was just seeking, in accordance with my legal rights, while they still exist, that I could please access any documents, including spreadsheets or drafts, correspondence, including emails, messages on personal devices or communications relating to the employment or reduction of staff relating to the Office of Impact Analysis between 2022 and the present.
So this is a staffing profile.
Yeah, I wanted to know
the office.
about why the headcount had changed.
So, Senator, we're very happy to talk about the staffing profile of the office, if that would assist in answering your question.
Well, sorry, my question was, did you receive my FOI?
Yeah, I understand we did, yes.
Yeah. You did?
Yes.
Okay, so you did get the... Okay, so why didn't you... why were you unable to comply with that fairly simple request on headcount?
Have you made a decision? So it's still under consideration. So my understanding, Senator, is the FOI is still under consideration by the decision maker. But as I said, we would be very happy to talk to you about the staffing profile now, if that would assist.
So it's gone. Is it gone from 22 to 16 people in the last few years? Is that right?
So, Senator, there's a bit of a nuance in that with respect to the way in which the office was staffed in order to provide surge support over a couple of years, and I think we can talk to you about kind of what that surge support
I'm just interested in the
required.
headline numbers. Is that right, broadly, 22 to 16?
They vary. So in 21-22, the actual ASL at that time was 17.6. it did increase in 22-23 to an actual ASL of 20.3, and then decreasing 23-24 to 16 ASL.
Okay, so 16 people who are analysing new policy proposals, including the cost of new regulation.
Senators, so there were 16 people at that period who were administering the Australian Government Guide. So again, we work with.
But I think we discussed before. The core function is to assess new policy proposals, including costs.
Is to assist in administering the impact in departments in preparing impact analysis.
Okay, it's not that complicated. Isn't your role about assessing new policy proposals, including the cost?
So, Senator, the Office of Impact Analysis assesses if an impact analysis is required for a particular proposal, and then we work with departments preparing impact analysis and considering the costs and benefits, including, as we discussed before, the regulatory costs and benefits.
Okay, so how many times have you provided an analysis to a department or an agency to reduce the cost of a particular proposal in the last Parliament?
So I think just to go back to our previous evidence on this matter, Senator, the role of the Office of Impact Assessment Analysis is really one of quality assurance. So its role is to ensure that there's rigour in the assessments and the analysis that are undertaken by line departments.
Fine. And how many times have you found that there hasn't been rigour?
So in terms of our assessment, Senator, we have, again, we assess them against the requirements in the Australian Government's Guide for Policy Impact Analysis, and we have varying levels of quality assessment from...
How many times? How many times?
So from exemplary to good practice, the adequate and insufficient. So would you be referring to when we've assessed analysis as insufficient?
I asked you before how many bills had passed last Parliament. I think the answer is about 400, right? So let's say of those 400 bills, how many times did you issue advice which was adverse in relation to their approach to a particular policy proposal?
So in terms of the OIA assessing a particular impact analysis process as being insufficient...
yeah, how many times?
That would be... Yeah, I'll just pull up the figures. So in 25-26, this current financial year, we have one insufficiency.
One.
And the previous insufficiency was in 22-23.
Okay. So in the last Parliament, the government passed through 400 bills, according to your numbers, costing the economy almost $5 billion in new compliance costs. And you found one instance or two instances where you think things could have been done differently or better.
No,
two.
Hang on.
Twice.
Hang on. I think you're conflating two propositions here. You can have an argument about the policy objectives. I mean, I suspect some of those might be in industrial relations bills that you, disagree with.
Could be tax, could be business regulation.
But the job of this office is not to second-guess policy parameters or policy decisions that are made. The job of this office is to make sure that the regulatory impact is transparent and robust, but it's not to second guess the policy decisions that are made by the decision maker. I think that's a reasonable.
Okay,
so
well,
it's not this official's, Ms. Abaratna's job to justify or defend any particular proposition. Her job and her staff's job is to make sure that the impact analysis, what we used to call, is this what we used to call the RIS? Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask you then.
Is robust for decision makers.
Okay, well, let me ask you then. So,
sure.
In the last Parliament, almost $5 billion of new compliance costs was imposed on business based on the data from this agency, right? $4.8 billion. So, you would agree, I imagine, that we now have more regulation than we had in the previous Parliament before that.
Well, I don't know if those figures are correct because they're the Andrew Bragg figures, but...
Well, it's from your
they're not, but I'm sure the officials...
Prime Minister and Cabinet data.
No, it's the Andrew Bragg document.
Well, I just pulled it off the website.
Yeah, well, I've not verified that,
You should own it.
Senator Bragg, but can I make a broader observation?
Yeah.
That this is probably something better directed to Treasury.
Well, hang on.
No, because this, you're making a policy point. That's exactly the distinction that I was trying to make before. This office used to be in finance, actually, and it is very much, to my way of thinking, trying to assist decision makers and to get reasonable metrics around what the impact, the economic impact of particular decisions are. But it is not to second guess decision makers. So if you want to have an argument, I understand the policy argument you want to have.
I don't want to have an argument.
Well, you do. That's okay. That's your job. There's probably a Treasury discussion or finance discussion. Sorry.
I just want to ask you a dumb question then, right? So if I'm a business, if I'm a business, right, in the economy somewhere, and the government of Australia wants to put in place a new law to regulate something, my understanding was it was the Office of Impact Analysis, which is in the Prime Minister's Department, which assesses how much that new compliance cost is going to be. Is that right or wrong?
Senator, it would be the responsibility of the department to make the assessment. The role of the office would be to trigger an IA. So it would be looking at those policies coming forward and against the guide, making an assessment if an IA was required. An impact analysis was required. Sorry, and then also
And you do quality control on that.
Yes, and then our secondary role, obviously, or additional role is to assess the quality.
You do quality control, and twice in the last Parliament, out of those 400 bills, you said there are problems twice. So the government's re-regulated the economy, spent, forcing businesses to spend billions of dollars on new compliance costs, and you found 2 times where it could have been done differently or better.
Do we have the document, the Andrew Bragg document that I was promised? Is that what this is?
This
is the Andrew Bragg document. Oh, that's it. There's documents.
Well, it's your data, Prime Minister's Department's data.
Sorry, just give us a minute. That's not.
There's one question. I'm done.
It's okay.
I'm getting moved on.
Well, yeah. Well,
just trying to be respectful.
And I thank you for that.
Well, Senator.
So I guess my question is, can I ask a question?
Well, hang on.
Are you answering or am I asking?
I was just asking, what, some of those costs are made up of, and that this is what I mean about this not being the only kind of parameters that you have to apply to policy metrics. Anti-money laundering is a cost on business, and you know that. But there's also a public policy objective there, which I think is sound for the broader community, which is actually we don't want to facilitate criminals. So these are the decisions that decision makers have to make, of which the regulatory burden is one aspect of it. I'm sure it's not your position that we should somehow get rid of all of the money laundering.
Okay, well, look, my final question is just to summarise all that, right? So I think most people would accept that Australia is a heavily regulated economy. Many businesses would say there are too many regulations, which is why your Treasurer has announced that he now believes in deregulation. Okay, so the stocks of regulations on the books apparently are now subject to some sort of process by the Finance Department. We'll ask them tomorrow. But in terms of the flows of new regulations, my understanding is that your answer to my question, when I say I'm a business in the economy and I'm wanting to know which part of the sprawling Commonwealth government is going to assess the impact of new regulation on my business, you're saying that this office in the Prime Minister's Department has, in the last Parliament, looked at just 2 instances of the 400 bills and said, these don't pass muster.
Yeah, hang on.
2.
That is they are not the same question.
What do you mean?
It's not the same question.
This is how you assess flows.
Senator Bragg, first, the cost of a policy proposal, the regulatory impact of that, needs to be assessed by the relevant portfolio or department.
Yeah, and they do QA.
Wait, it's not curated.
No, QA.
quality assurance process. What the evidence that was given was that there were 2 occasions in the last couple of years where that was found to not be compliant. Is that the whatever phrase you now use? Insufficient. You see, they've gone nicer than the words than I think we used to say not compliant. So it doesn't mean that they weren't assessed, that costs weren't assessed, that only all of the propositions had costs assessed. 2 were found to be insufficient.
You waved through $5 billion new costs.
No, hang on. I don't think that's fair to say they waved them through. The evidence
has been...
Well, hang on. Decisions have been made. You just don't want any regulation. That's fine.
It's too much. Your Treasurer said there's too much.
You can take that view. I've just given you an example where these are the judgments governments and ministers and agencies have to make, which is money laundering. Now, what do we do there? It is true. There are compliance costs. The financial services...
Not many. Thank you.
Well, it's great to hear that the departments are doing such a good job. We'll go to Senator Hume.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
I just want to ask about the Interdepartmental Committee on COP and PMC's role in that.
We'll just get the officers to
Thank
the
you.
table, Senator.
On COP.
COP. Hi. So I was listening in this morning to another committee, and they said that there is this interdepartmental committee that includes DFAT, PM&C, Finance, DQ, and I think that's it. Does that sound right?
Roland Treese, Assistant Secretary of Climate Change Grants. I believe that's right. There may be some additional members from sort of non-policy agencies. I think there may
Sorry,
be,
can you just speak up a little bit?
I think there may be an ABS officer as well, Australian
ABS.
Bureau of Statistics.
Right, okay, that's interesting. So is that the committee that is responsible for managing the bid process? Or is it more an organisational committee?
So it's, if it relates to the COP31 project board that is chaired by the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, that is primarily focused on the operational and logistics, right. in preparing to host and in preparing the kind of the agenda
right.
for the meeting, more so than the logistics of the bid.
Right, so the logistics of the bid is being managed by the governance committee? Is that what it's called?
So not the project board, which is the one with the membership that you were referring to. So
right.
the resolution of the bid is primarily handled between the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, depending on the aspect.
Right. So what aspect then is PM&C involved in?
So we're involved in sort of the ordinary course of our oversight of activity across government.
Right. So no responsibility for the bid itself?
The bid is with the Q, DFAT and, and ministers.
Right. Okay.
The Q being Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water.
Yes, I know. I can never remember it either. Okay. So I'm still not entirely clear on what PM&C's role is in either the organisation of the logistics of hosting a COP or the bid itself.
So in relation to the governance or the project board, which we referred to earlier, we're there as one of a number of departments who will have a role in relation to organising or in our element sort of playing a coordinating role across government. But right. That board is chaired by the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. There are other representatives from central agencies and portfolio agencies who have responsibilities or interests in the event and the organisation and the preparations for hosting. In relation to the bid logistics, again, that's primarily led by the Department of Climate Change or the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, depending on the nature of the engagement.
So what's the Prime Minister's role in supporting the bid for COP?
So, I mean, it's a whole of government commitment, and so in that capacity, the Prime Minister and his cabinet and the government remains committed to the bid.
But yes, I mean, we're all committed, but what is the role? I mean, obviously, Minister Bowen announced that we were going to bid for COP in late 2022.
With the Prime Minister.
With the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
So what's the Prime Minister's role? Does he, every time he goes to an international forum of some sort, have the bid on the agenda? How does that work?
I suppose the list of things we raise at either my level, Chris's level, Minister Bowen's level, or Prime Minister's level with counterparts includes, as pretty much as a matter of course, our bid to host a Pacific COP. Obviously, the first reason we want to host a COP is to draw attention to the existential threat the Pacific faces from climate. So that is something we, at principals level, ministerial level, put to counterparts at various bilateral and multilateral events.
I suppose I know why you want to host it, but what's the Prime Minister doing? How does it work?
Well, currently, and this is probably something that the negotiations are proceeding as Mr. Tree, sorry, couldn't have said that the wrong way, said through my department and Mr. Bowen's department.
Right. So what does the Prime Minister do?
Well, the negotiations are proceeding through my department and Mr. Bowen's department.
Right. So the Prime Minister doesn't have anything to do with...
No. I mean, obviously as a leader, it's something you would have seen in a number of what you may have seen. This is something he would press with others, but the diplomatic negotiations are with the Q and DFAT.
So can I just...
That's not unusual.
Can I just be clear then? PM&C is not working on the bid itself?
Not directly, Senator, just in concert with those agencies referenced earlier.
Right, okay.
And that's primarily because we're the ones with international engagement.
Yes, but it's not working. We haven't got it yet.
Well, I didn't know you were such a supporter.
I am, absolutely. I've been a vociferous supporter.
I thought the coalition were not supportive of
No, I am very supportive. Well,
I'm glad you are. I suspect your lead, well, certainly the previous leader was not, said it was a monumental waste. Yeah, well, obviously Turkey is proving much more... is also wanting to host the COP and has not relinquished that position. So,
I have some more questions about Turkey's position, but I won't necessarily ask them here. That impasse with Turkey, is that something though that this desk can provide an update?
That would be
on.
I would ask. You can ask me and my department in the context of DFAT estimates.
So
I'm happy to provide an update on that.
The logistics is where PM&C come in then, if that's the case.
So not directly, Senator. That's largely run by the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. So they have the operational oversight for preparations and hosting should the bid be successful.
Right. If the Prime Minister is the leader on this and was the one that came out and announced it, why isn't PM&C playing a bigger role here, a more prominent role to get this bid up?
I think PM&C is an excellent department, but it is not their job. The internationally engaged or internationally focused departments on this are DFAT and DQ.
Right.
Because it fundamentally is about those negotiations.
So when the bid was announced, did anyone in the department think, gosh, this is going to take a lot of work, perhaps we should focus some more resources on it to deliver it for the Prime Minister, or is that not part of your remit?
I don't think this is an issue of more public servants in PM&C. This is an issue of two nations with different views about who should host the COP.
So
very simple.
Obviously, then PM&C's role in this task force, the project board, I should say. So, how often does the project board meet?
It's met I think probably less than 5 times would be my recollection. I'm certainly happy to take that on notice.
Since 2022?
No, it was convened sometime after that. I'd need to check the specific commissioning of that.
Right. And does those project board meetings have agendas and communiques that come out afterwards?
So it's an internal governance board to government, so they do have a formal agenda, terms of reference, and the sort of documentation that you would expect, not communiques per se, but meeting minutes.
Right. Are those documents on notice? Could they be tabled, please?
I would need to check that, just depending on the nature of the content that they transact.
Okay.
Yep.
Agenda and anything else that could be provided would be very helpful. Thank you. All right. And are the South Australian or New South Wales governments involved in that project board?
I will need to check. Not to date is my recollection. I would need to check about the current status of that, Senator.
If you could, and come back to me, thank you, that would be good. All right. How do you work on the contingencies on this? I mean, does the project board have to consider whether we are going to share hosting COP with Turkey? Does it have to consider other cities in which, if we do host it, COP, there will have to be other meetings because the airport apparently isn't big enough in South Australia, or all of those sorts of things. Is that what you're working on?
Seriously.
So those sorts of operational questions, I think, would be best directed to the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment
Jane
and
Hume
Water.
doesn't like Adelaide.
No, I love Adelaide.
There
It's
you
just,
go.
and I'm very, very
Massive
pleased, related to all my previous questions, that if we do host COP in Adelaide, it will be where all the uranium is for all that nuclear energy.
We're just swapping ministers at the table. Jenny McAllister.
That's fine.
Step in.
At any stage over the last 3 years since the government announced the bid would be happening, has the Department of PMC raised any concerns that either the bid is undercooked or the preparations are undercooked, and that COP26 is just around the COP31, held in 26, is just around the corner, and that we seem to be very unprepared?
In terms of our advice to government, Senator?
Have you prepared any advice to government saying that we really need to get this done, get this bid done in order to be prepared for something that is supposed to be occurring in a year's time?
It's not our practice to reveal the contents of our advice to government, Senator.
It must be very hard to organise something of this scale with only a year to go. Apparently there were 80,000 people that turned up to COP in Dubai. Is Adelaide, do you think, prepared for that? Is Australia ready for that? Is the department ready for that?
In terms of the preparations, that's really a question for DQ.
Okay, so your role on the project board isn't necessarily logistics then?
So DQ are the primary lead agency for operation and logistics and the hosting arrangements, including the arrangements to do with Adelaide. Yes.
Okay, I will ask questions for DQ. Thank you.
And Senator Hume, I'll just say that South Australia is very excited. And
I'm very excited for South Australia.
We'd be delighted to see you there when it all kicks
Just got to win the bid.
That's it. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. I want to follow up on an FOI as well, like my Senate colleague, Senator Bragg. It's FOI 2025, numbers 154 and 156. They were first submitted on the 9th of July, which meant they had a due date of the 8th of August. I agreed to 2 extensions of time, a 20-day extension of time and a 10-day extension of time. And the Information Commissioner additionally authorised a 21-day extension of time. That meant that the FOIs were due back on the 29th of September, and we are now the 7th of October, and it's still not been provided. Is there anyone here who can provide an update on that?
So we may need to just get a copy of that FOI, so we know, what does it relate to, Senator?
The appointment of Mike Kaiser.
I see, okay. We'll just get the relevant officers to the table. I think I'm not familiar with that FOI or the status of it. So we may get our officers with responsibility for FOI to the table.
Thank you.
It would be useful to them.
Senator, with apologies, we're still processing that. It's not too far away.
Okay, that's encouraging, but I might try and pin you down to be a little bit more specific than not too far away. Given
I will put pressure on the relevant people when I return to the office.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, not too much pressure. I don't want to
in
be
a gentle, supportive way.
I don't want to be responsible for a workplace complaint, but
of course.
I would be very grateful if you could turn that around. Are you familiar with the substantive issues? Are you responsible for the substantive issues around the appointment?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, great. Well, I will persist as best I can without the benefit of these documents to ask questions about the substantive issues. The Public Service Commission has provided some documents to me, and in those documents they say that there was a 4-person panel to appoint Mr Kaiser to his position at the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. That was Dr Kennedy, Ms Frame and Dr Wilkinson, as well as Dr de Brouwer. Is that right? Is your understanding?
That's correct from my recollection.
In the schedule of documents, each of them made a conflict of interest declaration. Do you know, I won't ask you about other departments and agencies, but do you know what Dr Kennedy's conflict of interest was in relation to this appointment?
No, I don't. The Public Service Commissioner are appearing later in the week, and
yes.
I think that's best directed to them because they manage that part of the process.
Okay.
In terms of that panel and the interviews they had in the complex collection, all the rest of it, I never saw those 4.
Thank you. I will ask them about that. So you're not personally familiar with what that might have been?
No.
No. Okay. So do you have any knowledge of how his conflict was managed?
No. Again, question for the Public Service Commissioner. They handle that.
Question for APSC. Okay. Do you know whether Dr Kennedy was personally supportive of Mr Kaiser's appointment?
I think there's probably 2 things to point to here. That there was the process that the Public Service Commissioner ran, which we call a closed competitive process, where they assessed various candidates. And then what happens after that is the Secretary of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet provides a report to the Prime Minister in consultation with the Public Service Commissioner under the Public Service Act, setting out options for appointment. And so Dr Kennedy signs off on that report. And obviously Mr Kaiser was one of the people who was considered in that report. So in that sense, yes, of course.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but from other instances in the past, I'm aware that sometimes there's such things, such categorisations as preferred or non-preferred or most preferred or recommended or not recommended. Is that the kind of categorisation that would have gone in that report to the Prime Minister?
I'd have to go back and look at the particular brief, but we do it in a number of ways. Sometimes we just present a number of candidates, all effectively equally ranked as suitable, for want of a better term. Sometimes we differentiate out. I'd have to go back and look at that.
So you don't know what happened in this instance?
No, I know there were a number of candidates who were eligible for appointment, if I can put it that way, but I can't recall the exact categorisation we used.
So should we assume from the fact that Mr Kaiser was appointed that the panel said that he was suitable?
I think you can assume that, yes.
And were there any other candidates who were deemed suitable?
Yes.
Okay, so multiple candidates were deemed suitable. And among those suitable candidates, did the panel have a preferred candidate or a recommended candidate among them?
I'd need to check that.
Okay, and if so, was it Mr Kaiser? Was he the preferred or recommended candidate?
Check.
Thank you. Do you know whether or not the recommendation of the panel was unanimous?
No, again, there's the 2 aspects here. In terms of the panel aspect of the process, I think that's best directed to the Public Service Commissioner. And then we do that sort of second bit where the Secretary provides his advice, which includes the panel's views. But yes, I understand it was unanimous, but I would check that with the Public Service Commissioner.
Right. And you said that there were a number of candidates who were deemed suitable. How many?
Again, I'd have to check. I understand they spoke with 4 candidates.
4 were interviewed?
Interviewed, yes.
But not necessarily all of them would have been deemed suitable, or
again, I can't remember the
they?
categorisation we looked at that was used. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. And so there was no disagreement then among the panel about its recommendations, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge, okay. It's not unusual for departmental secretaries to be appointed who have, in their careers, served in a ministerial office. John F. Kennedy himself among them. That's utterly routine and consistent on both sides of Parliament and government. Are you aware, though, of any instance where a former politician, a serving former politician, has been appointed as a secretary of a department?
Not to my knowledge, but you know, I
I'm
can't claim
not
a particular huge amount of knowledge on that.
I'm not either in the modern era. Maybe there was someone in the 1920s or something, but I'm not aware in the modern era. So is it fair to say it's unprecedented?
Well, I just can't say.
Yeah. He's also not only just a former elected Member of Parliament for the Labor Party, a partisan politician, but he was a state secretary of the Labor Party, which is an inherently political position. He campaigns for the election of Labor MPs and candidates. Are you aware of a secretary of a political party ever being appointed as secretary of a
Senator,
department?
I understand the point you're making, but he's also served most recently as a very senior public servant in Queensland. And the more recent experience is as a senior public servant. I think that was the thing that was most driving the panel, if I can put it that way.
Yes, but one of the core values of the APS is that the public service should be impartial and apolitical.
Indeed.
In his career, in fact, for a substantial portion of his career, he was a partisan political professional, and I value and respect those people. They have a contribution to make to democracy, but it is unusual for them to be appointed as secretaries of departments. In fact, I'm not aware of any precedent of a state secretary of any political party reaching this level of appointment in the public service. Are you?
Not that I can think of.
Well, I think perhaps Senator Patterson, we could point, as Mr Walter already has, to the roles that Mr Kaiser performed in the Queensland government. You know, he was the Director General of the Department of Premier and Cabinet. He was a Director General of the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning. He's Director General of the Department of Resources. He's also had extensive private sector experience. He has delivered on a range of projects. I think the point Mr Walter is drawing you to is that his selection was undertaken in the ordinary way through the ordinary processes of the public service, which are, as you would understand, merit-based.
So, indeed, you're right. Queensland Labor governments have also appointed him to public service positions, but that doesn't change the fact that prior to that he was a partisan political participant. And as I said, that's obviously what I am too. No disrespect for that, but I'm trying to understand the precedent and the process here. In addition to being a partisan political operative, he's also someone who had to resign as a Member of Parliament after being investigated for electoral fraud, is he not?
Senator, I'm only, I'm struggling to recall the circumstances of that. That was a very long time ago. If I recall correctly, there was a process that was followed through following that resignation. There were no findings against him. So, I'd have to go back and look at that. I'm not sure I could agree to that assertion.
You're right. It was 25 years ago, and I'm someone who believes that we are all better than our worst moment, that none of us are perfect human beings, and that there is a place for redemption, including in public life. So I wouldn't want to write someone off completely because of that. But these are material facts on the public record. There was a corruption inquiry called the Shepardson Inquiry in 2001 in Queensland. And in the report of that inquiry, Mr Kaiser is mentioned 178 times. And one relevant extract I'll read to you is in relation to electoral fraud. In 1986, Michael Kaiser was a young member of the party. He had admitted to the inquiry that he signed an electoral enrolment dated 7 January 1986, enrolling him at 11th 7th Avenue, Corporoo, even though he never lived there. He resigned as the member for Woodridge immediately after making this admission. However, as the time limitation for prosecuting false enrolment offence had passed, no recommendation to the Queensland Director of Public Prosecutions could be made. Charges for conspiracy under the Criminal Code of Queensland are not subject to time limit for prosecution. However, given the time lapse and the fact that Kaiser could not be prosecuted for an offence of false enrolment, it was considered that a court would determine it to be unfair to bring a charge of conspiracy to commit the offence for false enrolment against Kaiser. The evidence Kaiser gave concerning the 1986 enrolment conflicted with evidence he had earlier given the inquiry that he had never been involved in false enrolments. For reasons explained in this report, it was decided not to recommend the matter be referred to the Queensland Director of Public Prosecutions for consideration of perjury charges. I mean, you're right, this is some time ago, but these are serious matters. I mean, electoral fraud is a serious matter. What consideration was given to these issues as part of the interview process?
In terms of the interview process, again, I think you'd need to ask the Public Service Commissioner about that.
Well, I will, and I appreciate that you personally may not have been directly involved, but the Secretary of this department was, and I think PMC must be able to answer for the Secretary's involvement in this appointment, which is contentious. So did Dr Kennedy ask Mr Kaiser about these issues?
Again, Senator, I wasn't involved in that part of the process. You've got the Public Service Commissioner who was, and I think that's the best place to ask those questions.
Sure. Were they canvassed in the selection report?
So, Senator, of course we alerted the Prime Minister to the fact that those matters exist in the past. As I noted earlier, they occurred a very substantial period of time ago. Mr Kaiser has gone on to have a long career in public service, including at the highest levels, and those factors weigh as well.
Sure. Let me move on to some other aspects of the appointment. To make a comparison with another senior public service appointment recently, the position of Finance Secretary was vacant for 3.5 months. It took 3.5 months for the process to appoint Mr Yiannopoulos, who we look forward to seeing later tonight or tomorrow. By contrast, this position, as I understand it, was filled in 3 weeks. Is that right?
No, that's not quite right, because unlike the situation in relation to finance, we had advance notice that Mr Fredericks was planning to step down. So we had a greater lead time in terms of going through that process than we would have. We did in the case of the Secretary of Finance, where obviously the decision was made to move Secretary Wilkinson to Treasury. Right,
but it was only publicly announced on the 19th of May this year that Mr Fredericks was stepping down, and it was that he would step down on the 20th of June. It was on the 8th of July that Mr Kaiser's appointment was announced. So when did you first advertise for the vacancy?
So, as I mentioned earlier, this process was done through what we call a closed competitive process, which is by invitation.
Right, so it was not a transparent...
So we don't do a public... we didn't do public advertising. It's consistent with what we do with almost all secretary appointments. And historically, under all governments, it's been either direct appointment or closed competitive process. The only process I'm aware of where there was an advertising process was the last time the agriculture position was filled.
Right, so it was a non-public process. When were candidates first approached?
Again, that part of the process was run by the Public Service Commissioner, so I suggest you direct questions to them.
Again, I will, but are you saying it's not within your knowledge? You don't know? When...
No, I genuinely don't know when they were first approached.
All right, if you genuinely don't know, I'll take you at your word. But nonetheless, the public information that we have... Maybe I'll go back another step. When did Mr Fredericks announce that he was stepping down? Or did he inform the government that he had no intention of continuing his role?
If you just give me a moment, I'll grab a note. I came to the table to answer your FOI question.
Indeed.
Up here. If you just give me one moment.
Of course.
Sorry. I'll see if I've got that information here. So it was, yes, as you say, it was announced on the 19th of May. with effect from the 20th of June of 2025. But we had, I'd have to go and check when we became aware that Mr Fredericks was intending to resign, but we had a bit of advance notice.
Was it Mr Fredericks' decision to resign, or did the government want to appoint a new secretary?
It was Mr Fredericks' decision to resign.
Okay. And you say sometime before 19 May, but you don't know how much earlier?
No, I'll see if I can find that out for you.
Days or weeks or months or?
I think it was weeks.
Weeks, right. So nonetheless, let's say it's weeks for argument's sake. We're still looking at a process much more expeditious than the process to replace the Finance Secretary. Why? Is it routine to be able to make an appointment like this so quickly?
Well, we have done some in much shorter time than that, depending on the circumstances. We do try and do them expeditiously. You don't want to have the situation where you have very long periods of time with acting arrangements in departments. The finance one took a little bit longer than we would have liked, but we're very confident we've got the right person. So no, I thought this was about right.
On the 5th of February 2024, Minister Gallagher announced a review by Linnell Briggs into public sector board appointments process. And she said in the media release, and I quote, "This review is all about putting an end to the jobs for mates culture that defined the previous Morrison government's public sector appointments." Kind of seems like Mr Kaiser is a mate of the Labor Party and of the government. Has the Briggs review recommendations been implemented for public sector appointments yet?
I think perhaps I will ask Mr Walter to answer the substance of your question, but I will refer to the point I've previously made, which is that Mr Kaiser, as has already been outlined to you, was selected through a public service process that is consistent with the ordinary approach to selection. And those steps that were taken by the Australian Public Service Commission and then by the Secretary of this department have been outlined to you fairly clearly, Senator. And I don't think it is reasonable to characterise the appointment in the way that you have in your question. But you asked Mr Walter about implementation of the review, and I'll ask him to address that part of your question.
So again, Senator, I'm going to refer you to the Public Service Commissioner on the Briggs review. They're responsible for that work.
PMNC has no role in implementing the Briggs review?
The Briggs review was, as you've already noticed, commissioned by the Minister for the Public Service and was done so through the Public Service Commission. So I won't say we have no role, of course we were consulted during the process and so forth, but it's the Public Service Commission that is leading that work.
Okay. Do you have any visibility?
Senator Patterson, can I just alert you to the fact that you have a couple of colleagues who also wish to ask some questions?
Thank you. I'm well aware and I'll make sure they get an opportunity. Thank you. Does the PMNC have any visibility of a public release of the Briggs report?
Okay, Public Service Commission question for them.
Okay. But PMNC has, would have a copy of the report. I've put an FOI into PMNC about it.
I've certainly seen a draft of the report.
Right. I mean, it's about public sector appointments. PMNC is critical to that process, as we've been discussing. Does PMC have a copy of the report?
Yes, I believe we have the final copy of the report. It's about board appointments in particular.
Sure.
And again, Public Service Commission has led that work, and I think questions on the Briggs review are best directed to them.
Yeah, so you can't talk to, you're not familiar with the recommendations of the report?
It's been a long time since I looked at them. I did look at them some time ago, but I think, again, Public Service Commission is the place to direct those questions.
I'm sorry, your name tag is behind the thing.
Okay.
So, sorry, Ms Sullivan, you came to the table, I assume, because you had information that you could assist with my line of questioning, so I should offer you the opportunity to add anything?
Nothing to add, Senator.
No, okay. It's always a dangerous thing to come forward and give a senator an opportunity.
I had mixed feelings about it.
Fair enough. I don't blame you. Okay, I will pursue this matter further at another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sharma.
Actually, what goes to
Senator Collins first?
Go to Senator Collins first, and we'll
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Does the Prime Minister stand by the comment that he made in Honiara that Australia is a proud member of the Pacific family?
Well, Senator, I am not personally familiar with the occasion when the Prime Minister made those remarks. And whilst it seems straightforward enough, I can perhaps provide a more general answer, which is, of course, we prioritise the relationships with the Pacific family. Of course, they are important to this government, and from the day that we got into government, we have set about repairing relationships with the Pacific family, and that has meant listening to those communities and working with them on their priorities.
Sure. And as a matter of principle, does the Prime Minister respect the ability of journalists to have access to him and to do their job without unfair burdens being placed in their way by government officials?
Senator, I think you can see that this government regularly engages with journalists.
Thank you. And does the Prime Minister stand by the various statements he has made over the years about freedom of the press, including a strong independent media is more important than ever, I'm not frightened of scrutiny and transparency, and my government is unashamedly an open government?
Whilst I am, of course, very interested in the things that the Prime Minister comments upon, I have not, I confess, committed all of his remarks to memory. I am unaware of that particular quote.
Okay, thank you. So why then were Pacifica journalists banned from the PM's recent press conference in Honiara?
Mr Spiro may assist you with this question.
Senator, the department works very closely with the Prime Minister's office to prepare programs for official international travel, and that includes media opportunities. Media aspects of the Prime Minister's program require certain considerations. They take in locations, the capacity of venues, and we try and accommodate as much as we can by way of media access. The specific question that you're talking about at the Pacific Islands Forum relates to a press conference that the Prime Minister gave, and which took place in a small room. It was at last minute organised between, it was structured between two plenary sessions, one of which ran over, so we had to organise it at the last minute. The Australian media that travelled with the Prime Minister were obviously prioritised in that context. There were, however, 3 international media who were able to fit into that room, and there was one international wire agency, Agence France Presse, who were also able to be present. So most of the international media understood that obviously priority would be given to Australian media who had travelled with the Prime Minister, given it was a press conference by the Australian Prime Minister. And that was especially the case because we dropped the transcript with the PIF Secretariat for distribution immediately after.
Sure, thank you. But the local media were excluded.
There was limited room in the in that particular Pacific Islands Forum media space that was made available, which we had booked as a delegation, and priority was given to the Australian media, given it was the Australian Prime Minister doing the press conference.
Can you confirm how many journalists were excluded from the room at the media event?
I'd take that on notice.
Okay. Can you confirm what advice was sought from PMNC before excluding journalists from the room at the media event?
What advice was sought from PMNC?
Yep.
It was a PMNC officer who advised the media that that there wasn't space
So it was PMC officials that made the decision, not the Prime Minister?
It was a PMC official who requested that only those media who could fit should be in the room.
And was that decision approved by the Prime Minister?
It wasn't referred to the Prime Minister.
Is it ordinary practice to exclude foreign journalists from media events, or was this a specific case and a foreign visit?
So, as I said, Senator, we work very closely with the Prime Minister's office to try and give maximum media access during the visits. Obviously, the priority is for Australian media when the Australian Prime Minister is doing a press conference. When, for example, there is a press conference where there's two leaders, the media of those two countries are prioritised, and of course, if there's additional space, then of course international media are welcome.
I can completely understand that principle. However, this was a country in which we have very, very strong relations, but also we pour millions right across the region into building up the local journalism and protecting freedom of media. The ties are very, very strong, and yet we excluded those very journalists that we have been investing a lot into over many, many, many years. And so, you know, I can understand if the Prime Minister was on the other side of the world, but he was in our region, and the local journalists were excluded, but also the other journalists from around the region. So does the government agree with the Pacific Freedom Forum Chair, Robert Aroga, that, and I quote, "You cannot claim to be part of the Pacific family while silencing Pacific voices. You cannot talk about partnership while blocking our journalists from doing their jobs," unquote?
Well, I think you're asking the official for an opinion, Senator Collins. I mean, I think the official has stepped through for you the circumstances.
Sorry, Senator, I was asking, does the government agree? I was probably looking in the wrong direction, but you can ask the question.
Well, I think the official has stepped through with you the circumstances that led to the arrangements for this particular media conference, but more broadly, if the proposition is that it is important that we engage with Pacific leaders, Pacific communities, of course the government agrees that that is important. And I would also make the point to you, Senator, that there has been a great deal of work that has been required to repair the damage which was done under previous Liberal administrations who entirely neglected Pacific relationships and caused a great deal of disquiet. And so being able to travel into the Pacific, as so many of our ministers have done, from the Prime Minister downwards, to speak with those communities about things that matter to them and to cooperate with Pacific partners on questions, including the question of climate change, Senator Collins. These have all been very high priorities from our government from the very first weeks of the government being sworn in.
Sorry, sir, I can't read your name either because the glasses are in the way.
Mr Spiro.
Thank you, Mr Spiro. I just wanted to bring it back to the question of the room. Was it possible, because I have seen this many, many times before, especially in the Pacific, doing the media event outside so that everybody could join?
We had about 10-15 minutes to actually find a venue, Senator. We attempted to position this press conference between two sessions of the plenary. The plenary ran over, and so we obviously had to react on the ground to find a venue. We were able to book this venue. This was a formally approved venue by the Pacific Islands Forum. It was just a small one. So that's what we could find in the 15 minutes that were available, and it certainly fit the accompanying Australian media and some international media that were available. But as I said, we immediately dropped the transcript with the Pacific Islands Forum Media Centre so that they could be circulated.
Thank you. You've mentioned a couple of times that you were pressed for time, and so that was one of the rationale for only inviting the Australian press. But the press pack usually moves very well together, particularly the Pacifica press that is very well integrated with the Australian press. So I do believe that you would have been able to invite them very, very quickly, about as quickly as you would have been able to invite the Australian press pack. Do you not think you could have swapped out some Australian journalists for local journalists?
Senator, I've answered the question. We would always prioritise Australian journalists for a press conference with the Australian Prime Minister.
So if that is not an option, you wouldn't have then considered to look for a venue perhaps outside where...
Media opportunities come in different shapes and sizes, where there are very few people that are able to gain access, and a pool is required. We would prioritise a pool of Australian journalists.
Do you think there could have been an opportunity at a later time, perhaps when the plenary was a bit less pressed for time, to invite the Pacific journalists to ask questions, Pacific journalists only?
There's lots of opportunities for media, Senator, in a visit. This is just the one that we're talking about here.
Is the Prime Minister concerned that the Fiji Sun newspaper wrote, "Australia blocks Pacific journalists," quote, and that Australia, quote, "undermines media freedom," end quote?
Senator, I think that we have, between Mr Spiro and I, provided a fairly clear explanation about the circumstances of this particular media conference, and I would make the broader point to you that this government has been heavily invested in repairing relationships within the Pacific and working as closely as we can with Pacific partners. You will know that we have very recently elevated our relationship with PNG to an alliance via the Papua New Guinea Australia Mutual Defence Treaty. We've entered into an agreement with the Solomon Islands to grow its police force. We have brought a number of regional initiatives to life in the Pacific. These are all very high priorities for our government, and it stands in a very stark contrast, unfortunately, to the approach that was taken under the previous Liberal administration that derided the priorities of the Pacific, failed to engage effectively, tried to opposed Pacific engagement visas and more support for palm workers and families, and continues in the debates that are ongoing as we speak to deny the importance of climate action as something which is highly important to Pacific partners. We're very proud of the work that we are doing in the Pacific. We'll continue to do that. It might be that this is something for the opposition to reflect upon, because these relationships are very significant to us. We have high expectations, Australians have high expectations that our government will engage in a positive way with Pacific partners. We are putting in the work to do that. It may be something that the opposition would also care to turn its mind to.
Thank you, Senator. Rationale for excluding...
Senator Collins, you're coming up on the 15-minute mark for the 5 minutes that you were going to have. We are needing to rearrange the agenda. Yep. So, and Senator Sharma also has questions. Can I, 15 minutes on the same topic, do you have anything you can put on notice, or?
No, that's okay.
Or you can wind it up if possible.
Yep. Rationale for excluding the journalists and for undermining media freedom is one thing, but political and diplomatic fallout is another. So has the Prime Minister acknowledged the hurt and distress that his office has caused to Pacific journalists by banning them from this press conference? Has he apologised to these excluded Pacific media organisations? And is this just yet another failure in the long list of Albanese government failures of Pacific diplomacy?
Senator Collins, there are many assertions in the question, as you have put it to myself and officials, that I simply wouldn't agree with. This government has worked with great focus to re-establish those relationships in the Pacific. I don't accept the characterisation of the press conference that you provided in your preamble to your question. What I can tell you is that we will continue to work with great focus on our relationships in the Pacific, because we know how important they are to our national interest, but also how deeply those partnerships are felt by Australian citizens and by the Australian people.
Thank you. Senator Sharma.
Thank you, thanks, Chair. I will try and get us... Yep, of course, Senator Wong, Minister. I will try and keep these short, but I had some questions for the benefit of officials about the declaration of the Iranian ambassador as persona non grata and the Prime Minister's special envoy on anti-Semitism.
That's a matter for DFAT.
The special envoy or the declaration of the Iranian ambassador?
PNGing the
Iranian
ambassador is a matter for DFAT. So I would ask you to do it there. What was the first one?
Oh, that was the first one.
Sorry, I thought you said there were two topics.
Yeah, the second one was the PM's special envoy on anti-Semitism.
Right.
Could we just, Minister, with your indulgence, just explore the
Senator,
first
can I'm sorry, but we are so far behind.
And I haven't asked the
if I
question
may
all day,
finish, we've spent hours, and I understand the political reasons why, asking things which are properly asked of Home Affairs. I'm trying to be helpful. I can say to you that is a matter for DFAT, that the officials at the table cannot assist you with how that was given effect, given it was given effect by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and by the portfolio and me as the Minister. So I'm saying to you, I'm happy to talk to you about it. Where it really is just wasting the committee's time if you insist on asking these officials about something that they are not responsible for and cannot assist you with.
Point of order, Chair.
Okay.
Earlier, Senator Whittaker asked questions about education funding, and PMC officials were very able to answer that, even though that could be asked in the education portfolio.
I think that was about, it was about intergovernmental relations. It was about state and federal relations.
I hadn't quite finished. That has been among many dixes asked by Labor senators today in portfolio areas that could be asked in other committees. I don't understand why the Minister is willing to be so helpful to them and so insistent when Liberal senators ask questions that it must be asked elsewhere.
If you would like to look at the
actually trying to be helpful.
I'm not disputing the time.
Can I just be honest?
She's allowed a number of people to do this.
I'm not disputing the time.
Thank you. I'm actually trying to be helpful to Senator Sharma, right? I'm explaining as the Minister who was integrally involved in that that is a matter for me and my portfolio. That is all I'm saying. If you insist on asking questions and I'm just trying to get through whatever the coalition needs to get through, because it's obviously, we're under a bit of time pressure. But if you want to ask questions, we'll take on notice and we'll have the same process that we have had for 6 hours, where Home Affairs questions have been asked in this portfolio.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Was the Prime Minister involved in the decision to declare the Iranian ambassador persona non grata?
It's a decision, in the decision to or the effecting of it? It's a government decision. It's a government decision.
That was taken by Cabinet.
It's a government decision.
Okay, thank you. Was PMC aware of the meetings that Mr Carr had with the Iranian ambassador before his expulsion?
No, Senator.
Was PMC aware of media reporting of the fact that these meetings took place between Mr Carr and the Iranian ambassador?
Not that I can recall, but of course, in terms of your question going to PMC in general, we could take that on notice and check.
Okay, thank you. And payment. Well, my question is also related. In Mr Carr's following Mr Carr's meeting with the Iranian ambassador said that publicly Mr Carr had some practical advice on the betterment of Iran and Australian relations. Does PMC have any sense of what that practical advice was? Did PMC get a readout of all of this meeting between Mr Carr and the Iranian ambassador?
Yeah. As I said, Senator, not aware, but in terms of your query of checking if there are other officials in PMC aware of that media reporting and the nature, we can take that on notice and check.
Okay. Did PMC officials meet with the Iranian ambassador as a matter of course, or that?
No. Hi, Senator. Dave Tithridge, Assistant Secretary, Global Interests. Not to my knowledge, no.
All right, thank you. If you could just take that one on notice as well, please, if there are any instances that you're not aware of today. Turning to the anti-Semitism envoy now as well.
So, Senator, we'll just get the relevant
Yeah,
officers
of course,
to the table
Secretary.
if you give us
Deputies.
5 seconds. Thank you.
Mr. Excel, I should direct these to you. When did the government receive the final version of it's the Anti-Semitism Commissioner, is that right, or the envoy? When did the government receive her final report?
Senator, Home Affairs is primarily responsible for the relationship with the Special Envoy, so I think it was formally communicated through the Department of Home Affairs. Prime Minister and Cabinet did receive a copy in advance of the release. I just think my colleague has the date.
Thanks, Senator. The plan to combat anti-Semitism was provided to government on the 10th of July 2025. I'm aware the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet received an early version, but I don't have the date for that.
Was PMC asked to comment on the earlier version, or did PMC comment on the earlier version?
No, we didn't.
No, we did
You
not.
didn't provide any input following that. And so, as I understand it, you're saying that the Special Envoy's reporting line is to the Home Affairs Minister, not the
So
Prime
the Special
Minister?
Envoys report directly to the Prime Minister and to Minister of Home Affairs, but in terms of a working engagement and support, the support was through the Department of Home Affairs.
Okay. And has the Prime Minister or his office met with the Special Envoys since that report was handed down on the 10th of July?
I'm aware of the press conference on that date. I'm not aware of other meetings since then.
Okay. Could you take that on notice?
Happy to take the notice.
Thank you. And has the government responded to the report formally, or said how it will act on the recommendations?
No, the government has indicated it will consider the report, and indeed the report from the Special Envoy took about Islamophobia and consider those recommendations and respond in due course.
So at the moment there are, I think, 49 key actions or recommendations in the Special Envoy on Anti-Semitism's report. Does the government agree with some of them, disagree with others, others that are under study?
As I've said, Senator, the government will consider the recommendations in the report.
So to date there's been no response to the government on the recommendations, on any of the recommendations? Okay. When do the terms of these Special Envoys expire?
They were 3-year appointments from memory, Senator. I'll just check. Yep.
Yeah, that's correct, Senator. So the Special Envoys are ministerial appointments for 3 years.
Okay. And do you expect that the government will respond to both envoys' reports at the same time, or is that...
The government hasn't indicated that, but I think they've said obviously it would make sense to consider them together, but the government has not given a timeline in terms of when it will respond.
Okay, so there's no timeline, there's no commitment to respond by the end of the year?
Government hasn't commented on when it responds, just has committed to responding.
Okay. That was all I had.
Thank you.
Chair?
Thank you very much for attending. We will now release the Prime Minister and Cabinet, and we will go to the Office of National Intelligence.
Could we have 1 minute suspension?
We can have a 1 minute suspension.
suspension?
Yes, let's do it. Cool. If they could not say it quickly, that would be really, really useful. We'll now return with the Office of National Intelligence. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Do you have an opening statement?
I do. Thank you, Chair, if that's okay. Given the pace and significance...
If you could just name and position, that would be lovely.
Oh, certainly. Andrew Shearer, Director General, National Intelligence.
She does know who you are.
I do. It's really just for the hand signs.
I should have known that, shouldn't I? Given the pace and significance for our interests of international developments since my last appearance before the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to briefly update members on Australia's shifting strategic outlook. Regrettably, our strategic environment continues to deteriorate at an accelerating pace. Crises are more frequent, and both state and non-state actors are more willing to test boundaries. The result is a more contested, less predictable world and region. For Australia, this means less warning time, greater risks across our society, and increased exposure to crises that begin far from our shores. Since February, frequent shocks and quickening trends have unsettled the international system. Artificial intelligence has advanced more quickly than many anticipated, and adversaries are already exploiting it. Today, 2 years after Hamas launched its appalling attack on Israel, triggering so much suffering, there's a fragile prospect the fighting may cease in Gaza and that Israeli hostages may finally return home. This follows the 12-day war which erupted in June between Iran and Israel, damaging Iran's nuclear and other military facilities, as well as successful IDF operations against the terror network of Hezbollah. Still, Iranian proxies carry on with their use of political violence and online agitation. As the committee is aware, as a result of excellent work by ASIO and the AFP, Australia traced recent anti-Jewish attacks on our soil to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, starkly underscoring the regime's role in sponsoring violence internationally. The Director-General of Security's public attribution of these activities showed Australia will not resile from calling out state-backed interference and aggression, irrespective of the source. In May, India and Pakistan, both nuclear-armed, clashed dangerously, and border fighting between Cambodia and Thailand underlined how fragile peace can be in our region. Meanwhile, in Europe, Putin's costly war in Ukraine grinds on, with implications not only for Europe's security order, but for deterrence here in the Indo-Pacific. Russian-linked actors are still conducting regular cyber intrusions, sabotage and disinformation campaigns in Europe and beyond. Incursions by Russian drones and aircraft have repeatedly tested NATO's boundaries. And North Korea persists with developing nuclear weapons and increasingly sophisticated means of delivering them, funding its efforts from widespread cyber theft. Closer to home, China's forces continue to probe and harass Australia's partners and allies in the East and South China Seas and to tighten the pressure on Taiwan. Together, these developments highlight how the so-called grey zone, the space between genuine peace and overt war, is now central to strategic rivalry and the global struggle between a new axis of authoritarian powers and democracies. Cyber attacks, political interference, disinformation, economic coercion and the use of paramilitary and proxy forces to pressure and intimidate are now routine. These methods exploit our openness and restraint. They are hard to counter and the objectives are clear: to weaken cohesion within democracies such as Australia and between allies, and to make the world safer for authoritarianism. For our adversaries, day-to-day coercion is relatively cost-free and effective. Applying sustained pressure imposes a cumulative toll on our security, economy and social stability, without incurring the much greater costs of conflict. They seek to undermine our resilience and ultimately to break our resolve. Much of this activity takes place covertly in the shadows and interstices of the international system. But increasingly, these efforts to reshape the world order are playing out in more overt displays, reflecting growing confidence and strategic intent. With arms control weakening and deterrence eroding, states are feeling freer to test boundaries, use shows of force to intimidate and shape, and increasingly cross the threshold to conflict. Beijing's September military parade showcased nuclear, hypersonic and unmanned systems. It had a clear message that China's military capabilities and strategic intent are advancing in step, and its ability to project force at range and sustain it is growing. Rules and norms that once buttressed international prosperity and security are fraying, and multilateral institutions that have often served our interests are now increasingly deadlocked and in some cases hollowed out as the result of great power rivalry. For Australia and for our regional allies and partners, the implications are profound. In this challenging environment, the demands on the national intelligence community are relentless and increasing. We face more threats from a growing range of malign actors, and the government rightfully expects us to deliver clarity amid uncertainty and complexity, speed when events accelerate, and dispassionate, rigorous judgment in a polluted and contested information environment, which makes it ever harder to distinguish signal from noise. Today, I would like to reassure the committee that our agencies are up to it, as the most recent independent intelligence review found. And also, I can attest that our incredible intelligence professionals are definitely up for it, whatever our adversaries throw at us. Every day, the dedicated men and women of the NIC deliver precious intelligence insights into the capabilities and intentions of our adversaries, disrupt threats to our security, prosperity and sovereignty, provide vital support to the Australian Defence Force and support our diplomats in the contest for influence in our region. Their work sometimes entails significant risk. It is almost always stressful and psychologically demanding, and it is seldom publicly acknowledged. At our recent NIC annual awards, we recognised individuals and teams for their outstanding service and cross-agency collaboration. By their nature, these awards cannot be publicised and capture the efforts of only a fraction of our workforce. But they reflect very well our community's dedication to Australia, our collective commitment to mission and our determination to protect the Australian people from growing threats. With the committee's indulgence, I'd also like to thank my own extraordinary team at the Office of National Intelligence. It's a very different organisation from the one I first joined 35 years ago, but the sense of purpose and commitment to Australia's interest has not changed, nor has the high standard of professionalism, analytic rigour and integrity, or the welcoming, caring, supportive culture, which ultimately is the key to success and the best evidence of a healthy, high-performing organisation. I'm very grateful and it's a privilege to lead you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Mr Shearer. I read with interest reporting of your speech to the Australia-Japan Business Conference yesterday. I'm going to quote some of it back, which I know you don't need, given that you made the speech, but for the purposes of my questions. You're reported as saying, our adversaries are exploiting our preference for restraint and de-escalation and leveraging coercion, cyber attacks, sabotage and disinformation to test us without triggering outright conflict. Often they act through proxies, whether organised crime syndicates, front companies, armed groups or maritime militias. These tactics exploit the openness of our economies, societies and politics and are very hard for liberal democracies to counter. They've become the day-to-day reality for governments, but also increasingly for businesses, which I think is a reflection of, or a small part of what you've spoken about this evening. The Office of National Intelligence would be aware of political players who are not captured by the foreign donations bans, that is, bans of donations of more than $100, including political activist environmental groups. Without seeking details of who and what, has the ONI been monitoring the volumes of foreign donations and support that are funding campaigns against coal, gas and nuclear in Australia?
Senator, those matters lie outside the purview of ONI's responsibilities.
Okay, so I'm sorry, because in your speech and in your introduction just then you made the point that state actors were testing boundaries and that disinformation, among other things, are now routine. So environmental political activism wouldn't form part of that kind of interference in Australia's democracy and politics?
Without commenting on that, Senator, I'd just say that if it does, it's not part of ONI's statutory responsibilities.
Okay, so, sorry, I'm just trying to put that into a framework. So you've just spent significant introduction talking about the framework of a changed world views of influences from bad actors, particularly onto environments. I'm sorry, did you need to make a comment?
I was going to. I'll wait for you to finish.
Thank you. Into democracies like ours, and so I'm trying to inquire about a group that I would have thought formed part of that kind of new world order of seeking to influence decision-making and democracies.
I think what Mr Shearer is saying is in terms of his responsibilities, yes, and what the office does, which is essentially analysis. So they will look at information intelligence, data from a range of sources and try and provide government with a way to understand what is happening. But the regulation of and the framework to try and ensure our resilience against foreign interference is not this officer's statutory responsibility. I think that's all Mr Shearer is saying. It's not. We're not. Foreign interference is a reality. That's why we've had the PJCIS when I was on it. We had a bipartisan position on supporting the then government's foreign interference and foreign influence regimes. We know the world in which we work, and we have, I think, always more work to do, but pretty robust arrangements and increasing awareness, and obviously making sure people are aware of the potential for state and non-state actors to interfere with our democracy as a part of our resilience. I'm not going to get into the domestic politics of what you're proposing. I'm not going to make any comment about that, but broadly the proposition that foreign actors trying to influence our democracy is, I think, well known to us. Mr Shearer's speech and also a lot of the work that ONI has done, I think, has shone a light on that, and I think governments of both political persuasion have responded.
Okay. I was reflecting on a campaign in the UK maybe a decade ago around fracking and gas production in that country, which was later shown to be foreign interference. I'm seeking to test whether or not we are monitoring that kind of involvement here in Australia. So when you say that the office analyses data, does that analysis show that foreign donations and other foreign actors are attempting to manipulate our political campaigns and electoral outcomes?
Senator, we do not look at foreign donations to the Australian political system. We look for the sorts of activities that I outlined in my remarks, which go to the statutory definitions around foreign interference in our politics by hostile states, including some of the states that I have mentioned in my remarks.
I understand that you're saying you can't assist me. I'm kind of puzzled because I would have thought that this would have been a very obvious way to progress interference in a democracy that is as benevolent as ours. And so could you give me some guidance as to who may monitor that sort of activity? Is there any agency within the National Intelligence grouping?
Well, the responsibility for interference in our political system rests with ASIO and the Australian Federal Police and the Home Affairs Department.
In relation to elections, though, there has been quite a deal of engagement with the AEC, and I think Minister Farrell and the Commissioner have spoken about that.
Okay. So my final question, Chair, is really... I understand what you're saying about monitoring foreign interference through the electoral process. What about advising government of any concerns that you may have with foreign donations being used to fund activist activities against Australian industries?
Again, Senator, that's not really a matter that would fall within our remit at the Office of National Intelligence.
Okay, I think this is a gap in our monitoring. Thank you, Chair. I will leave it there.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Shearer, for your frank statement about the state of affairs for Australia and the world. I really appreciate what you and the intelligence community are doing for us, and it's very reassuring to hear that the agencies are up to the job. I'm just wondering, does ONI regularly brief just the Prime Minister or also other members of Cabinet?
We provide regular briefings for government, Senator, yes.
To Cabinet members?
Yes.
Yes. So on the 14th of April 2025, the publication Janes broke a story that Jakarta had received an official request from Moscow seeking permission for Russian Aerospace Forces aircraft to be based at the Manahua Air Force Base. What can you tell us about ONI's assessment of that?
Senator, unfortunately, in this setting, I can't tell you anything about ONI's assessment.
Understood. But there has been a bit of commentary by Labor ministers on this. So was the PM briefed at all on this issue?
I'd give the same answer, Senator. I can't get into the details of briefings that have or haven't been provided to government.
You can't give the details of the briefing, but can you give details on what has been briefed?
Not in this setting, I can't.
Okay,
sorry,
thank
Senator.
you. Senator Murray Watt told Sky News on Sunday, 20th of April, that Russia never made a request and compared coalition demands for a briefing to ask for a briefing compared demands for a briefing to asking for a briefing on the Loch Ness Monster. Does this mean that Senator Watt was aware of a briefing, given that he asserted that Russia never made a request?
Senator, that's not an appropriate question to ask the Director of National Intelligence.
Well, perhaps Senator Wong, you would be able to answer the question.
I will take it on notice.
This is a question about a Cabinet Minister, one of your colleagues, so perhaps you could answer the question.
Well, that's not an appropriate question for these estimates. If you want to ask Mr Senator Watt that, this isn't a comment made during the election campaign, is that right? So with respect, I was probably out campaigning. Much as I love Murray, I don't think I watched every media interview he's ever done. If you want to ask him a question about his statement, you can probably go and speak to him and his estimates.
Okay, Senator. if the grounds on rejecting that is because it could betray intelligence, do you feel that Minister Watt was betraying intelligence to Sky News when he answered with that particular comment?
Whose feelings are you asking about, mine or Mr Shearer's?
I don't believe I said feelings, but...
Yeah, do you feel?
Oh, do you feel?
Exactly
okay.
what you said.
What is your view, Senator Wong?
So, whose are you asking, Mr Shearer's or mine?
I just said Senator Wong. What is your view?
I'd just reject the premise of the question, and if you have an assertion to make about that, I think you should put that to the relevant minister.
Would you agree that the defence circumstances in Indonesia is of interest to Australia's national security?
Who are you asking that of?
Both of you. I mean, everybody's there to answer questions.
No. It is usual to direct your questions,
okay,
whether you're
so
talking...
I actually wasn't trying to play games. Is that to Mr Shearer to me?
Yeah, I'm definitely not on that. I will ask Mr Shearer.
ONA is responsible for assessing political, economic and military affairs in our region, Senator.
There is no... I think you would have heard the Prime Minister say and me say that there is... talk about the centrality of Indonesia to Australian security. It is a very deliberate choice that Australian Prime Ministers have for a long time had their first bilateral visit being to Indonesia. We have a... I think we all understand how important Indonesia is to Australian security. We also understand that Indonesia is a very different country to Australia. It has a different political history, a different political system, very different economy, and a very different geostrategic history, or geopolitical history. Obviously, he's a member of the non-aligned movement and so forth, which you'd be well aware of. So we're really been very pleased at the work that's been done in the relationship. The defence arrangements that have been worked on, and the closeness of the partnership between our two countries. I've certainly been grateful for both the friendship with Prime Minister Retno Marsudi, but also Prime Minister Sugiyono. So I think we all understand how important Indonesia is to Australia. As I always point out, we look up at our region, Indonesia is critical.
It was for a good reason, but I think Indonesia was Prime Minister Albanese's second bilateral visit because, of course, he had to attend the Quad in Tokyo.
We didn't actually count that as the bilateral. That was a multilateral, but sure.
Okay. Okay.
And again this time, and it was a very successful visit. And we were very generous hospitality by President Prabowo of the Prime Minister on his first bilateral visit of the second term, and where we were received with very generous hospitality.
Okay, thank you. That's it from me.
Thanks.
Just very quickly, Chair, because I'm fairly sure this will not go very far, but I'm going to try my arm and chance my luck and just see. Director General, have you briefed the Prime Minister on the national security risks of repatriating Australians from Syria?
Senator, it's not. This isn't the right setting to cover the content of briefings.
I thought you might say that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Good shot there. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time here and all the work you do to keep Australians safe. We will now release you from the program and call the Australian National Audit Office.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Quick suspension.
She's on
She's on the way. Yep. Okay, if we could just switch over the officials at the table, that would be excellent. Thank you. Come on. I would like to welcome the officers from the Australian National Audit Office. If they could just settle themselves at the table, we are trying to create some swift magic here. So welcome, Dr. Carolee McLeish. Do you have an opening statement? I am, with all of the respect in the world, hoping that it is brief.
I can be brief, Senator. Yes.
That would be lovely, and we would love you to table the full statement.
Thank you, Senator. So, look, it's a privilege to appear as Auditor General for Australia following my appointment to the role in November 2024. The ANAO has a proud 125-year history bringing independent reporting and transparency to the Parliament, to assist it in scrutinising the activities of executive government as well as to improve public sector performance. The independence we bring to our work is a hallmark in our system of democracy. The ANAO's annual report was tabled on the 23rd of September 2025. In the last 12 months, we've continued to bring independent reporting to the Parliament in the context of a rapidly changing world. That work resulted in audit opinions for 244 annual financial statements of Commonwealth entities, audit opinions for 14 annual performance statements of material Commonwealth entities, 44 performance audits and 1 priority assurance review, the 2023-24 Major Project Report, and a range of other assurance activities, publications and services to support transparency, accountability and performance in the Australian government sector. We've also focused on developing a forward strategy with priorities to improve our impact, drive our performance through innovation and inspire and develop our people. The ANAO's audits have driven improvements in public sector performance. More than 96% of ANAO performance audit recommendations were agreed to by audit entities, and more than 80% of recommendations have been implemented within 24 months of reports being presented. Audits have also led to changes in frameworks that apply across the public sector. Undergoing an audit can help agencies be more efficient, effective, economical, ethical in managing their resources. The continued work of the ANAO is not without challenge. We've operated our budget in a deficit continuously for 8 years and have reported to the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, the JCPAA, that this is no longer sustainable. Externally driven cost pressures continue to rise, mainly as a result of market-driven auditing costs, costs of essential cybersecurity and systems to support secure information collection in an increasingly complex public sector. Demand for our audit services continues to grow, including the need for audits of climate disclosures and auditing emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. During the implementation of our refreshed strategy, I expect that we will see many advances in audit techniques and through that support for the Parliament and impact on public sector performance. I'd like to acknowledge the professionalism and dedication of our ANAO team who are approaching the final stage of a really intense period of year-end audits. I'm really impressed by the commitment of the ANAO's people to look for ways to execute our important work in independent reporting to the Parliament and supporting in transparency, accountability and performance in the public sector. We look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you so much. We'll go directly to Senator Little.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask you some questions about some communications in relation to questions about the Central Land Council. After additional budget estimates in February, you launched a further inquiry into how the Central Land Council manages conflict of interest with respect to Senecorp. Can you provide me with an overview of your findings?
Yes, Senator, thank you for the question. And as you highlight, after your inquiries, the ANAO asked the Central Land Council for further information about related party disclosures in their financial statements. During the final phase of this past audit for 24-25, CLC has included additional details related to their related party arrangements. The audit has now been complete and the CLC has received an unmodified opinion. Carla, is there anything you would add?
No. Right, so can you tell me what those findings actually related to in terms of the disclosures?
Would you like?
Carla Jago, Group Executive Director, Financial Statement Audit Services Group. They actually related to additional information being included in that disclosure note that set out some CLC employees that were on the board of Centrecorp, and gave some details around that and CLC's assessment of whether that meant that CLC had control or significant influence over Centrecorp.
So in terms of that disclosure, before it was corrected, is it ANO's view that the CLC met its obligations in relation to disclosure?
So in that note disclosure that's just been finalised for 24-25, they do disclose a prior year error. That note should have been more fulsome in the prior year.
So you mentioned in your letter that you were not willing to reveal the names of those CLC members that serve on the board of Centrecorp.
The note disclosure doesn't include those names.
Right. Are you aware of who they are?
I personally am not, no.
Because when you actually go to the 2023-24 annual report, it says that no staff of the CLC are on the board. Then we have the next year that says that only mentions Centrecorp, and then you have, after questioning, that there is a reference in your first letter to there are senior staff on the board of Centrecorp. So what I'm trying to understand is, did you only look at last year and the lack of disclosure, or did you look at the previous years as well?
As part of the audit of the 2024-25 financial statements, we looked at the 24-25 and the comparative year, so 23-24, and that has led to that prior period error being disclosed in that note disclosure. So the 23-24 disclosure was not as fulsome as it should have been.
When you say not as fulsome, is it just about the disclosure of senior staff, or is it also about the seniority of those staff?
It includes the information now in the 24-25 on the seniority of the staff, without naming them, but also details around the shareholdings that CLC actually has in Centrecorp.
Now, you even mentioned in these letters that the CLC has said that they own 3 of a total of 7 shares, and there are other entities that own the remaining shares, but that doesn't give them decision-making authority. What does that mean? What have they explained that means?
So that is actually set out in the note disclosure that you'll see when their annual report is tabled. I'm uncertain whether their annual report has actually been tabled yet.
Right. Okay. Can you tell me, are there any other Commonwealth entities that you're aware of that have senior or any staff that also sit on boards of private for-profit companies?
I don't think I can answer that question without further investigation. Sorry, Senator.
Right. Okay. I think that's the only questions from me. Thank you. No? All good?
Thank you very much for coming along, and that was a short appearance. I'm sure that won't always be the case, but we do very much appreciate your time and all the work that you do. Thank you so much. We will now take our dinner break, and we will return at 7. Oh, what are we now? We will return at 7:50. It's 6:50 now? Yeah. We'll return at 7:50 with the Office of the Official Secretary to the Governor-General.